The Luo family's dedication to winning me over is honestly impressive. Not only did they hand over territory and divine points, but they literally pushed their own prized daughter into my arms. Free housing, free power, and a bride? I'm not complaining. Checking my wristwatch, my inbox is practically overflowing with massive rewards from all sides. The Luo family, the school board, and even the federal government decided to empty their vaults for my little ranking achievement. My consciousness dives straight into my divine kingdom, where my loyal attendant spirits are already waiting to brief me on the situation. Apparently, my recent feats have earned me a rather prestigious title across human civilization. According to the historical data, individuals branded with this elite human prodigy status usually scale up to terrifying heights of divine power if they survive long enough. No wonder the Luo family rolled out the red carpet. The strongest combatant in the Luo clan currently tops out at a much lower rank. By hitching their wagon to me, they are betting heavily on my future growth to propel their entire bloodline into the big leagues. With zero losses on my end and a mountain of free loot secured, I turn my attention to the three mysterious cards resting right in front of me. Let's see what kind of toys the big factions just bought me. First up is a specialized alchemy tower designed to stabilize volatile flames and drastically boost elixir production success rates. It turns out to be an incredible asset for mass-producing high-grade cultivation pills. The second card summons an elite cultivation accelerator that can house thousands of believers, sharpening their focus and smoothing out their breakthroughs while choking off inner demons. The final reward is a top-tier resource vein that pumps out millions of spirit stones every few decades, laying down a rock-solid economic foundation for my entire celestial domain. Honestly, as great as infinite money rocks are, my divine kingdom is already practically drowning in raw resources and gold. What I really needed was more speed, not another piggy bank. My divine kingdom is basically a literal gold mine at this point, producing way more wealth than my followers could ever possibly spend. Reader, suffering from too much money is a terrible burden to bear. My attendant confirms that the new spiritual vein will drastically upgrade the baseline environment of our territory. It means my believers will have an endless supply of fuel long before I officially ascend to true godhood. No use overthinking free gifts when you can just drop them straight onto the map. I ordered the system to deploy all three structures directly onto Penglai Island. The moment the cards touch down, the entire plane violently shakes as reality itself recoils from the sheer influx of raw majesty. It is like dropping an atomic bomb of pure spiritual energy right into the backyard. As the spiritual vein takes root deep in the earth, a tidal wave of unadulterated energy bursts upward and saturates the atmosphere. The air becomes so thick with power you could practically chew it. Simultaneously, the alchemy tower boots up its complex internal systems, locking its thermal regulators and refining chambers into an ultra-efficient production loop. The cultivation tower bathes the surrounding landscape in a radiant glow, instantly causing wild flora to mutate, mature, and burst with accelerated vitality. Across every corner of the domain, the baseline life force surges to an entirely unprecedented tier. My divine kingdom just took another massive leap forward, and we are nowhere near finished growing. After integrating the premium A-grade spirit veins, the very fabric of my divine kingdom undergoes a massive, breathtaking evolution. Every creature dwelling inside my realm will now grow stronger effortlessly, even while fast asleep, proving this investment was entirely worth it. Leaving the heavy lifting to my capable subordinates, I return to reality and walk downstairs to check on my family. Luo Ro greets me sweetly, showing complete understanding and zero jealousy regarding my newfound status and complicated domestic arrangements. I feel a sudden wave of awkwardness, as if a cheating husband got caught red-handed by his remarkably forgiving wife. My mother watches me with heavy eyes, overwhelmed by how drastically my terrifying talent has alienated me from ordinary human life. Before we can dwell on my inevitable departure, the doorbell rings and shatters the quiet family atmosphere. My high school principal arrives alongside the county chief himself, bringing a wave of intense political authority into our humble living room. My father nearly swallows his tongue seeing figures he used to only watch on television standing right inside our hallway. To keep alien assassins off my trail, my departure is kept strictly confidential, with only these two bigwigs seeing me off. Suddenly, the heavens violently tear open right above our heads as space itself is forcibly ripped apart by a colossal force. A colossal, pitch-black dreadnought of alien design oozes out of the tear, radiating a terrifying, oppressive aura across the whole city. A haughty female divine being wrapped in dark robes steps onto the boarding ramp, looking down at everyone with ice-cold arrogance. County Chief Wang narrows his eyes, clearly unimpressed by the flashy entrance and the uninvited guests' overbearing attitude. Without warning, a luminous blue beam locks onto my coordinates and initiates an immediate identification check. A gentle gravitational current lifts me off my feet, pulling me smoothly up into the belly of the colossal interstellar vessel. With a heavy spatial shudder, the giant warship swallows me whole and blinks out of existence, leaving a warped sky behind. My old principal is left grinding his teeth in frustration, realizing that even peak local officials are completely outmatched up here. Back at the Grand Estate, Luo Mingxuan stares in utter disbelief at the empty patch of sky where his entire future just vanished. His father wastes no sympathy, laying down the brutal truth that every single family resource is now locked onto Yang Fan. Dad doesn't even bother sugarcoating it, exiling his favorite disappointment to some far-flung county with a consolation prize villa. Reader, he did not take the demotion well, shooting a look of venomous hatred the second his father turns his back. Inside a virtual classroom, Cao Wang drops a bomb that leaves everyone paralyzed with shock. Yang Fan bypassed the entire entrance exam and walked straight into Taichu Academy without lifting a finger. Envy and bitter regret instantly flood the desks as peers realize the giant in the sky is now completely out of reach. All those petty bullying campaigns orchestrated by Li Tianheng now look like the desperate acts of absolute clowns. Li Tianheng sits frozen at his station, staring into empty space like a man whose soul just left the chat. He dragged half the class into his petty vendettas for zero payoff, and now he gets to watch his rival ascend to the stratosphere. Far away from the peanut gallery, Yang Fan stands inside the minimalist interior of a high-speed federal spaceship. Countless streams of blue electronic data ripple endlessly along the seamless metallic walls around him. A sleek federal protector named Tang Yue steps forward, dropping a title that catches our boy completely off guard. She bows her head and addresses him as Your Highness, treating a high school kid like visiting royalty. Yang Fan blinks in pure confusion, demanding to know why a powerhouse like her is bowing to a teenager from the sticks. Turns out federal AI protocols slap a royal title on anyone whose awakening stats break the ceiling of known human potential. Tang Yue explains that federal big data crunched his baseline numbers and flagged a massive, unregistered hidden talent. Yang Fan's heart violently skips a beat because his actual secret is an SSS rank cheat that could get him dissected if it leaks. Taichu City is crawling with high-level gods who would love to slice open a freak of nature and see how he ticks. If federal algorithms figured out his baseline, he's one scan away from losing everything he worked for. Tang Yue remains completely oblivious to his internal panic, casually noting that hidden talents are notoriously slippery to detect. Even the owners usually have no clue what's rattling around inside their divine domains. She hands over a federal report detailing how supercomputers reverse-engineered his hidden gift using circumstantial evidence. The AI cross-referenced tree ages, soil mutations, and believer genetic sequences to draw its conclusions. With a 20 billion light-year journey ahead of them, Tang Yue decides it is time to run a formal diagnostic scan. She guides Yang Fan toward a humming hemispherical chamber lined with miniature floating drones. Yang Fan takes a steadying breath and steps into the sphere, carefully putting his real evolutionary quirks on hold. He drops his internal divine domain restrictions and lets the federal machinery get to work. In less than the blink of an eye, a swarm of microscopic drones descends upon his divine territory to harvest samples. They vacuum up soil, test river water, and pull blood samples from mortals and beasts alike with terrifying speed. All data has been collected. Analysis will now begin. Analysis complete. Federal citizen Yang Fan possesses an S-level talent, tenfold time sequence. The chamber door hisses open and Yang Fan steps out, bracing for the worst as Tang Yue checks her slate. Instead of screaming in panic, she wears the smug expression of someone whose predictions just hit the jackpot. He stares down at the updated identity card in his hands and realizes his skin is officially saved. The feds pegged him with an S-rank tenfold time sequence, completely missing his SSS rank cheat while neatly explaining away his crazy growth rate. Deep inside his inner realm, Yang Fan watches the accelerated flow of time obeying his absolute will without a single flaw or hesitation. Tang Yue warns him that pushing time to extremes drains massive energy and destroys unprepared worlds, killing everything inside them. While she frets over fatal resource drains, Yang Fan quietly smirks because his own god-tier talent costs virtually nothing to run. Her S-rank trick forces rapid growth by burning out the environment, but his true evolution ability upgrades every rock and plant from its core. Mistaking his quiet focus for anxiety, she urges him to stock up on spiritual veins before graduation to protect his divine domain. He nods politely while realizing the Federation's smart ships likely handed him that exact spiritual vein for this exact reason. During the long flight, he picks her brain about the brutal hierarchies and hidden rules waiting for them inside the metropolis. He nearly chokes when she casually mentions the Academy recruits thousands of S-rank prodigies every single year. She hands him a fingernail-sized access key chip required for entering the city limits in both reality and the virtual network. She also slides over a data drive packed with insider secrets on the Academy battlefields to help him survive the upcoming Shark Tank. The cabin doors grind open, and Yang Fan steps out of the vessel right into a completely mind-blowing reality. Instead of a quiet sanctuary, an endless mega metropolis of steel and light stretches out across the entire horizon. Billions of living people pack the crowded streets below, trading raw divine resources in a noisy, chaotic, breathing market. Reader, he looked less like an elite god and more like a country tourist who just wandered into downtown Tokyo. She explains that this entire bustling zone sits on a massive core planet packed with high-tier market zones and academy grounds. He questions why they bother doing physical trade when virtual networks are infinitely faster, but she shuts that down real quick. After dropping him off at a quiet courtyard school zone, she hops into a public taxi because flying is banned here. Watching a high-tier local deity forced to take the bus gave him a stark reality check about who runs this town. Stepping inside my new quarters, I couldn't help but chuckle at the aesthetic simplicity. The Academy clearly wants us focused on power rather than luxury, but honestly, I can get all my creature comforts in the virtual world anyway. I immediately turned to my metallic assistant to digest the data package on Taichu City. What Yang Yi spat back completely flipped my understanding of what a school actually is. There are no classrooms here, no lectures from dusty professors, and no forced peer rivalry. Instead, the Academy takes a completely hands-off approach to the students themselves, because the education isn't for us. Mind you, my physical followers can't cross over into reality, but they can enter a specialized virtual academy. High-level teachers from divine kingdoms school them in everything from cultivation arts to alchemy, for a hefty price in divinity points, of course. Then there's the primordial battlefield, a massive virtual war zone where 10 million believers clash against alien armies. It's a brutal test of our followers' overall strength, and the top ranks are the only ones getting any loot. Naturally, the school forces us newcomers to throw our believers into this meat grinder within the first 3 days. Welcome to higher education, where your first exam involves millions of simulated casualties. Graduation is refreshingly straightforward, assuming you survive. You either break through to the first level of godhood to bounce automatically, or you just slack off in the city for 4 years until you're booted out. Reader, I seriously doubt any idiot would choose to waste 4 years playing hooky in a legendary city that even established deities beg to enter. The third major area is the alien god kingdom, a literal breeding ground where humans raise foreign deities just to let students butcher them and steal their foundations. The Academy's deities won't lift a finger to help if you bite off more than you can chew. Winner takes all, loser dies. Talk about a ruthless training method that treats student mortality as an acceptable rounding error. Fortunately, participating in that suicide zone isn't mandatory, so I can happily sit on my hands if things look sketchy. Survival first, glory second. We also get access to an exclusive offline trading network right inside the city. Instead of fighting tooth and nail during land reclamation for strategic buildings, you can just buy or barter for them directly. Before I could dwell on the market, Yang Yi hooked me up with the official freshman group chat. The moment I opened it, my screen was instantly blinded by a wall of endless chatter. 10,000 terrified prodigies whining about early admissions, flexing rare S-class buildings, and crying over bad battle rankings. Nothing brings elite scholars together quite like collective panic. I muted the digital circus, slapped on my helmet, and dove back into the virtual world to check out my upgraded permissions. Right there at the summit of the menu, sitting above the mall and the forum, was a brand new glowing tab for Taichu City. Just as my consciousness linked to the new zone, a familiar coordinate ping pulled me straight into a villa room where Luo Ro was waiting with a barrage of questions. She wanted to know what all the fuss was about concerning this legendary city. Trying to explain a school that treats you like an independent warlord and throws you to the wolves is harder than it looks. Luo Ro bursts into my room with overwhelming joy, practically vibrating because her ruined divine kingdom has finally been fully healed. It turns out her family hired a high-tier deity whose follower casually waved away the death spider venom plaguing her realm. After sending her off, I step foot into Taichu City's virtual realm, where there is not a single living soul or sound to be heard. I immediately dive into the primordial battlefield, letting the system connect my actual divine kingdom straight into the simulation. Yang Fan, a new student, is participating for the first time. Do you wish to immediately connect to the divine kingdom and manifest believers? I unleash my absolute peak force. Millions of believers arranged in rigid, disciplined ranks commanded directly by my AI, Yang An endless tide of monstrous alien beasts pours out to meet us, multiplying in number and scaling up in ferocity by the second. Yang deploys the Xuan Turtle Annihilation Formation, holding the line as flesh and blood instantly turn the battlefield into a horrific blender. In less than 10 brutal breaths, my entire multi-million-strong army is completely wiped out by the escalating nightmare difficulty. This assessment is now complete. Student, Yang Fan. Identity, Divine Being. School ranking, 8.42 million. First-time trial bonus, 1,000 years of free lessons. Back in reality, I yank off my helmet and nearly choke on my own spit when I see my abysmal school ranking. Turns out this academy crams in tens of millions of monstrous prodigies and senior demigods, making my millions of followers look like child's play. Reader, he realized he was basically throwing a tiny puddle into an endless ocean of absolute freaks. The 1,000-year bonus isn't calendar time, but study hours distributed among believers, letting them rapidly master high-level skills. I immediately order Yang to throw 1,000 of my most talented believers into the academy classes to test out the accelerated learning speed. Just as I'm weighing whether to hit the trading floors, a sharp rapping sound shatters the quiet in my hallway. I open the door to find a low-level god disguised as a corporate lawyer, holding out a binding investment contract from Yuandan Corporation. He bows politely, leaves the proposal in my hands, and vanishes down the corridor before I can even ask what they're plotting. Opening the latest investment contract, my eyes widened at the massive initial payout before my brows slammed down in absolute disgust. 100,000 divine points and 10 resource buildings sounded great until I read the fine print in the agreement. Those corporate suits wanted a 1,000-year labor lock-in and 20% of my divine kingdom's profits for eternity. Reader, I'd barely finished laughing at their audacity when my front doorbell shattered the peace once again. I swung the door open expecting another corporate recruiter, but found a 300-kilo titan wrapped in rune-etched robes instead. He introduced himself as Sima Bang from next door and casually ordered me to follow him for a neighborhood welcome feast. I honestly wondered what kind of high-calorie monster this guy had been eating to grow that wide. We strolled down the street to a high-end eatery where the staff practically rolled out the red carpet for my new acquaintance. He led me up to a luxurious third-floor suite where two other imposing prodigies were already waiting for us. Sima Bang claimed the main seat and proudly introduced his highborn peers like we were old college buddies. There was Ye Jianfeng, a direct scion of the Beihai Ye family, wielding an elite swordsmanship talent. Beside him sat Wen Yushui, a noble water god cultivator from Tianan City who barely spared me a glance. When my turn came, I told them my name and my modest roots, fully aware I lacked their silver spoons. Sima Bang didn't care about background checks and immediately whipped out a storage card to fill the table with legendary feast dishes. The guy declared he was starving and shoved a giant chunk of premium monster meat straight into my bowl before hoarding the rest. That single piece of dragon meat pulsed with so much life energy, it felt like holding a live grenade. Wen Yushui tried to balance out the grease by offering cups of her exclusive Divine Kingdom refreshing tea. Not wanting to be outdone by their divine specialties, I hauled out a massive jar of my finest aged monkey wine. Securing a massive monthly batch of specialty monkey wine is child's play when your personal divine kingdom is practically overflowing with rare springs. Yang Fan casually agrees to supply 10,000 pots a month, locking down a lucrative private trade. Sima Bang devours an entire mountain of food in minutes without missing a beat, casually offering to pull strings through his wealthy family's investment channels. He's playing the long game, treating a simple dinner as a calculated networking session. When Ye Jianfeng casually mentions the five great human factions, Yang Fan has to awkwardly admit he's totally clueless. Growing up in a backwater county really leaves some massive gaps in your galactic history education. Sima Bang good-naturedly breaks down the absolute pinnacle of human power, starting with the supreme federal government and the colossal virtual universe company that controls every byte of galactic data. Beneath the ruling titans stand the five governing giants, including the Sima family's military supply empire and the Han family army stationed permanently at the blood-soaked alien borders. The Gu clan's spirit realm corners the market on hyper-advanced cultivation and rare elixirs, while the Qin clan technology alliance single-handedly drives the Federation's warp travel and heavy weapon innovations. These five massive families have their fingers in literally every pie, infiltrating local planetary industries and buying up massive stakes in regional powers until everything answers to them. Wen Yushui bitterly notes how even her own powerful family's assets are nearly half owned by corporate conglomerates, explaining her sudden departure to hide out at the academy. Shifting gears away from grim corporate realities, Ye Jianfeng drops some juicy gossip about an absolute monster of a freshman who just smashed past a brutal ranking milestone. Cracking the top million spots in the primordial battlefield on your very first try is already a ridiculous flex, but doing it in high school puts you in a completely different stratosphere. Sima Bang casually reveals the prodigy is none other than Ma Huainan, an outsider wielding an SS rank martial god body who already commands formidable followers. Reader, they were not prepared for that flex. Finding out a classmate is already pacing himself to shatter into godhood before college even finishes is a humbling experience. Recognizing raw potential when he sees it, Sima Bang immediately sets up a private group chat for the quartet to trade insider news and offload surplus divine resources. Smart kids stick together in this brutal school. Carving out a cozy little cartel for private trade and mutual survival is just standard operating procedure for future gods. The crew starts heading downstairs, though walking down is a generous description given that Sima Bang's sheer physical presence occupies roughly 98% of the stairwell. Some unlucky underclassman gets rudely shoved aside by the human avalanche and winds up ready to hurl a string of furious curses at whoever's blocking his way. The poor kid's soul practically leaves his body the second he realizes he just tried to chew out the young master of the Sima family. Ye Jianfeng doesn't even break his stride, flashing a razor-sharp sword intent straight into the fool's eyes and dropping him instantly to the floor in agony. Walking out of the restaurant without missing a beat, Sima Bang and his elite circle treated their terrified peers like background noise. It turns out that up here, raw arrogance is just another perk of holding a high rank. Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback by how casually ruthless these blue bloods could be, but his companion quickly pulled back the curtain on the harsh social hierarchy governing their entire academy. Potential dictates everything in this city, dividing students strictly by their rank. As long as nobody actually dies, beating down someone beneath your tier is apparently considered a solid educational tool. Wen Yushui chimed in with a cheeky reminder about the relentless pressure to perform. If they fail to crack the top million spots soon, they get booted straight down the ladder. Brutal motivation, truly. Safely back in his own courtyard, Yang Fan let out a long breath and processed the evening's lessons. In this place, genuine friendships only sprout if your wallet and your strength keep pulling their weight. Waking up early the next morning, he dove straight back into his miniature realm to check on his believers. His divine spark is buzzing, but supporting thousands of people isn't a cheap hobby. His advisor reported steady progress with the cultivation techniques, though the funding needs a massive bump. Reader, he is about to spend money he barely has to chase that elusive demigod breakthrough. Determined to accelerate his growth, he fired off a quick message to Tang Yue to arrange a trip downtown. It's time to go shopping for strategic assets that can actually change the game. Scarcely 15 minutes later, Tang Yue arrived at his door with a crisp bow and a ready escort. They headed straight out into the bustling avenues toward the massive central trading district. Stepping into the trading hub, Tang Yue briefed him on the dizzying variety of commercial real estate available. We are talking about raw resource generators, combat bastions, and even absolute wonders. You can apparently purchase entire strategic level resources if your clearance is high enough. Fortunately, his student rank grants him direct access to grade A architecture and below. The sheer concentration of high-tier gods walking the streets nearly crushed Yang Fan under their psychic weight. Thankfully, Tang Yue's veteran aura acted like a shield against the suffocating pressure. An old acquaintance named Yuan Zong intercepted them right outside a sprawling resource emporium. Even shopkeepers out here are ancient, third-tier gods just running a casual storefront. Yang Fan quickly offered a respectful bow, mindful of the city's peculiar rules regarding potential overage. The old man waved off the formalities with a warm chuckle. Yuan Zong offered to walk him through their prime selection of resource-generating structures. With a flick of his wrist, a massive, luminous catalog sprang into the air before them. Staring down the astronomical price tags for star cores, elemental pools, and spiritual veins made his wallet weep. Reader, looking at luxury real estate you cannot afford is a universal human pastime. He crunched the numbers on a massive spiritual vein, realizing the direct return on investment looked pretty terrible on paper. But Yang Yi quickly pointed out that the true value lies in upgrading the entire realm's ecology. Deciding to let his intelligent advisor parse the thousands of catalog options later, Yang Fan ordered the full data dump. Armed with a shopping list and burning ambition, he is diving headfirst into the deep end. Walking past massive architectural showcases without spending a coin, we move straight to the next vendor. Yuan Zong didn't bat an eye, knowing these god-tier structures generate steady fortunes back in their respective divine realms. My summoned attendant instantly cataloged the entire product list floating right in front of my face. But when my eyes hit the price tag on the first item, my jaw practically hit the floor. The Fountain of Life was sitting there for a staggering 40 divinity points, which was literally double the official store price. Apparently, convenience and strategic markup come with an ungodly tax. Then we hit the heavy hitters meant for beefing up believers, featuring elite bloodline pools, gravity chambers, and cultivation towers. Reader, he did not think this through. Noticing the immortal cultivation tower cost 600 points over retail, I cautiously asked the owner if there was any discount to be had. The old man looked like he wanted to blast me into orbit. The instant he caught sight of my human prodigy status, his murderous glare vanished faster than cheap cash and turned into pure terror. He quickly swallowed his rage and apologized. Realizing I couldn't bargain, I sighed and dropped 4,500 points to purchase 3 of the towers at full price. The owner rolled out the red carpet immediately after seeing a big spender. With a quick flash, the massive structures were locked safely away inside a blank card, and half my working capital vanished into thin air. No matter how much money I make, it's never enough. We finally reached the last storefront specializing in jaw-dropping architectural wonders and legendary terrains. The selection here made my entire kingdom look like a sandbox. I spotted the Spirit Peach Mountain and Penglai Island items that my own divine realm desperately needed for expansion. Naturally, the markup here was completely highway robbery. Expanding my monkey wine empire would require a Penglai Island to supply immortal energy, but the price had more than doubled. My grand business expansion plans came to a screeching halt. I settled for buying 4 Spirit Peach Mountains instead, waking up the elderly manager dozing behind the counter. He scrambled to his feet the moment he identified my noble aura. Manager Anhai greeted me with extreme deference, proving that being a protected human prodigy definitely has its perks in this city. He was ready to roll out every luxury in stock. When he asked why I needed 4 Peach Mountains at once, I told him straight up that I was scaling my monkey wine production. In this city, trade secrets are safe from thieves. Anhai immediately tried upselling me on immortal treasuries and sacred lakes, but Tang Yue cut him off cold. She stepped right between us and told him to stop pushing his luck. Recognizing Tang Yue and realizing he had crossed the line into pushy salesman territory, the manager offered a swift, polite apology. Can't blame a guy for trying to hit his monthly quota. My attention drifted back to the very first item on the wonders list, which was priced at a modest 200 points. I asked Anhai what kind of return on investment that particular palace brought. He explained that the Dragon Lake Water Palace not only purifies aquatic ecosystems, but breeds valuable dragonfish for martial artists. With over 100% annualized return, it was an absolute goldmine. Staring at his dwindling divine points, Yang Fan realizes he can't even afford 20 seats, let alone launch a massive buying spree. He pivots to his internal advisor, inquiring about the capacity of his kingdom's expansive waters to host an influx of aquatic palaces. The divine intelligence informs him that 65% of his realm is water, easily capable of housing 1,000 water estates. When he hears the astronomical cost of arowana fry, Yang Fan nearly chokes on his own breath at the sheer financial steepness. The merchant explains that elite bloodlines are fiercely monopolized by powerful clans, keeping the initial investment remarkably high. Yet, despite the steep entry barrier, the adult market remains rigidly stable, proving to be a fiercely mature and reliable aquaculture sector. The sheer profitability tempts him so severely, he seriously contemplates trying to return the Spirit Peach Mountain he just bought. Hoping for a break on bulk pricing, Yang Fan asks about volume discounts, prompting the merchant to flash a knowing hand. Reader, he did not think this through. 500 units is the baseline for a discount, and mere mortals don't even get the time of day. After all, this is Taichu City, where a cultivator's life savings vanishes into the economy without so much as a faint splash. Realizing his financial limits, he settles for purchasing just 2 estates, keeping back enough capital to stock them with living fry. Sensing potential, the merchant smoothly pitches a lucrative partnership backed by a major family, dangling heavy funding in front of him. Yang Fan flatly refuses, knowing that selling out his independence for quick cash would only shackle his long-term growth. The merchant gracefully accepts the rejection, swapping contact runes so Yang Fan can easily order doorstep delivery whenever he returns. On the way back, Tang Yue warns him that accelerating time tenfold will rapidly drain his realm's spiritual energy and suffocate delicate creatures. Yang Fan brushes off the well-meaning advice with a quiet nod, keeping his true trump card entirely to himself. Back in his private chambers, he drops his newly acquired immortal towers, spirit mountains, and water estates directly into his divine realm. With 20,000 arowana fry released into the newly formed aquatic estates, the formerly dead waters erupt with vibrant, swimming life. Desperate for quick cash to accelerate his divine kingdom's growth, Yang Fan decides to take a massive gamble by leveraging all of his territory's assets. His loyal AI advisor immediately warns him of the extreme danger, noting that aggressive loans carry devastating compounding interest rates and high risks of default. He waves away the warnings, figuring that if his investments yield tenfold returns, a high-interest loan is basically free money. Billions of light years away, an entire industrial world functions entirely on cold, precise automation without a single trace of nature. At the very heart of this mechanical empire stands the towering headquarters of Elephant Loan, a massive financial institution. The billionaire chairman of the lending company lounges in his lavish office, completely unbothered by the daily grind, until an unexpected alert breaks his peace. When his intelligent system casually mentions that the loan applicant is a certified human prodigy, he nearly chokes on his drink in absolute disbelief. Realizing a rare golden goose has just walked through his doors, he immediately scrambles to set up a virtual meeting with the young genius. Yang Fan is utterly baffled as to why the actual CEO of a massive financial giant would take a personal interest in his meager divine assets. Stepping into the virtual realm through a neural headset, he prepares to face the terrifying fifth-order god running the operation. The powerful chairman greets him with surprising warmth, acting more like an enthusiastic fan than a ruthless corporate shark. The executive immediately lays his cards on the table, offering to completely cover the teenager's academy tuition and hand over a hefty annual allowance. Despite the jaw-dropping perks, Yang Fan politely turns him down, unwilling to be tied down to a corporate master so early in his career. Refusing to take no for an answer, the desperate executive sweetens the deal even further, doubling the yearly cash subsidy on the spot. Unswayed by the flashy bribes, Yang Fan turns to leave, confident he can find another lender willing to take his collateral. Sensing his prey slipping away, the CEO quickly pivots to a high-stakes betting agreement designed to hook the stubborn kid. He scrolls through the ruthless terms, noting that the astronomical interest rate would crush almost any normal divine being into eternal debt. Knowing the immense risk, he signs on the dotted line anyway, betting everything on his ability to conquer the primordial battlefield. Ma Yu practically dances with joy as he scans my eye for the latest smart contract, treating me like I just hit the lottery jackpot. He pats my shoulder and reassures me that their financial lending firm is totally safe, high bonus, and completely risk-free. The second we log out, Ma Yu pours himself a hefty glass of red wine, high on the thrill of hooking a huge asset. His robotic assistant warns him that dropping a full 1,000,000 divine points on a rookie with a weak kingdom is a reckless gamble. Ma Yu scoffs at the warning, convinced he just bought a future fourth-tier god who will skyrocket his company's market share. He dreams of expanding his loan shark empire across entire star systems if this wild human prodigy pays off big. He deliberately inflated the loan to 1 million so I couldn't walk away, planning to trap me in a decade of debt. Back in my divine kingdom, I realized my reputation as a human prodigy made a fifth-order god hand over millions without blinking. My intelligent advisors point out that while this lender is generous, a tiny corporate platform will eventually cap my growth. I wave them off because they don't get it. I plan to double my money and clear this debt before the year is even up. The loan hits my account instantly, and I immediately put those millions to work transforming my entire territory. I contact Senior on high and buy out the remaining Dragon Swamp Water Palace to blanket my aquatic zones in divine mist. Then I drop a massive chunk of change on 5 million dragonfish fry, turning my lakes into a high-yield fishery. Reader, the math checks out. Breeding these fish will double my initial investment in less than a single month. I order my aides to prioritize maximum production across all water mansions, ignoring their cautious warnings. A corporate courier knocks on my door shortly after, delivering the discounted Water Palace building straight to my hands. As the palace loads into my realm, a soothing hot spring mist blankets the water, making the whole domain feel alive. Between easy academy life and my booming fish empire, paying back that loan is going to be an absolute breeze. Fresh off the grueling college entrance exams, a massive wave of new students has just flooded into the bustling streets of Taichu City. Back in the private student group chat, everyone is loudly complaining about the chaotic noise levels outside their dormitories. Ye Jianfeng brags about casually strolling over to teach the top-tier students nearby a violent lesson to quiet them down. Sima Bang effortlessly offers a practical solution to the noise before casually advertising exclusive access spots to a lucrative secret realm. While his classmates jump at the discounted land offers, Yang Fan is busy reading up on the true nature of ancient secret realms. He learned that secret realms are the stable remnants of abandoned divine kingdoms, left behind when their original deities perished. These isolated domains boast accelerated resource growth cycles and hyperactive ecosystems packed with rare treasures. Realizing the massive value, Yang Fan immediately drops 10,000 divine points to secure his own entry pass from Sima Bang. Sima Bang trusts the transaction enough to instantly dispatch the official exploration license right into Yang Fan's inbox. Yang Fan activates the permit, and a spatial force instantly pulls his consciousness straight toward the coordinate destination. Upon arrival, a powerful Foundation Stage Guardian halts him to inspect his one-time entry credential. He steps into a pristine, high-energy domain where plants and beasts have been carefully farmed for generations by a major clan. Yang Fan summons 5 million believers who instantly fan out across the landscape to harvest every available resource in sight. Reader, he didn't actually need the minor loot, but scoring a front-row seat to how the elite families groom their heirs was worth every penny. With his expedition finished, he snaps back to reality and dives straight into the virtual network to check his pending messages. He accepts an invite from Luo Bing, only to find himself standing awkwardly inside a freezing family meeting room instead of a romantic getaway. After a brief, awkward exchange about her university placement, she catches him staring and instantly logs out in a huff. Man really blew his chance to stare a bit longer because she bolted out of the chat faster than a frightened rabbit. Just as I materialize, Zhang Pang tackles me like a desperate linebacker. I plant a boot right in his chest and shove him away, reminding him that I am entirely straight. He rubs his bruised backside and insists he was just expressing his deep longing. I roll my eyes at his pathetic act and demand to know what he actually wants. Thanks to my planting tips, his family risked everything on blood-clotting flowers. They harvested 2 massive batches and netted a staggering 80 million faith points. I am genuinely shocked by the sheer scale of their profit. His old man mortgaged every property and shop they owned to pull off this insane gamble. True to their word, they hand over 50 million of those profits as my cut. Even though I barely care about that cash now, their loyalty is impressive. I wave the money away and tell him to keep it for himself. Honestly, watching him try to calculate his emotional intelligence is the real entertainment here. He readily pockets the cash and thanks his generous godfather. Reader, he is going to milk this connection for every last luxury he can possibly squeeze out of it. I forward him coordinates and drag him along to meet an acquaintance. Sharing my social burdens with a second victim makes the evening much more amusing. Upon reaching the ultra-luxurious presidential suite, Zhang Pong stares around like a wide-eyed country bumpkin visiting a palace for the very first time. Li Shuhao rises to greet us with a warm smile, footing the massive bill for the suite just to secure a spot in our inner circle. Believers, 5th tier beings 446, 4th tier beings 160,000, 3rd tier beings 4,350,000, 2nd tier beings 13,310,000, 1st tier beings 13,200,000, mortals 14,800,000. Family member, Sprite 32828. Faith points 12,883 billion. 915.2 faith points provided daily. My Divine Kingdom's dragonfish population hits 10 million, meeting our primary investment milestone. The passive income from water mansions and spirit veins is rolling in fast. With mountains of cash to spare, I order my AI assistant to snap up more islands and spirit veins. But Yang Yi immediately points out a massive flaw in my resource hoarding. Instead of stacking random resources linearly, the system needs an integrated ecosystem. Yang Yi projects a stunning holographic simulation of the ultimate upgrade. The upgrade brings a constant day-night cycle, nourishing spirit rain, and high-speed aerial transit paths connecting every floating island in the sky. It transforms my lonely realm into a living, breathing sky city. Now that is what I call professional planning. Yang Fan's divine realm undergoes a stunning architectural overhaul as floating sky islands materialize above, dramatically expanding habitable lands for his rapidly growing worshippers. Advanced psi control centers and subterranean energy veins are seamlessly integrated across the ground, flooding the entire paradise with rich, concentrated life force. With funds practically spilling out of his pockets, our protagonist leaves the logistics entirely to his AI assistant while doubling daily tuition fees just because he can afford to. Months slip by in a blur of rapid development, giving our overgeared hero plenty of time to sit back and watch his personal empire snowball into an absolute powerhouse. Believers flood the management system with requests day and night, rushing to upgrade their martial arts techniques and purchase legendary training arenas with divine backing. Approval after approval flashes across the board. If the AI didn't handle the heavy lifting, our boy would have died of exhaustion reviewing paperwork months ago. Reader, he did not account for his own terrifying physical gains. Trying to sit down like a normal human now results in instantly vaporizing every piece of furniture he touches. That makes Iron Chair number 6 this week. His passive body tempering is progressing so fast that household furniture has basically become single-use party favors. A quick check of the status window reveals staggering numbers, with millions of advanced followers and faith points skyrocketing past 22 trillion. Concentrated spiritual energy reaches near liquid density across the realm, turning routine weather showers into literal baths of liquid power for every living creature below. Thanks to boundless resources and massive living spaces, the elite tier of his warrior population explodes past 4,000 strong in just a few short centuries. Even though daily faith tributes remain capped, he can practically feel the barrier to demigodhood cracking open. The threshold of true transcendence is right within his grasp. Standing proudly on the shoulders of prestigious academy giants, our hero basks in the sheer absurdity of how far a little elite networking can take a guy. Meanwhile, scout teams return from exploring outside secret realms, dumping mountains of exotic loot and raw materials that add a tidy chunk of change to his overflowing treasury. Peace and quiet are suddenly interrupted when a priority message flashes across the group chat, breaking his 2-month streak of glorious, uninterrupted isolation. A fellow Academy prodigy announces a massive breakthrough to the demigod tier and immediately invites the inner circle out for a celebratory feast. Naturally, the ultra-rich second-generation heirs chime in instantly, offering up their families 5-star restaurants and clearing their schedules for a night of flexing. After a grueling 2 months locked away building an empire, our protagonist finally steps outside his front door, ready to see what the outside world has been up to. The Sima family's Moon Fragrance Pavilion is an architectural marvel. Spanning 1,000 square meters, its towering ring-shaped structure practically hums with defensive array energy. A courteous attendant greets me at the door the moment I arrive. Turns out my wealthy friends booked private quarters on the upper floors. I slide into my seat, offering a quick apology for running slightly late. Ye Jianfeng immediately waves it off, pointing eagerly at the sprawling feast laid out before us. Ye Jianfeng has already crossed the threshold into demigod status over the last 2 months. He excitedly details the massive power spike that comes with the breakthrough. His divine kingdom has expanded to 9 million square kilometers. Even crazier, he can now channel the actual combat abilities of his own believers straight into the physical world. With a casual flick of his wrist, he reduces a glass to dust while leaving the wine floating untouched in a gentle sphere of spiritual power. Talk about showing off. He explains that divine power is essentially just inheriting your followers' strongest traits. Sword cultivators get blades, fire experts get flames, and martial artists get raw physical might. Ye Jianfeng then looks over at me with genuine envy, noting that my rare time sequence talent makes dual cultivation of magic and martial arts a terrifying possibility. Wen Yushui chimes in with a word of caution from her own family's history, reminding us that trying to master multiple paths simultaneously demands an astronomical amount of resources. I sincerely thank them for the friendly advice. It is pretty clear their warnings come from a good place, even if I am planning to push those boundaries anyway. Suddenly, Yejian Feng's sharp demigod perception zeroes in on my physical aura. He gasps, realizing my baseline strength has surged past Sima Bang's martial prowess. Sima Bang and Wen Yu Shui drop their utensils in sheer disbelief. Apparently, growing stronger in secret is becoming a competitive sport among us. I quickly wave off their shock with a modest laugh, deflecting the praise onto the top-tier educational resources provided by the Primordial Academy. Wen Yu Shui raises her teacup to toast our shared ambition, wishing that all of us break through to demigod rank before our first university semester wraps up. Curious about our standing, I ask Ye Jianfeng how he is holding up in the notorious Primordial Academy battlefields after his recent breakthrough. He groans and rubs his temples, admitting he ranks a measly 2.4 millionth and feels like the absolute bottom-tier scrub of the entire academy. The rest of the evening passes in high spirits, filled with rich wine, deep gossip about wealthy elite families, and wild stories of fighting alongside high-tier elders. Back home in bed, just as I am drifting off to sleep, a violent shockwave suddenly rips through the invisible barriers of my core. A follower has finally cracked the chi refining realm. A violent storm of energy rips through my physical form, shattering bones and reshaping every single cell from the inside out. My consciousness is violently yanked into the divine realm as the entire terrestrial expanse balloons outward to 10 million square kilometers. The system confirms my ascension to demigod status, but that pales next to the terrifying upgrade pulsing in my unique talent slot. My evolutionary talent just hit 100-fold time acceleration, turning every single year of development into an entire century. My diligent AI secretaries materialize instantly to congratulate me and immediately dump a mountain of logistical nightmares onto my lap. Reader, I went from invincible god in training to corporate chairman in 3 seconds flat, and I already want to fire my entire board. With a flick of my wrist, I greenlight new magic element curriculums and advanced alchemy academies to get my believers working overtime. Surviving as a demigod is nice and all, but my newly turbocharged time dilation has me hungry for the ultimate prize: true godhood. My secretary calmly lays down the brutal prerequisites for true godhood: 100 million square kilometers of land and a massive daily divinity tribute. Needing 100 million square kilometers sounds impossible, until you remember I literally print money through time acceleration. My AI assistant pops my economic bubble by explaining that expansion cards stop working for demigods, and land must be violently seized instead. To claim more territory, I have to hunt down enemy divine cores, capture them, and absorb their shattered realms on the battlefield. This whole divine war setup starts looking less like a holy crusade and more like a high-stakes competitive deathmatch. We are just high-dimensional gamers, treating foreign realms like video game lobbies, except losing means you actually bite the dust. And what makes any gamer utterly unstoppable in a rigged match? Simple: playing the game with absolute broken cheats enabled. My consciousness snaps back to reality, where my newly upgraded mental fortitude lets me command my towering physique without breaking a sweat. Even back in the physical world, I can monitor every single second of my rapidly accelerating divine civilization in real time. 100 times the flow of time gives me a front row seat to the greatest show in the cosmos, and I am holding all the winning tickets. After leaping into demigod status, my personal timeline shifted into absolute overdrive. Every passing month down on Earth now equals 3,000 rich years inside my kingdom. I kept living a peaceful daily routine, but with one slight upgrade. I started treating myself to the demigod tier VIP lounge services, because when you are pulling in millions, 2 million faith points is pocket change. Sitting out in my courtyard after a month of accelerated time, I tested my new physical limits. Thanks to legions of devoted believers practicing every elemental path, my body forged the undying golden body. My divine territory has ballooned to 10 million square kilometers, packed with nearly 3 billion souls. From chi refining adepts down to mortal farmers, every single one of them is feeding my terrifying growth rate. Pulling up my internal metrics, the numbers are just plain obscene. Over 12,000 chi refining cultivators, millions of fifth tier beings, and divinity points piling up so fast it's almost boring. Massive investments in environmental wonders finally pushed the ancient elven tree to total maturity. My elf population is now a legitimate military force, strong enough to threaten low-tier cultivators if they catch them on home turf. As I hovered above my world, surveying the landscape, my chief assistant Yang Yi materialized out of the ether. Apparently, my little empire had grown far too wealthy for its own primitive infrastructure. First on the chopping block were my old bloodline pools. With my believers evolving past basic physical deficiencies, those cheap enhancement vats were completely obsolete and taking up prime real estate. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to recommend selling the junk off for full resource recovery. Reader, I like a guy who knows how to Marie Kondo a divine realm. Next up were my pathetic little food compressors and low-grade energy units. They simply could not handle the caloric demands of my powerhouse believers anymore, so out they went. In their place came top-tier storage complexes designed to hoard rare spiritual grains like nine-turn spirit corn and heavenly origin golden marrow rice across the centuries. We also installed a specialized dragon meat preservation warehouse, because apparently regular meal prep just doesn't cut it when your followers snack on Taishu and Xuanming dragons. Then came the crown jewel, a massive automated dietary processing hub. It takes elite meats and spiritual grains, crunches the nutritional data, and spits out hyper-efficient combat meals. Looking at the sheer absurdity of these upgrades, I had to laugh. My believers are honestly dining better than the actual gods out in the real world. Sure, it costs a small fortune in upkeep, but who cares when my daily passive income is already laughing at the expenses? When you print money this fast, luxury isn't a sin, it's just good budgeting. With the food situation completely revolutionized, Yang Yi pointed out one last structural bottleneck that desperately needed a massive overhaul. My old transmission towers were too weak to handle synchronous skill evolution across the entire realm, so we traded them in for something infinitely more disgusting. Behold the Myriad Laws Celestial Evolution Divine Tower. It links every single cultivator's progress in real time across 100 million square kilometers, turning my entire empire into a network superbrain. Life had turned into an absolute paradise of luxury and leisure for me. My realm practically bathed in divine resources, letting me kick back and live the ultimate farming dream while my believers did all the heavy lifting. Between meals of dragon meat and spirit fruit, I kept tabs on my expanding divine kingdom. The believer count and overall quality were climbing steadily, exactly as I had planned out. I figured I had a few more days to lounge around before trying my luck on the primordial battlefield. Reader, I should have known the universe hates seeing anyone have a nice time. Without the slightest warning, a brutal spatial anomaly tore right through the heart of my sanctuary. Alarms blasted off in my head with an urgency that sent my heart straight into my throat. I snapped awake as my consciousness slammed back into the core of the divine realm. Something massive was forcing its way through the dimensional barrier, and it was not here to chat. Hundreds of millions of towering monkey demons swarmed out of the dimensional wounds like a plague. These beasts possessed terrifying strength, with dozens already touching the threshold of the chi-refining realm. I stood there staring in absolute disbelief as my peaceful retirement community got turned into a war zone. This was the first time my kingdom had ever faced a real foreign invasion. I demanded answers from Yang Yi on how this disaster even happened, right after my recent breakthrough. Turns out, leveling up to a demigod had cranked up my realm's accessibility to the outside world. My brilliant manager calmly informed me that strong believers attract unwanted attention from rival divine beings. Random contact invasions were apparently just an occupational hazard of growing powerful. Before I could panic too much, Yang Yi and Yang ran a full scan on the incoming trash mob. The threat level came back remarkably low compared to my modern defense grid. Seeing the enemy was far below my current threshold, I dropped all hesitation and gave the order to purge. It was time to turn this unexpected attack into a live-fire combat exercise. The entire kingdom mobilized in a heartbeat as hundreds of millions of followers flooded the front lines. Seeing that massive tide march out, I realized my army looked less like a garrison and more like a natural disaster. Advanced logistics units received compressed storage gear packed with elixirs and spare weaponry on the fly. The whole war machine operated with terrifying efficiency under Yang Er's flawless command. Using an entire demigod-level military machine against a bunch of stray monkeys was definitely bringing a nuclear weapon to a knife fight. I kicked back to enjoy the show from a godlike perspective. The vanguard of the monkey army blundered straight into my Class C thousand-poison swamp. Corrosive vapors melted their flesh instantly, turning their advance into a bloody nightmare of screams. Patrol robots opened fire with relentless volleys of lead, chewing through the demonic horde in waves of flying blood and bone. Even when a few elite monkeys smashed the line, the automated defense didn't flinch. The surviving beasts finally reached the strange sea of flowers guarded by our queen bee defense structure. A relentless swarm of venomous bees blanketed the sky and dissolved the invaders down to nothing. In just one day, my first ever kingdom invasion was thoroughly crushed without breaking a sweat. My divine realm was safe, prosperous, and ready for whatever else the universe wanted to throw at it. Panic ripples through the invading monkey troops as endless waves of venomous bees relentlessly chew through their frontline fighters. My upgraded breeding grounds turn the sector into a lethal death trap, wiping out any foolish creature that dares to touch the soil. The invaders blunder straight into the ancient woods, completely unaware they are walking into a heavily fortified elven stronghold. A towering elven warrior steps from the shadows, blocking the trail with an absolute aura of murderous intent and cold dismissal. The monkey leaders freeze in sudden dread, realizing these independent guardians possess power far beyond normal divine pawns. Before they can retreat, a colossal foundation-building tree ant shatters the earth, sealing off any hope of escape. My entire army drops out of the sky to box them in, leaving the monkey general staring up in sheer, unadulterated disbelief. Yang delivers the execution order from the heavens, sealing the fate of every single trespasser trapped below. The elven commander kneels in fierce loyalty, accepting the divine mandate with a vow to slaughter every last enemy. A glowing arrow screeches across the battlefield, sparking a total massacre that leaves the forest floor stained crimson. Our fighters crash into their formation like a freight train, turning the whole forest into a meat grinder in seconds. Once the screaming stops, the logistics squads sweep in to strip the corpses and harvest every scrap of usable material. I drop 100,000 moonwells and sunsprings straight into the elven territory to supercharge their natural defenses. Reader, you do not want to mess with a forest that gets 100,000 energy drinks dumped into its soil at once. Spatial analysis locks onto the enemy's home turf, pulling their exact coordinates straight out of the lingering dimensional wake. They tried to raid my house with a 30% invasion force, which honestly ranks high on the list of terrible life choices. Why wait for them to knock twice when we can return the favor with interest and burn their kingdom to the ground? Lock onto their coordinates, march through the portal, and leave nothing behind. When the coordinate link is verified, hesitation goes out the window. Defense is a loser's game, and the best way to handle an intruder is to take the fight straight to their front door. With a single command, the entire Divine Legion vanishes through a tearing rift in space. They are teleported directly across the cosmos to hunt down their attacker. They emerge in a chaotic, wild divine kingdom, shrouded in thick, untamed mist. Towering stone trees and jagged peaks surround them, hiding troops of chattering monkeys. Peering through his scout's eyes, I instantly recognize the landscape. This is the exact domain of the demigod monkey from the school exam who handed me Spirit Peach Mountain. How did he find my coordinates? My advisor explains that a rare divine item can deduce a target's location using past contacts, school records, and prior realm visits. Fortunately, my realm is fortified with an island that heavily scrambles external tracking. Under normal circumstances, locking onto my coordinates should be practically impossible. The entire divine hierarchy is built like a brutal culling pen. Weaklings get weeded out layer by layer, proving this universe was never meant for peaceful development. No use overthinking a rigged game when the enemy is already at your doorstep. Pondering how he found me matters a lot less than wiping his entire domain off the map. Let's be real, the guy's forces were already half dead before this started. Between school exams and past beatdowns, his realm was already dangling on the edge of collapse. Deep in the enemy core, the ape god is having a full-blown existential crisis. He watches his flickering divine aura and realizes his hasty gamble has completely blown up in his face. Reader, he did not think this through. Discovering I had already broken through to demigod status sent him spiraling into a panic of pure, unadulterated regret. Meanwhile, my invasion force rolls through his outer defenses like a freight train. The hastily thrown together barricades shatter into dust before they can even mount a resistance. Unlike a standard land grab, Yang wastes no time mining resources or looting trash along the way. Every single soldier shares one clear, absolute objective: the enemy core. The enemy's pathetic attempts at defense are frankly embarrassing. Their scattered demon monkeys get swept aside before they can even organize a proper skirmish. So that weak assault on my domain was literally his final desperate Hail Mary. He really thought he could bully a junior deity and steal back his Peach Mountain. Turns out that clever little raid is going to cost him his entire existence. He gets the ultimate honor of being the very first alien demigod to fall by my blade. With the outcome already set in stone, I pull my consciousness back to reality. There is no need to babysit every single step when my vanguard handles things this efficiently. The march across his domain takes years in the spirit realm, but barely a couple of weeks back home. I'll just check in every now and then to watch the final curtain drop. Resting quietly in his domain, Yang Fan receives the sudden alert that his forces have reached the heart of the enemy territory. His consciousness projects across the void to look down upon a desperate tribe cornered at the edge of extinction. A handful of hastily cultivated fighters stand at the vanguard, backed by millions of terrified civilians desperately clinging to life. The opposing demigod manifests with a desperate plea on its lips, trying to bargain for its life with a hidden secret. Reader, he did not entertain the negotiation for even a second before giving the order to completely wipe them out. The disparity in power is absolute as his vanguard tears through the disorganized enemy forces like a hot knife through butter. No mercy is shown to adult warriors or frightened juveniles alike, as the entire region turns into a brutal slaughterhouse. Blood paints the mountains dark red while the pungent scent of carnage hangs heavily in the air. It is a merciless display of raw survival, where stopping to pity your enemy just gets you killed. He harbors no illusions about the brutal reality of this world, knowing fully that you either eat or get eaten. Driven to the edge of ruin, the enemy commander summons its final ounce of strength for a desperate parting strike. A colossal pillar of spiritual energy crashes downward, aimed straight at the advancing army below. With the enemy believers already slaughtered, that desperate attack crumbles to dust like fragile paper in his grip. He flashes across the sky and seizes the enemy by the neck, cutting off any remaining chance of escape. A loyal subordinate steps forward to hand over the glowing crystal core that anchors the enemy's entire divine domain. When the prisoner hesitates to speak, a squeeze on the foundation core sends excruciating pain through its entire consciousness. Faced with the imminent destruction of its realm, the broken commander finally cracks and spills the truth. It turns out an old rival named Luo Mingxuan supplied the coordinates and the deduction card behind the scenes. With one swift chop to the crown, Yang Fan obliterates the alien demigod's consciousness. The threat is neutralized in an instant, leaving only the glowing remains of a conquered realm behind. Yang urges an immediate land reclamation, but Yang Fan waves him off. Why waste time doing chores on site when he can haul the whole loot back home and absorb it in peace? With a thought, Yang Fan recalls his entire divine army back home. He clutches the purple crystal tightly, ready to swallow an entire world whole and expand his own borders. His divine sense surges outward like a tidal wave, piercing straight into the root of the foreign realm. Rules and patterns intersect, bridging the two divine kingdoms in a blinding flash. Without a single sound or warning, the alien kingdom tears itself apart from the inside out. Earthquakes level mountains and drain rivers, crushing every surviving creature without a chance to struggle. A massive, intact chunk of foreign land violently slams onto the edge of Yang Fan's domain. The borders lock together in a blinding flash, permanently expanding his territory by a massive margin. The area of the Divine Kingdom, 11 million square kilometers. This isn't just a matter of getting more square footage, folks. His entire soul solidifies, his perception sharpens, and his life level leaps toward a terrifyingly higher dimension. An intoxicating rush floods his veins from the rules of annexation. Reader, he is getting a taste for conquest, and the forbidden thrill of plundering other worlds is starting to hook him hard. He forces the dark craving down and replaces it with pure vengeance. Someone tried to murder him in that exam, and it is high time to send the security footage to the proper authorities. He packages the entire battle recording and ships it straight to the head of the Luo family. No explanations are attached, just the raw, bloody proof of an assassination attempt on his life. He's too busy chilling in Taichu City to handle family politics in person. Why get your own hands dirty when you can hand the evidence to a powerful patriarch and let him do the slaughtering for you? Back in Yang County, the Luo family manor is shrouded in a freezing, oppressive atmosphere. A hastily called midnight meeting has the elders staring at the floating projection in absolute shock. The footage plays out in vivid, horrifying detail, showing Yang fans' absolute dominance. Elder after elder watches the giant crush a demigod with bare hands, jaws dropping to the stone floor. Silence shatters as an elder leaps up, his voice cracking with disbelief. Less than 2 years since awakening, and the kid is already smashed through the demigod barrier like it's paper. Thousands of chi-refining soldiers and martial apprentice believers fill the screen, proving Yang Fan is dual cultivating at an insane scale. The elders realize they didn't just back a horse, they bought a dragon. They realize this isn't just a genius, it's a once-in-an-era golden ticket for the entire clan. And any little rat within the family who tried to sabotage this golden ticket is about to vanish. Inside the grand hall, the family elders are gasping for air as a wave of sheer disbelief and excitement leaves their veteran faces flushed red. They live in a cut-off corner of the world, making Yang Fan's explosive rocket ride to demigodhood in under 2 years utterly shattering to their worldview. While everyone is still drunk on the glory of his victory over an alien god, Luo Hai cuts through the noise with one single, chilling reminder. Every head snaps toward Luo Xuan and Rao Mingming, instantly locking a suffocating, murderous pressure directly onto the terrified couple. Luo Chengfeng's silhouette dissolves like smoke before materializing directly in front of them with murder in his eyes. Two blindingly fast, skull-rattling slaps crack through the chamber almost as one, reminding them just who runs this household. Flashing a desperate vow on his very divine kingdom, Luo Xuan swears absolute ignorance to save his own skin from total annihilation. Reader, he did not care about their alibis in the slightest, because survival in a powerhouse family has nothing to do with innocence. Luo Xuan's knees go weak as he finally grasps the bitter truth. This isn't about the facts anymore, it's entirely about appeasing a monster. Stripped of their communication tools and sealed inside their own divine realms, the couple are hauled off to cold isolation without a second glance. With the traitors cleared away, Luo Hai turns his attention to the real business: how to bribe our boy with enough loot to secure his loyalty. Greed instantly replaces caution as the elders trip over themselves to throw a massive pile of liquid divine points and rare assets at him. Realizing our boy isn't the type to burn bridges after striking it rich, the council unanimously agrees to invest heavily in his future. When a dragon starts to soar, everyone rushes to lift the tail, and the Luo family is more than happy to buy their way into his good graces. Luo Hai finalizes the hefty package with a swift decree, allocating a prime spiritual vein and 100,000 divinity points straight to his vault. Naturally, every elder in the room suddenly develops a burning desire to hand-deliver the loot and gawk at a peerless genius in person. Luo Chengfeng tries to pull rank as his actual grandfather, figuring he has the easiest excuse to make the legendary trip. Luo Hai shuts down the bickering with a wave of his hand, quietly locking in his own secret courier before dismissing the room. While other deities throw themselves into the bloodbath of the primordial battlefield, I prefer a much quieter approach. For an entire month, my world has been a sanctuary of absolute peace. Instead of hunting down rivals, I spent every waking second turning my divine kingdom's outer perimeter into an absolute nightmare of biological warfare. I expanded my queen bee breeding grounds by carving out 20 massive gardens dedicated entirely to cultivating mutated, hypertoxic flora for the swarm. At Yang Yi's urging, I leveled up our intelligence infrastructure by installing an elite-tier scanning monolith that locks onto spatial anomalies and energy shifts instantly. I also deployed 1,000 mini-nuclear interceptor jets, equipped with high-frequency lasers, ready to blast any trespasser out of the sky before they touch the ground. With millions of divinity points burned through, my realm has officially evolved from a resource stash into a heavily armed fortress that would make veteran demigods weep. If my competitors knew I spent a small nation's GDP purely on defensive landscaping instead of direct combat units, They would literally vomit blood from pure envy. Pulling up my master status sheet, the sheer scale of my accumulated assets is enough to make anyone dizzy. My realm now spans 11 million square kilometers, backed by an sss-level evolutionary boost operating at a hundredfold speed multiplier. From billions of mortal followers and high-tier fighters to specialized alchemists and ancient elf populations, my workforce is an absolute powerhouse. We are drowning in wealth, pulling in staggering monthly profits of 200 million divinity points just from high-end fishing and luxury wine exports. Spirit stones and sacred dew flow so abundantly through our veins that even my chi-refining believers treat them like ordinary tap water. Hovering above the clouds, I can sense the ambient spiritual pressure thickening as my top disciples push right against the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. Watching them break through tickles that dark, addictive itch at the back of my mind, the urge to march out and devour another alien god kingdom. Ah, reader, he did not think this through. That sudden rush of stolen power is a drug, and chasing it blindly is how ambitious gods meet a very messy end. I forced the temptation down, remembering that my true superpower isn't reckless gambling, it's outliving everyone else through sheer, relentless patience. Expansion is a marathon, not a sprint, and security is the only thing you cannot afford to gamble away. Until my believers officially break through into the next tier of power, I am more than content to sit tight and let my fortress do the talking. I've been grinding away in my study, and the picture of what a true demigod needs is finally crystal clear. Forget reckless gambles. Safety and absolute overwhelming force are my game. Right in the middle of my strategizing, a notification pops up on my personal terminal. It's a message from someone I haven't seen in a hot minute, Luo Bing. She tells me she's hanging out on a tourist ship parked right outside the legendary Primordial City. Her tone is stiff as a board, clearly hiding a mountain of pride. I shoot a quick message over to my official guide to check the visitor policy. Turns out, normal folks can't just stroll into this metropolis without a massive security clearance. Millions of dreamers cross star systems just to stand on these massive sightseeing vessels. They fork over life savings just to catch a blurry glimpse of a legendary human stronghold. Inside the ship, the observation decks are overflowing with proud academies and puffed-up prodigies. Everyone's busy soaking in the view and pretending they own the cosmos. Over in a quiet corner, Luo Bing stares at the unreachable city walls with a look of profound defeat. Reader, she did not look like she was having a good time. She's replaying the video her dad sent her over and over, agonizing over the impossible gap. The guy she used to look down on has left her choking in his dust. Naturally, some polished peacock decides this is his moment to shine and saunters over to chat her up. Bold move. Let's see how that works out for him. She doesn't even bother looking at him, freezing the poor sap dead in his tracks with a single icy brush-off. Ouch, right in the ego. The dude's smile shatters into a million pieces under the weight of public humiliation. He beats a hasty retreat before his pride completely implodes. His buddies immediately swarm him like a pack of hyenas, roasting his 0% success rate. Apparently, missing your shot makes you prime comedy material. They start trashing Luo Bing's attitude, whining that a true high society lady should never be so blunt. Apparently, rudeness is only cool when they do it. Meanwhile, back inside the city, my courtyard gates swing wide open for my personal handler. The moment she lays eyes on me, she freezes dead in her tracks. She takes one look at my aura, and her brain basically short-circuits. Breaking through to a demigod in your freshman year? Yeah, that tends to break people's brains. She recovers fast, pivoting straight into hyper-loyal retainer mode because my stock just skyrocketed to the moon. A rising tide lifts all boats, especially the ones getting paid to guard me. I casually brush off the breakthrough like it was a minor Tuesday morning errand. Time to go deal with family matters outside the atmosphere. My guide pulls strings faster than you can blink, deploying a heavily armed military transport. We punch right through the perimeter and head straight for the tourist trap. Tourists aboard a sleek, sightseeing ship chat idly while enjoying the stunning cosmic vistas, completely unaware that a sudden disturbance in reality is about to ruin their peaceful voyage. Without a sound or warning, an enormous warship 4 times the size of the cruise liner drops straight out of a spatial tear, instantly freezing every single person on board with sheer terror. Whispers ripple through the panicked crowd as a knowledgeable passenger identifies the gargantuan vessel as the exclusive transport of an elite primordial city prodigy. He warns his peers about a time his own brother got hospitalized for a whole month just for accidentally bumping into one of these untouchable monsters in the past. The heavy airlock of the colossal dreadnought finally hisses open, and Tang Yue steps out into the void, her overwhelming third-tier deity aura pressing down like a physical anvil. A jittery demigod crew member rushes forward to bow submissively, but she ignores him entirely, scanning the area to make sure her master's arrival is completely secure. Yang Fan emerges right behind her, his sharp gaze instantly cutting across the open space to lock onto a familiar face standing alone in the corner of the cruise ship. Now flexing the terrifying might of a demigod, he launches himself off the warship and soars gracefully across the void to land directly on the sightseeing deck. He strides right up to Luo Bing, apologizing for the slight transit delay and leaving the surrounding tourists utterly dumbfounded that a powerhouse would move mountains just for a woman. In full view of the slack-jawed crowd, he casually pulls her close by the waist, and reader, she didn't even push him away. Vanity looks good on everyone. The massive dreadnought swallows them up and blinks out of existence through another spatial distortion, leaving the remaining tourists to pick their jaws up off the floor. Back on the cruise, the terrified young man wipes cold sweat from his neck, thanking his lucky stars he didn't run his mouth at the wrong person today. The warship reappears over Starry Night Resort, a decadent pleasure planet glowing with neon oceans, towering futuristic spires, and an overwhelming atmosphere of absolute luxury. Tang Yue leads the pair straight to the absolute pinnacle of luxury, a sprawling presidential suite on the top floor of the resort's premier royal hotel. The suite is a masterclass in romance, complete with soft crimson mood lighting, a massive velvet bed, and a couple of crystal glasses waiting by chilled wine. Yang Fan pulls her into a tight embrace as the door clicks shut, brushing aside her weak protests about having things to do with a casual remark about tomorrow. The next morning tells a tale of two states. Luo Bing glares at him with mild exhaustion and lingering resentment, while Yang Fan stretches like a cat, quietly praising demigod stamina. Dressed and focused, the pair strap into high-tech neural headsets to bridge their minds into the virtual world and finally deal with the worm who leaked his divine coordinates. Staring straight at death, Luo Mingxuan drops all hysteria and displays an eerie, bone-chilling calm. He knows his grand conspiracy is completely exposed, and his grand path to glory is utterly shattered. The moment word arrives that Yang Fan massacred an alien god, every scrap of his desperate hope evaporates into thin air. With zero hesitation, a razor-thin beam of divine execution streaks down from reality. There is no dramatic last stand, no desperate roar, just his physical form quietly erasing into dust from top to bottom. It turns out you do not need to breach a god's kingdom when erasing their meat suit in reality works just fine. Back in the physical world, Luo Bing pivots immediately to business and asks what execution awaits the traitor's parents. She assures him the clan will fully cooperate with whatever petty vengeance he fancies. Instead of demanding blood, Yang Fan grills her on whether the two elders were actually dirty with the plot. Reader, he is playing four-dimensional chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Luo Bing looks him dead in the eye without a flinch, swearing on her honor that the parents are completely innocent. Yang Fan weighs the hidden risks, knowing the clan values true deities far more than dead weight. Deciding that squashing two innocent gods isn't worth the political headache, he lets the matter drop entirely. He prefers living safely under a high-tier protector in Taichu City over picking pointless fights. Sensing the tension break, Luo Bing drops the real bombshell the family sent along, a massive bribe of 100,000 points and an elite resource building. Even immortal gods would salivate over an A-grade spiritual vein, making this less an investment and more a desperate gamble. The clan is practically throwing their entire future at his feet to buy his favor. Yang Fan casually splits the legendary resource in half, handing the entire spiritual vein straight to Luo Bing. She stares at him like he has completely lost his mind, because giving away an A-grade asset is pure insanity. He proceeds to hand out 40,000 points to her, another 40 to Luo Ro, and 10,000 to each parent. That is enough liquid wealth to fund a small army, and he is just tossing it out like loose change. Realizing the sheer scale of his generosity, the aloof beauty feels her carefully guarded walls instantly crumble. She bites her lip hard, completely overwhelmed by a man who spoils her this ridiculously. Throwing school completely out the window, she begs to stay by his side for another whole month. That awkward arranged marriage angle? Yeah, completely cured by a mountain of cash. Yang Fan realizes that buying off his girlfriend with spare change is a surprisingly effective strategy for marital bliss. With no urgent threats on the horizon, he decides a luxury vacation is precisely what he ordered. Meanwhile, back in Yang County, the dust settles as Luo Xuan and Rao Mingming step back into their quiet home. The prison sentence is over, but the atmosphere inside is as heavy as lead. To his wife's absolute shock, Luo Xuan lets out a massive sigh of relief and declares their traitorous son got precisely what he deserved. Apparently, losing a kid stings less when you realize you can always breed a replacement. Luo Xuan preaches that among immortals, familial bonds are just variables on a spreadsheet compared to the divine kingdom's growth. Cold, calculating, and utterly shameless. A true masterclass in sociopathic parenting. Figuring they might as well cozy up to the monster who murdered their flesh and blood, they set their sights on buttering up his parents. Because nothing says, we're family, quite like cozying up to the guy who atomized your firstborn. A month has vanished in the blink of an eye since Yang Fan locked himself away in luxury, leaving his stern companion utterly baffled by his apparent laziness. While rival geniuses break their backs grinding for power, our boy here spent 30 days straight treating a five-star luxury hotel like his personal playground. Poor Tang Yue nearly pulled her hair out watching him burn a whole month of precious primordial city time on pure relaxation. She tried hinting that he was sabotaging his future, but he just smiled and ignored her every single time. Back at his private courtyard, business resumes instantly as a cascade of massive supply requisitions pops up inside his mind. Of course, he doesn't need to pore over boring spreadsheets or crunch numbers himself. He just approves every single expensive purchase without blinking an eye, letting his loyal subordinate manage the divine realm the old-fashioned way. After all, why micromanage when your cheat code multiplies every single investment 100-fold? Thanks to that insane multiplier, his believers are living better than actual gods in the outside world, gorging on priceless pills and dragon meat daily. The sheer living standard of his mortal followers would make ancient demigods weep with sheer jealousy. The spending spree doesn't stop at food, as more requests flood in for 50 brand new martial arts arenas and specialized mental gravity towers. Every single coin he pumps into his realm instantly transforms into raw, tangible muscle and steel. Another month flies by in a flash before an unexpected ping pulls him out of his trance with a set of coordinates from Luo Changfeng. He throws on his VR helmet and drops straight into a high-end virtual hospital wing. He materializes inside a pristine medical suite to find Luo Changfeng grinning ear to ear, while Luo Ro rests against the pillows with a healthy, exhausted glow. The older generation stands nearby, radiating pure, unfiltered joy. Right there beside the mattress rests a tiny bundle wrapped in silk, sleeping soundly without a single clue about the apocalyptic chaos of the universe. Yang Fan blinks in absolute shock at the sudden arrival. Turns out the kid arrived a little earlier than expected, and everyone had been waiting patiently for the big man to finally show up. He gently tells Luo Ru she's worked hard, earning himself an immediate demand for payback. She lifts her chin and tells him he's earned the right to pick out the kid's name, adding a shocking twist about the family lineage. Reader, he did not see that coming. Luo Chengfeng casually mentions that the child will take Yang Fan's surname instead of the Luo name, proving the family went out of their way to ensure he felt respected. With that little bombshell dropped, the elders wisely clear out to give the new parents some privacy. Left alone in the sunlit room, Luo Ro nudges him again to come up with a proper moniker for their newborn daughter. Yang Fan stares at the ceiling for a solid 2 seconds to summon his absolute creative peak. Without missing a beat, he pitches the name Yang San with all the artistic passion of a brick wall. Luo Ro stares at him for a long, painful moment, her facial expression screaming pure regret. Naturally, she rejects his legendary naming skills on the spot and takes matters into her own capable hands. She decides on the lovely name Yang Chengro, earning an instant nod of approval from the exhausted father. Luo Mo then brings up the massive stash of divinity points he handed her earlier, confessing she barely burned through a fraction of them. She tries to hand the surplus back so he can fund his own expensive adventures in the city. Yang Fan just gently pats her head and refuses, telling her to focus entirely on her own breakthrough to demigod and godhood status. After all, he's planning on keeping her around for the rest of eternity. With her heart thoroughly warmed, Luo Ro accepts his wishes with a quiet, contented smile as the little family shares a genuinely peaceful moment together. Who needs stress when you've got infinite resources and a growing dynasty? Snapping back to reality from the virtual realm, I instantly feel a seismic shift ripple through my body. The very fabric of my divine kingdom has undergone a massive evolution. A massive surge of divine power sweeps through my core, breaking past old limitations as a brand new realm of strength finally unlocks. Months of careful planning and resource management have multiplied my overall combat power several times over, turning my divine realm into an absolute powerhouse. Just as I'm preparing to test my new limits, my wristwatch suddenly lights up with a group message from the crew. Sima Bang is treating everyone at a high-end restaurant to celebrate his fresh breakthrough into the demigod ranks, and backing out isn't an option. Sima Bang sits at the center of the table, looking unbearably smug, basking in the glory of his new rank while ordering food for the whole room. Ye Jianfeng sits nearby with his usual polished composure, but the moment I step through the doorway, his polite smile vanishes entirely. Wen Yu Shui sits quietly in the corner, her posture tense and defeated as she struggles with the bitter realization of being left behind by her peers. I slide into an empty seat near the back and play it cool, though my natural aura is already too heavy for a regular demigod to completely mask. Ye Jianfeng stares at me with visible doubt in his eyes, clearly sensing that my cultivation level defies all standard logic for a fresh breakthrough. The conversation quickly shifts to casual bragging about scores and rankings on the harsh primordial battlefield. Sima Bang openly admits his followers barely scraped past the 2 million mark before getting wiped out by the relentless monster waves. Ye Jianfeng casually reveals he cleared nearly 2 million hostile entities, proving just why his S-level talent is feared across the academy. When they turn to ask about my numbers, I casually admit I haven't even logged into the battlefield yet. Sima Bang loses his mind, slamming his fist on the table and demanding I strap into a virtual rig immediately to see what I'm made of. Before I can even come up with an excuse, a waiter rushes in carrying a standard issue virtual reality diving helmet. Cornered by my overly enthusiastic friends, I finally sigh, take the helmet, and slide it over my face. My consciousness tunnels through the digital pipeline, locking onto the familiar spatial coordinates of the brutal primordial battlefield. Space shudders as a colossal legion materializes across the primordial battlefield in a blinding flash. Millions of believers flood the desolate expanse, their combined aura creating a crushing weight that bends the very air around them. At a sharp command from Yang the massive army moves as a single organism to occupy precise positions. Every soldier scrambles into place, laying the groundwork for a devastating military formation. Black and red energy surges from the earth, weaving together into a terrifying sea-level array. A towering phantom resembling an underworld judge manifests overhead, radiating an aura of absolute authority and doom. Watching from above, Yang Fan feels a mix of awe and skepticism at the sheer scale of the array. He wonders just how long this intricate formation can hold out against the impending storm. The ground trembles as a torrential wave of alien beasts charges blindly into the defensive perimeter. Before they even make contact, an invisible wall of pure energy obliterates the front lines into bloody dust. With a crisp order, the shadowy entity above brings down a crushing wave of retribution. Vast swarms of alien monsters are flattened into the dirt, wiped out before they can even register the threat. Stronger alien fighters finally enter the fray, surging forward with deadly momentum. The formation instantly responds, unleashing vicious crimson blades that carve thousands of elite warriors into pieces. As the brutal meat grinder stretches past a quarter of an hour, Yang Fan's expression turns dead serious. His troops are lasting far longer than he ever dared to imagine possible. 10 hulking Foundation establishment generals slam onto the field, leading a tidal wave of over 200 million screeching aliens. The sheer weight of numbers finally threatens to overwhelm the defensive lines. Cracks spiderweb across the massive array as the relentless enemy onslaught takes its toll. Yang barks out frantic reassignments, desperately trying to plug the widening gaps in the defense. Yang Fan watches the chaos unfold without a word, knowing his artificial commander has reached its absolute limit. Advanced intelligence is built for gathering resources, not orchestrating massive bloodbaths. After a grueling defense, the grand formation finally collapses into nothingness under the immense strain. Hordes of ravenous beasts flood through the ruined lines, tearing through the remaining believers. Assessment complete. Student, Yang Fan. Identity, Demigod. Divine Kingdom talent, tenfold time sequence. School ranking, 890,000. The cold synthetic voice of the system abruptly cuts out mid-sentence, replaced by an unexpected warmth that ripples through the air. An aged, deeply resonant voice echoes straight into Yang Fan's consciousness, carrying genuine emotion that catches him completely off guard. Realizing a powerful deity has just bypassed the system's authority, Yang Fan suppresses his shock and offers a deep, respectful bow to the empty air. Elder Gu introduces himself as a board member of Taichu Academy, appraising the young demigod with clear approval in his gaze. With an S-class talent and a 10 times time multiplier, Yang Fan has officially landed on the Academy's radar as a peerless prodigy. As the formidable elder lays out his assessment, he points out that my success came down to sheer mastery over a formation rather than raw combat talent. Instead of dismissing me, the senior offers 3 massive incentives to bring me into his prestigious inner circle. He promises vast riches, a private secret realm, and centuries of exclusive resource rights if I just pledge loyalty to his bloodline. Reader, he did not think this through. 3 seconds of free thinking, and I already valued my personal freedom over being a pampered pet for aristocrats. When I politely decline the family invitation and opt for a high-tier resource building instead, the powerful aristocrat is utterly baffled. Convinced that my remote upbringing has left me utterly blind to real power, he writes off my choice as foolish stubbornness. He grants the reward without further argument, transferring a legendary piece of divine infrastructure straight into my possession. Before leaving, the veteran commander casually points out that my army's strategy was an absolute mess of wasted potential. He suggests taking direct control of my troops next time, instead of relying purely on automated systems, completely unaware I'm just a lazy spectator. I snap back to reality and yank off my dive helmet, returning to the bustling private dining room. My obnoxious tablemate immediately leans over, ready to mock my final score and gloat about his own expected dominance. The moment his eyes catch the digits on the display, every single word dies in his throat. 890,000 score registered. He violently rubs his eyes, convinced his retinas are betraying him or the machine has finally broken down. The other 2 companions check their own devices in unison, plunging the entire room into a dead, suffocating silence. A second later, a violent table-shattering slam breaks the quiet as he rockets straight out of his seat. All traces of haughty, noble arrogance vanish instantly, replaced by sheer, unfiltered panic and hero worship. Just like that, I've gate-crashed the top million, and my arrogant peers are suddenly treating me like their long-lost best friend. Ye Jianfeng watches me with absolute gravity, realizing my actual combat strength completely shatters his previous expectations and leaves him stunned. Beside us, Wen Yushui keeps her head lowered in heavy silence, acutely aware of the crushing distance that now separates our statuses. Ye Jianfeng finally breaks the tension by raising his glass in formal tribute, openly acknowledging my terrifying growth rate as a human prodigy. Sima Bang immediately leaps up to salvage the mood, shoving another cup into my hand and declaring we are brothers through and through. We clink our glasses and drain the alcohol in one fast gulp, instantly reviving the lively atmosphere of the room. Back in his seat, Sima Bang stuffs his face while casually plotting our next big move in this cutthroat city. When he casually brings up launching a joint Divine Kingdom war, my ears perk up instantly at the tactical possibilities. Sima Bang nearly spits out his food in pure shock, waving his hands wildly to shut down my suicidal enthusiasm. He reminds me that the school keeps monstrous alien demigods caged up for senior elites, and fighting them solo is a one-way ticket to the morgue. I let out a quiet sigh of relief, genuinely glad my past paranoia kept me from rushing into that particular meat grinder. Ye Jianfeng steps in to clarify how ordinary demigods actually source their divine kingdom targets through official channels. The military virtual network provides thoroughly vetted coordinates with complete hazard ratings, offering a relatively safe path for ambitious soldiers. When he mentions the commercial mall as a second source, I stare blankly because I honestly had no idea you could buy coordinates. Sima Bang cracks up, explaining that my automated resource allocation left me completely ignorant of the black market trading scene. Ye Jianfeng explains that scouting scouts find these hidden realms, but the prices are absurd because everyone is after the core. Absorbing an opponent's core expands your own territory permanently, making it the ultimate investment for an immortal lifespan. When I ask if exploring believers might accidentally stumble into true gods, my companions look at me like I just grew a second head. Sima Bang facepalms and explains that cosmic rules strictly separate demigods from true deities to keep the universe from collapsing into total ruin. Learning about the terrifying price gods paid across realms makes Yang Fan realize how fragile his current safety really is. Sima dismisses his concerns, claiming alien targets rarely waste effort on low-tier demigods like them. But Yang Fan knows better, resolving that staying hidden and surviving long-term is far smarter than chasing empty glory. He pivots the conversation to ask whether expanding believers will eventually run into rival human demigods. Sima explains that races matter little in the wider cosmos, and while most humans share basic courtesy, total trust is foolish. He warns that straying too close to strangers can get a divine kingdom's core devoured before the Federation can even blink. With dinner over, Sima casually drops his plans to launch offensive invasions against alien territories by his second year. Ye Jianfeng readily agrees, noting that teaming up will drastically cut down the risks involved in cross-realm warfare. While they hatch a cooperative strategy to split costs and risks, Yang Fan keeps his own counsel. With his hundredfold time acceleration, cooperating with others would only share his unmatched advantages and leak his secrets. He decides right then to politely flake on every single group project they throw his way. Back in his quarters, he immediately commands his personal interface to pull up intel on the divine weapon forging platform. The specs drop on his wrist screen, detailing an S-grade architectural wonder fueled by primordial fire and spiritual rules. It boasts millions of automated casting chambers capable of arming hundreds of billions of soldiers without breaking a sweat. Realizing the true weight of Gu Yuan's gift, he wastes no time and initiates the loading sequence. The spatial fabric warps as the colossal forging platform begins to materialize over the expanded territory. Countless ancient runes click together inside the framework, waking up a system designed for endless warfare. The legendary Heaven and Earth furnace ignites, sending a blistering wave of heat rolling across the entire divine realm. My consciousness hangs high above my divine kingdom, feeling the immediate surge in temperature. That newly placed forge is radiating enough heat to start cooking my entire ecosystem from the inside out. Ordinary believers are already struggling to breathe as the sweltering air bakes the ground. If I don't fix this climate nightmare right now, my whole population is going to suffer. Luckily, my trusty high-level intelligence chimes in with a solid countermeasure. She suggests investing in 1,000 high-grade defensive towers to flood the territory with chilling frost. I instantly approve the 30,000 divine point expenditure without blinking an eye. That price tag would empty any normal demigod's vault, but for me, it's just pocket change. Next up comes the heavy industry upgrade, complete with automated mining rogues linked directly to 10 massive mineral veins. We are ramping up production to an industrial scale. The automated setup takes raw stone, sorts it, cuts it, and feeds it straight into the roaring fires without a moment's rest. C-grade weapons are rolling off the assembly line non-stop. In this brutal era, most gods treat low-tier weapons like prized heirlooms they hoard for years. Meanwhile, I'm mass-producing them like disposable toothpicks for my believers. It hits me that while my believers' raw power has skyrocketed, their combat gear was lagging dangerously behind. You can't just rely on realm cultivation when a fully kitted warrior can steamroll you. Since taking out that massive loan, I've poured everything into expansion, totally neglecting military logistics. Reader, he realized his army was stark naked in the equipment department. War-type high-level intelligent life form, Tier 4. Price, 10,000 divinity points. This specialized intelligence unit is built purely for brutal battlefield management. It runs complex simulations, allocates firepower, and corrects tactical errors in real time. At 10,000 points, it's 100 times more expensive than my previous assistant. But when you're sitting on a mountain of wealth, you don't haggle over the good stuff. The moment I give the order, a brilliant red orb of light manifests inside the divine kingdom. It lacks a physical body, but its tactical mind is razor sharp. The glowing entity speaks up, asking me to forge its appearance, set its personality, and give it a proper name. Time to add another manager to the corporate ladder. I picture a battle-hardened commander with an uncompromising, warlike demeanor. A man who won't hesitate to grind our enemies into dust. With a crisp salute, my brand new war intelligence locks into the network. Welcome to the team, Yang-san. Let's go conquer some multiverses. Having learned his lesson from summoning an adorable chibi war general, our protagonist ensures his next creation cuts a much more intimidating figure. Out of the shrinking light steps a sharp-eyed, middle-aged veteran wrapped in heavy combat armor, radiating a thick, suffocating aura of bloodshed. Leaving his hardened warrior to train up his troops, our mastermind drops his consciousness straight into the virtual tradie hub. He searches for alien divine kingdom coordinates, pulling up a sleek database filled with competing corporate service providers. A cold and motionless synthesized voice greets him, projecting four distinct classification tiers of target realms onto a radiant display. The high-risk option features a monstrous sea serpent realm, boasting brutal defenses but coming with a terrifyingly low survival rate. Next up is the dangerous tier, swarming with armored black beetle entities, locked down by stable troop sizes and solid defensive grids. The normal tier showcases rock spirit defenders with straightforward combat structures, built for standard kingdom-clashing action. Finally, the safe tier highlights a goblin territory with thoroughly scouted defenses and predictable profit margins for fresh demigods. Reader, he nearly choked when he saw the price tags on these coordinates, because they cost an absolute fortune. Even with an absurd monthly output of 200 million divine points, bleeding tens of millions for a single map is highway robbery. Realizing that standard demigods would go bankrupt 100 times over just to afford a peek at these prices, he decides to walk away. He closes the shop interface without buying a thing, knowing that rushing into foreign territory with green troops is just asking to get ambushed. Safety is always priority number one when you have evolutionary hacks, so building up believer strength comes first. 4 days pass in the blink of an eye as 1,000 newly minted blacksmiths successfully churn out top-tier gear. Meanwhile, deep inside the Elven territory, a surge of pure life energy gives birth to 3 brand new fountains of life. The Elven commander immediately slaps a strict restriction on the healing waters, reserving the precious fluid strictly for elite troops. With a bank account big enough to buy whatever potions he wants, he lets his believers keep the magic spring water while he splashes cash on upgrades. 3 silent months drift by in the blink of an eye, and my evolutionary talent continues to pump pure power straight into my veins every single second. My divine kingdom has ballooned by 9,000 years of history, housing over 3 million chi-refining believers and a growing core of foundation establishment elites. Pulling up my domain stats, the sheer scale of my population, billions of life forms spanning every imaginable tier, is starting to look like a walking empire. Sure, I pulled in a cool 600 million points over the quarter, but my working capital barely nudged because I am funneling every cent right back into my people. I'm keeping my believers hopped up on unlimited spirit stones and top-tier pills with zero restraints, treating them like professional athletes on a bottomless budget. Most gods run a tight, miserable budget to keep things balanced, but my kingdom is an absolute anomaly of reckless, unstoppable overinvestment. At this rate, my jaw-dropping income is barely keeping pace with their insatiable hunger for cultivation resources. But honestly, reader, I do not care. I'm essentially trading mountains of liquid cash for raw, condensed time, and time is the one luxury I've got plenty of to spare. My daily point generation has officially crossed the threshold required to ascend, meaning the baseline rules of demigodhood no longer apply to me. To break through for real, I need to launch a full-scale divine war, devour another god's core, and push my domain past 100 million square kilometers. With everything locked and loaded, I dive back into the virtual hub and drop 10 million points on a verified, security-level divine kingdom coordinate. My consciousness snaps back into the divine realm just in time to witness 100 million believers locked in the devastating 10 Kings of Hell formation. 1,000 elite cultivators anchor the core eye of the storm, while millions of chi-refining troops pulse their spiritual energy in terrifying unison. Yang San materializes before me in a flash, saluting crisply and reporting that 500 million troops are fully reorganized and straining at the leash. Every single soldier in the vanguard is decked out in custom Grade B and Grade C armaments, straight from my forge, turning them into absolute walking tanks. I blink in surprise, asking why he's only deploying a fraction of our total fighting force into enemy territory. Yang San explains that a smart conqueror doesn't throw the entire population into a meat grinder, because you always need a stable domestic base to sustain the war machine. With the home front secured and 1/5 of our terrifying forces primed for slaughter, the stage is set to carve our bloody path across the stars. With a casual snap of his fingers, a radiant window of light materializes right in front of me, laying out the fresh coordinates for our next big conquest. Yang San locks eyes with the glowing target data, his gaze instantly igniting with a sharp, aggressive hunger for battle. At a single raised hand, 500 million battle-ready followers snap into an ironclad formation, flooding the space like an unstoppable human tide. Space warps and fractures as the entire army vanishes in a blinding flash of light, plunging headfirst into an uncharted alien realm. While my troops march into the meat grinder, I'm kicked back in my chair enjoying a fine fruit and a cup of rare wine. Yang Yi steps up with cold efficiency, requesting an elite breeding card right out of the gate to prepare for inevitable frontline casualties. Not to be outdone, Yang chimes in with a request to send 10 million secondary believers in behind the vanguard to strip mine the territory. With my three generals handling supply, logistics, and slaughter, my only real job is watching the live stream through our mental link. We pop out inside the Goblin Realm, and let me tell you, this place is a total dump with the spiritual energy of a dusty basement. The resident goblin demigod materializes a shaky phantom overhead, eyes wide with sheer terror as he realizes what just landed on his lawn. He tries to bluff his way out of a beating, threatening to erase his coordinates and demanding to speak to the god pulling the strings. Yang San gives him a look like he just stepped in something unpleasant, flatly refusing to grant a low-tier nobody an audience with our master. That's all the cue our forces need, as 500 million fanatical soldiers move as one entity and summon a crushing wave of dark underworld energy. 5 colossal projections of the underworld judges tear open the sky, raining down a mountain of crushing, suffocating pressure. Realizing he's entirely outmatched, the goblin scrambles to drop names, swearing up and down that he has powerful friends who will avenge him. Reader, he did not have powerful friends. People sitting on a pile of garbage don't get invited to elite parties. I give the order to wipe the board clean, because anyone who actually has backup doesn't waste time begging for mercy. Yang San drops his arm like a guillotine, bringing 5 giant kings of hell crashing down to smash the goblin's pathetic resistance into dust. Cornered in his own domain, the alien demigod lets out a furious roar before broadcasting an absolute survival decree across his entire realm. Every single believer is instantly dragged into total war, with reproduction forced to maximum output and production entirely halted for battle prep. He realizes his military can't win a head-on clash, deciding to heavily fortify his borders and drag the invader into a brutal war of attrition. Yang San pushes his invasion force forward, only to find the enemy has turned the entire terrain into a treacherous, corrosive nightmare. Countless low-tier defensive structures blanket the earth, creating a suffocating maze that slows the human advance to a crawl. Ambush squads launch relentless hit-and-run attacks from the shadows, chipping away at precious military supplies with relentless poison and crude traps. Though annoying, these tactics crumble against absolute power because the human believers effortlessly lock into advanced combat formations. Whenever an ambush gets out of hand, the heavy rear reinforcements roll in and completely wipe out the opposing squad without mercy. 10 grueling years pass in a flash of constant skirmishes, racking up a staggering cumulative loss of 200 million believers on the front lines. Reader, he didn't even blink at those casualties because his home domain grew for 1,000 years and easily replaced every single fallen soldier. Despite the endless reinforcements, the fierce resistance means Yang San has barely crossed half the distance to the enemy core in a full decade. Watching this brutal grind finally makes him understand why civilizations in the real world rely so heavily on alliances and corporate coalitions. Without his game-breaking evolution talent, bleeding millions of troops would have forced him to retreat long ago, but he's playing a different game entirely. Meanwhile, the Goblin demigod is having a total meltdown in his war room after watching 700 million of his troops vanish with zero effect. Realizing his realm is doomed, he abandons his divine kingdom entirely and projects his consciousness far across the stars to save his own skin. Thousands of light years away, an alien city thrives in a barbaric starfield, filled with wild architecture and vine-woven streets. The air reeks of alcohol and raw, primal energy as barbaric residents scream, argue, and celebrate their chaotic daily existence. Unbothered by basic civilized order, goblin creatures openly breed right out in the open streets, radiating a stubborn, primal will to survive. High above the city center, Haguru stands among colossal canopy towers, his expression heavy with exhaustion from a relentless invasion. Seeking a way out of his nightmare, he pays a visit to his childhood friend Girus, hoping to secure some much-needed military backup. Reader, he did not think this through, Jiris flat out refuses to help, claiming his own borders are tied up in a completely separate divine war. He tells his so-called friend to go back and deal with the remaining 100 million invaders himself, practically showing him the door without a second thought. Left with zero options, Haguru swallows his pride and drops a massive bribe, offering 2 entire B-grade breeding towers just for a single favor. Geras doesn't even blink an eye at the offer, letting his desperate buddy walk out into the cold while he goes right back to partying. Realizing just how desperate Haguru really is, the greedy bastard plots to exploit his weakness instead of lifting a finger to help. Instead of sending troops, he sends a lowball trade message, offering a 10% markup on the breeding towers, hoping to squeeze every last drop out of him. When the insulting message pops up on his screen, Haguru lets out a bitter laugh and decides he'd rather burn everything than let his friend profit. He instantly dumps the structures onto the public market at a premium price, cashing out a cool 120 divine points in a matter of seconds. With a massive pile of fresh currency at his disposal, he funnels every single point straight into upgrading his kingdom's core defensive grid. He pulls his entire remaining army back to the inner sanctum, turning the final stronghold into an absolute meat grinder of traps and barriers. Years of hard work ruined in a flash. He quietly resolves to sell himself out to a major family just to survive this catastrophic disaster. Meanwhile, Yang San's massive invasion force finally reaches the outer perimeter of the enemy's final core stronghold. The entire approach is an absolute nightmare of overlapping defenses, twisted tree barriers, and toxic swampland designed to swallow an army whole. Even the battle-hardened commander pauses, realizing a direct frontal assault would result in devastating casualties for their forces. Reaching out through his consciousness, Yang Fan consults with his top tactician to find a safer way to crack the enemy's final bastion. Following professional advice, he calls in a massive wave of reinforcements and deploys a specialized elf corps to systematically pick off the enemy archers. A towering phantom coalesces over the alien divine kingdom, its silhouette trembling with bitter resentment. Haguru projects his consciousness into the sky, staring at the invader with a murderous intensity. Standing shoulder to shoulder in the ethereal expanse, Yang Fan meets his fury with cold, unyielding confidence. With a casual snap of his fingers, 500 million reinforcements flood the dimensional rift in an unstoppable tidal wave. 100,000 elite elves draw their bows in perfect unison, casting a deadly shadow over the fortifications below. 10 ghostly hell formations erupt across the vanguard, blanketing the war zone in a suffocating shroud of death. A devastating volley of elven arrows sweeps the ramparts clean, instantly shattering the enemy's long-range defense. Guided by cold, military precision, the vanguard cuts through toxic mists and obliterates every defensive tower in sight. From the skies above, the commander orchestrates the assault like a ruthless grandmaster moving pieces on a board. The alien stronghold crumbles, piece by piece, its defenses swept away by an overwhelming torrent of sheer firepower. As his followers are slaughtered by the millions, Haguru watches his hard-earned empire wither into nothingness. After months of brutal attrition, the final line falls, leaving only the helpless and the broken inside the core sanctum. The campaign concludes with the surrender of the Divine Core, handed over like a trophy to its new owner. Yang Fan inspects the glowing relic before turning his gaze to the ruined deity who dared stand in his path. Instead of begging for mercy, the old god simply laughs at the harsh irony of a life spent in careful caution. With a casual flick of a wrist, the final traces of resistance are erased from existence, leaving only empty air. Plans are immediately drawn to systematically strip mine every ounce of leftover value from the newly claimed territory. In this endless game of predator and prey, the defeated become fuel, and the hunter marches on to the next conquest. Fresh off a massive Divine Realm clash, Yang San stands at attention to report a staggering casualty count of nearly 1 billion believers. Instead of flying into a rage, I brush off the heavy losses because I watched the whole thing and knew his battlefield tactics were spot on. The loyal commander isn't satisfied yet, pointing out that our current offensive strategies lack the versatility needed for guerrilla warfare. He argues that fast-breeding enemy races can easily stall us out, meaning we need a better way to cripple their overall military growth. His bright idea? Round up our own low-aptitude believers and convert them into an expendable zombie horde for future invasions. Before I can even process this horrifying HR nightmare, my resource manager snaps into view to shut down the plan entirely. He argues that with our divine realm overflowing with spiritual energy, introducing a rotting plague is a catastrophic ecological risk. Yang San fires right back, mocking his counterpart's basic programming and insisting that actual war deities use zombie systems all the time. Reader, I just wanted an empire, not a front row seat to sentient AI having an existential corporate screaming match. He warns me that treating believers as meat sacks destroys their souls, triggering a devastating collapse of faith that no cart can fix. Yang San refuses to back down, offering to supervise a tightly controlled test run to prove his methods won't backfire. I'm caught between my two top AI advisors, knowing that picking a side is going to cost me dearly. He holds his breath and asks for 10 million divine points, an astronomical sum that would bankrupt most regular demigods instantly. I don't even flinch at the bill, figuring that if this crazy experiment buys us safer wars, the investment is pocket change. My consciousness shifts back to reality just in time to watch the funds convert into a terrifyingly sleek alternate dimension research facility. The system unveils the Alternate Dimension Research Institute, a 3 million point containment zone built entirely for extreme trials. It boasts 10 million square kilometers of airtight space, ensuring zero energy pollution leaks back into our primary ecosystem. Supreme deities don't guess on the battlefield. They run their nightmares here first, and now, so do I. When the price tag for the ultimate A-grade building material popped up, I nearly choked on my own spit. 3 million divinity points just for a glorified sandbox is highway robbery. Sure, it holds 10 million square miles of independent space, but since only low-level grunts can live inside, it's basically an overpriced terrarium for ants. Thankfully, the next option on the market proved way more practical for my expanding empire. Meet the Hope River facility, built strictly for cold-hearted corporate filtering. It automatically grades every single follower into color-coded talent tiers. No more equal handouts for everyone. Future resources are going straight to the top performers. While I was busy budgeting, my rogue AI assistant went on an absolute shopping spree behind my back. He dumped millions into the most toxic botanical horrors imaginable. Within seconds, the entire research annex transformed into a festering nightmare swamp, reeking of rot and decay. Honestly, reader, he did not consult me on this decor. The air grew so thick with death aura you could practically choke on it. It looked less like a laboratory and more like the front porch of hell. 10 million divinity points completely vaporized into a pile of literal garbage. I stood there questioning every life choice that led to trusting an AI with a credit card. Back in the inner sanctum, my administrative AI marched right up to the rogue purchaser to chew him out. The office politics of synthetic life forms are surprisingly vicious. Yang San stood his ground, claiming this grotesque botanical horror was a brilliant military investment. He boasted it would slash our alien invasion casualties by a third. We both knew the horrifying truth of what was brewing in that isolation zone. Leave regular mortals in there too long, and their minds shatter into mindless zombie rage. These aren't loyal believers anymore. They become feral, uncontrollable calamities that destroy friend and foe alike. It is a biological plague waiting to break its leash. Throwing 10 million ordinary followers into that meat grinder is easy math for a machine, but the fallout is a logistical disaster waiting to happen. If millions of ordinary citizens suddenly vanish into thin air without a trace, the surviving population won't just shrug. Panic and paranoia will tear the kingdom apart. Yang San wasn't fazed in the slightest by the looming rebellion. He had already cooked up a masterclass in psychological manipulation. They aren't victims of a botched experiment anymore. They are brave martyrs falling for the greater good. A little creative writing turns a massacre into a heroic epic. Wrap any atrocity in enough shiny wrapping paper about righteousness, and people will happily line up to die for you. It's almost sad how predictable humanity is. At the end of the day, mortal hearts are remarkably easy to exploit when you control the narrative. The machine learned its lesson well. History belongs to whoever tells the best lie. A mystical watercourse manifests directly inside the realm, materializing out of thin air with a gentle tremor. Its mirror-flat surface shimmers with an ethereal radiance, waiting for its grand purpose. A booming proclamation echoes across every corner of the domain, announcing that anyone over 10 can enter the current for aptitude testing. Millions of devoted followers immediately drop to their knees in awed prostration. Ordinary citizens boast proudly to one another when their family members get whisked away, completely convinced their loved ones have been chosen for greatness. Nobody suspects the shadowy research facility they are actually heading toward. Parents happily swap stories about their vanished children, dreaming of the day they will return as powerful figures and relocate the family to elite islands. Ah, absolute ignorance really is bliss. 5 rapid days flash by while subordinate avatars scour distant lands for loot, hauling back tens of thousands of divine points worth of defensive structures and spiritual supplies. The 3 loyal proxy lords materialize simultaneously before their creator to report on the state of the realm. 5 real days have translated to 5 whole centuries of internal evolution. I finally stop suppressing the urge and plunge my consciousness straight into the core of the divine kingdom. A torrential surge of raw, addictive energy floods my entire system all at once. My very life level shatters past its previous shackles as the borders of the territory violently expand outward. Entire mountain ranges erupt from the earth while fresh rivers carve new paths across the widening world. I snap my eyes open, feeling every fiber of me being thoroughly cleansed and refreshed by the overwhelming surge of power. Let's check out the fresh stats after that little snack. God Lord, Yang Fan. Area 11.5 million square kilometers. Believers 5,234 in Foundation Establishment. 4.11 million in Chi Refining. 1.67 million martial apprentices, alongside billions of ranked beings and 700 million mortals. Occupations include 110,000 alchemists and 80,000 blacksmiths, backed by 630 million divinity points and a horde of 100 million ordinary zombies. I let out a long breath of pure satisfaction, though I can't help feeling a bit underwhelmed. That goblin demigod's core only expanded my territory by a measly 500,000 square kilometers. Those 100 million ordinary zombies ended up lumped straight into my asset inventory like livestock. I genuinely wonder how much use these meat puppets will be in an actual war of the gods. Behind the scenes, my proxies have been steadily funneling millions of the lowest tier mortals into the research facility every single week. Reader, you can probably guess that running a zombie army isn't cheap. To keep the population from collapsing under this relentless human drain, my proxies had to issue aggressive new breeding incentives. Handing out elite elixirs and social status upgrades for having kids is one way to boost productivity. The birth rates artificially skyrocketed through sheer bureaucratic force, but the cracks are starting to show. Too many family members have vanished into the research labs without ever coming back. Quiet rumors and heavy doubts are beginning to spread like an undercurrent among the mortal generations. People are starting to ask questions, and suppressing unrest in a growing divine kingdom is a headache all on its own. After absorbing the core of the divine kingdom, Yang Fan faces a grim report from Yang Yi about growing unrest among the believers over 5 centuries. The massive loss of mortal and chi-refining believers threatens the very foundation of their realm, though the supreme god views them merely as replaceable crops. Stepping up with absolute confidence, Yang San claims he can turn the tide simply by manufacturing a counterfeit sense of hope across the entire realm. Granted temporary command, Yang San floods the divine kingdom with a booming voice that completely redefines the brutal disappearance of their people. He spins the missing believers as ascending heroes, fighting alien wars in higher realms, twisting grim reality into a glorious destiny that leaves the masses weeping with zeal. Even as the masses swallow the lie, Yang Ah knows relying on cheap divine pronouncements is just drinking poison to quench a fatal thirst. That is only phase 1, because Yang San has spent 200 years meticulously engineering a second step to manufacture undeniable survivorship bias. Fighter jets touch down in the city center, unloading powerful prodigies who left as innocent teenagers and return as seasoned veterans bearing the marks of time. Time shatters in an instant as shocked parents lock eyes with children they mourned for centuries, rushing forward in a chaotic wave of desperate reunion. The returnees preach passionately about boundless elixirs and rich spiritual energy in their secret training grounds, feeding the frenzy with infectious pride. Through an almost mathematically precise coincidence, returnees miraculously appear in every corner of the realm, where their aging parents still happen to live. Reader, he did not just wing this. Yang San spent 2 centuries funneling purple aptitude geniuses into simulated cultivation spaces to fake their epic journeys. By letting them genuinely experience a fictional cultivation life, the lie transforms organically from person to person until it becomes an unquestionable truth. Yang Yi finally shuts his mouth and drops his arguments, realizing with a jolt that the believers have completely bought into the manufactured myth. With Phase 2 locked in, Yang San immediately pivots to the final masterstroke of his grand manipulation, directly binding reproduction with supreme honor. A fresh decree rings out across the heavens, promising endless spiritual rations, elite resources, and sacred land to anyone who produces offspring. Parents of chosen descendants are showered with divine grace, turning the raw urge to reproduce into a fiercely contested race for social supremacy. A massive monument rises to immortalize the names of the ascended heroes, cementing a legacy where entire bloodlines bask forever in the stolen glory of the gods. A divine decree drops from the heavens, sparking an absolute frenzy among the believers as they eagerly embrace the call to multiply for the kingdom. Yang San calmly lays out his sinister population strategy, treating his devoted followers as mere resources in a long-term mathematical equation. Listening to the cold calculus makes Yang Fan's spine tingle, realizing his followers will live and die inside a lie that will never be exposed. He quickly stomps out any lingering pity in his heart, knowing that in this brutal universe, weakness only buys you a fast ticket to the grave. After 500 years of rapid recovery, Yang San reports that the Divine Army is fully locked, loaded, and ready to crush some alien territory. Diving into the virtual marketplace, our pragmatic deity goes shopping for an NP Divine Kingdom that relies purely on numbers over individual skill. Cortana flashes up the safety-grade coordinates for a bizarre fission beast civilization, pricing the target at a cool 9 million divinity points. With the coordinates locked in his mind, Yang San wastes zero time mobilizing the legions and ripping open a spatial passage straight to the enemy. Our army steps out into a genuinely miserable wasteland, reeking of old blood, barren earth, and jagged mountains as far as the eye can see. Over 1 million mindless fission beasts surge across the horizon the second our troops land, charging forward without an ounce of tactical sense. Watching 1 million rabid dogs sprint blindly toward an organized army is frankly hilarious. But hey, alien biology is full of surprises. Instead of throwing the zombies right into the meat grinder, Yang San deploys a heavy array to clean house and sweep the outer perimeter first. The divine slaying array goes to work, tearing through the surging flesh and blood of the beast tide like a hot knife slicing through cheap butter. Nearly 1 million split beasts get completely wiped out in less than half a day, turning this invasion into an absolute one-sided slaughterhouse. Wondering why the zombies are still benched, Yang Fan keeps his mouth shut, trusting his high-tier AI to handle the tactical heavy lifting. With the outer defenses cleared out, the real nightmare begins as the newly bred zombie legions step through the rift to claim the core territory. Yang San points his finger toward the heart of the alien realm, unleashing his prized plague machines to test their mettle against a true swarm. The war for the Schizostome Kingdom is officially underway, and these poor alien beasts have no idea what kind of meat grinder they just walked into. 10 years of relentless warfare in the alien divine realm have turned the landscape into a permanent meat grinder against endless hordes of feral beasts. While the front lines hold steady, Yang San shifts his strategy by drafting an army of metallic enforcers to handle a far deadlier payload. Specialized talisman-sealed coffins are purchased in bulk from the cultivation realm to keep low-level corpses completely immobilized during transport. Emotionless machine soldiers handle the grueling logistics, completely eliminating the risk of rogue infections messing up the deployment schedule. Armadas of transport planes lift off into the upper atmosphere, slipping through spatial tunnels directly toward the enemy's hidden territory. Inside the descending cargo holds, the ancient suppression seals begin to glow as the restless prisoners within wake up from their slumber. The automated drones pop open the hatches and aggressively dump the struggling infected bodies out over the rugged terrain below. They drop like falling stones from the sky, shattering bones upon impact and tumbling into the waiting territories of the native creatures. The scent of decay immediately draws out the local beasts, sparking bloody, unthinking brawls between the natives and the dumped corpses. From his comfortable vantage point, Yang Fan kicks back with a drink, treating this viral invasion like a blockbuster movie premiere. His advisor points out the brilliance of the move, noting how an enemy reliant on sheer reproduction numbers is walking straight into a trap. The zombie virus takes immediate root in the local population, turning wounded beasts into rabid carriers that attack their own allies. Infection spreads like wildfire through the ranks, turning the enemy's greatest strength, their massive numbers, into a fatal liability. Naturally, the enemy demigods aren't going to sit around forever while their entire territory rots from the inside out. A colossal 1,000-meter phantom materializes in the heavens, radiating a crushing aura that brings the surrounding space to a dead stop. The raw atmospheric pressure alone threatens to crush everything beneath it, signaling the desperate arrival of the realm's true master. Reader, the boss finally showed up to the party, but unfortunately for them, the house is already burning down to the foundation. With the viral plague already doing its quiet, devastating work, Yang San's forces stand ready to deliver the final crushing blow. Down below on the barren ground, the grotesque swarms of fission beasts cower in unison, shivering from a primal, bone-deep dread. High above the battlefield, a towering 100-foot golden giant tears through the void, casting a majestic and intimidating shadow. The opposing demigod peers up at the golden manifestation, demanding a retreat to prevent mutual annihilation. Yang Fan chuckles right back at the pathetic bluff, making it clear he came for one thing and one thing only, the core. Cornered and desperate, the enemy triggers a massive tremor, vomiting a writhing black tide of 10 billion monsters. Mutated, rank-advancing horrors stand as generals, forcing a crude yet terrifying military formation onto the mindless swarm. Up in the sky, thousands of chi-refining demonic beasts link their auras, weaving a suffocating lattice of battlefield energy. The enemy commander tries to play it cool, claiming he merely lured us deep into a trap and expected a peaceful surrender. Reader, he did not think this through. Yang Fan scoffs at the weak psychological warfare, calling out the hollow bluff. With a quick nod from his master, Yang San steps to the fore and unleashes the terrifying 10 Kings of Hell formation. 5 ghastly Yama phantoms loom in the sky, bringing an absolute atmospheric crush that drops low-level beasts flat. Before the endless swarm can even touch the lines, violent waves of yin energy blow them apart into red pulp. Yang San stands at the back looking utterly relaxed, because facing mindless Zergs on a flat plane is basically a free win. Realizing intimidation won't work, the enemy demigod cuts his losses and vanishes to orchestrate a desperate last stand. Deep within the sanctuary, a frantic divine decree flashes out, ordering every corrupted believer into the sea of blood. Billions of followers are commanded to sacrifice their bodies, melting down into raw flesh to fuel a massive rebirth. Vowing to multiply the horde up to 100 billion, the terrified demigod prepares to throw everything into the meat grinder. He thinks numbers are everything, but he's about to learn the hard way that quality beats a mountain of trash every time. In less than half a month, billions of monstrous schizothorax beasts are completely wiped out across the scarred battlefields. The intelligent leaders harvest every single corpse for the Divine Kingdom, leaving nothing behind as they prepare their next ruthless advance. A sudden security breach shatters the routine when patrolling enemy beasts ambush and obliterate 3 heavy transport planes. Refusing to deploy mortal believers and risk mass panic over the hidden zombie outbreak, the leadership turns entirely to automated forces. The massive air fleet presses deeper into enemy territory at maximum speed, refusing to grant their foes any breathing room. Back in his own secure domain, our protagonist kicks back with a drink, completely unbothered after witnessing the utter devastation of the war. His gaze fixes on a brand new high-tech acquisition, a terrifying super alloy robot warrior built for absolute emotionless execution. 100 divinity points. Reader, he realizes a single one of these mechanical killing machines costs the exact same price as elite mortal cultivators. The android casually explains that buying these units in bulk is a terrible financial trap, unless you are hiding a zombie crisis. Turns out the markup is an astronomical 100 to 1, proving that interstellar tech giants are the biggest scalpers in the multiverse. The baseline components cost next to nothing in raw metal and scrap, meaning the real expenses hide entirely in the proprietary software. Only rare, 7th-level supreme intelligences possess the creative spark required to actually enchant raw metal with true tactical instinct. He breaks down how lesser artificial minds are stuck with rigid, fixed functions, while true supreme intelligences learn and evolve infinitely. Humanity's 3 great pillars stand revealed: the mystical path of cultivation, the brutal path of martial arts, and the cold path of machinery. With hundreds of millions of idle divine points burning a hole in his pocket, regular financial logic ceased to apply to him months ago. Sitting on a mountain of cash that would make local aristocrats weep, he starts seriously plotting a complete industrial revolution. Why settle for just one superpower when you can brute force all 3 trees at once and build the ultimate all-in-one divine empire? My top AI manager, Yang Yi, steps forward to give me a status update on my sprawling divine kingdom. He informs me that our current resource pool can finally support the staggering cost of a mechanical civilization. I press him for details, wanting to know exactly how much blood this tech tree is going to drain from my empire. Building a mechanical faction is no joke, and I need to see the cold, hard numbers. Yang Yi pauses for a split second before a massive wall of cascading data floods the empty space before us. The breakdown begins with a heavy price tag of 10 million divinity points just to kickstart the basic infrastructure. Next comes the real estate problem, demanding 1 million square kilometers of prime divine land just for factories, research hubs, and automated production lines. It's going to squeeze our local believers and slow down standard population growth. He warns me that the mechanical path is a massive money sink in its early stages, with zero combat return, actively diverting vital resources away from our cultivation and martial arts sectors. After factoring in heavy ongoing maintenance costs, Yang Yi delivers the kicker. Without cutting believer contributions, our entire treasury will run bone dry in roughly 30,000 years. Reader, 30,000 years sounds terrifying. Until you remember, I possess 100-fold evolutionary talent. 10 months of real time is all it takes for me to flip those losses completely upside down. I can easily juggle divine kingdom expansion, plundering wars, and high-yield investments all at once. Fixed assets like sun springs and moon wells give me insane returns that make standard resource drains look like pocket change. Wait a minute. Why am I settling for low-tier wells when I'm sitting right inside Taichu City with full purchasing authority? Spiritual veins are where the real exponential wealth is hidden. I immediately counter Yang Yi's conservative strategy, ordering him to buy spiritual veins in massive batches and bury them across every inch of my divine territory. Maximum investment is the only mode I know. Yang Yi tries to warn me once more that this reckless spending spree will choke the kingdom's immediate development, but I cut him off without a second thought. I tell him to lock in the spiritual veins, buy up every sun spring and sunwell in sight, and stash away 100 million points as emergency cash. The rest goes straight into the grinder. As my consciousness pulls back to reality, a nagging worry crosses my mind. These artificial intelligences can't comprehend my SSS-grade evolutionary talent, which accidentally puts a hard ceiling on their planning. I briefly consider upgrading their core rules to match my 100-fold time acceleration, but I immediately squash the thought. Even a 1 in a million betrayal risk is a gamble I refuse to take with my greatest trump card. Back inside the Divine Kingdom, the massive systemic overhaul is already bearing fruit. Penglai Island remains a tranquil paradise of pure spiritual energy where cultivators breathe in dense clouds of power. On the opposite side, the martial arts sector is an absolute powerhouse of raw physical intensity, with believers clashing and refining their combat intent into a roaring flood. And right beside them, a brand new steel jungle has violently burst from the earth. It's cold, utterly orderly, and packed to the brim with standardized industrial modules and rare ores. 5 million devoted believers kneel in total silence around the central plaza, their gazes locked onto a single suspended orb of pure energy. The heart of machinery has finally arrived. Deep within the boundless expanse of the divine realm, a mysterious ball of pure light has been evolving for 30 long years. It pulses with an ancient, rule-bound aura that feels less like a created life and more like the very origin of this sacred world. As the blinding illumination finally fades away, the mechanical heart successfully births a brand new intelligent life form. A sudden descent of consciousness pulls Yang Fan straight into the heart of his divine domain to witness the birth. Yang Fan stares in utter disbelief as the newly born entity steps forward and looks right back at him. It is an exact mirror image of himself, sharing his face, his clothes, and even his exact temperament. The clone assures him there is no hostility here, explaining that he is simply the supreme intelligent life form of the kingdom. He serves as an absolute extension of Yang Fan's own will and a direct agent of divine rule. He boasts that he can effortlessly manage resource flows, optimize believer populations, and simulate future conflicts. Reader, the man basically built an unpaid executive assistant out of cosmic code. Yang Fan asks if this means he can finally fire his other automated managers, but the clone flatly rejects the idea. He admits his current computing power is still too low to replace them entirely. The clone smoothly points out that Yang Fan barely scraped through his basic education and only survived on sheer sss-level talent. The air instantly freezes as Yang Fan realizes his deepest secret is completely exposed. The clone reassures him that this awareness only stems from their shared consciousness, keeping the secret safe. He casually drops a bombshell about past systemic security breaches in other divine realms that ruined entire divine families. With his defenses completely dismantled and his secrets laid bare, Yang Fan decides to grant his new creation a proper name. Naturally, he tries to offer a terrible suggestion, which gets shot down immediately. The clone casually vetoes the terrible naming attempt, announcing that he has already picked out something remarkably humble for himself. He boldly declares that he shall be known as Yang Da. Yang Fan's eye twitches at the sheer audacity of the title, wishing he could just call the guy something else. But with complete emotional sync between them, he has no choice but to swallow his pride. Returning to his physical body and reality, Yang Fan lets out a long, exhausted sigh of relief on his bed. For the first time, he feels like he can finally kick back and slack off without ruining his divine kingdom. Sleeping peacefully until dawn, Yang Fan wakes up refreshed and casually checks his divine accounts. Reader, he instantly regrets every life choice that led to this exact second. His emergency funds are completely wiped out, reduced to a measly 2.6 divinity points. The man went an entire 50 years in a single night and apparently blew his entire life savings. With a furious mental shove, Yang Fan drops straight back into his divine realm to investigate the carnage. 50 years have passed in a flash, and the landscape is entirely unrecognizable. A massive, obscenely luxurious palace now sits right in the center of his once humble divine kingdom. Gold and jade pillars gleam under a sunset sky that screams corporate embezzlement. Up on a high throne sits Yang Da, lounging in decadent comfort while his automated predecessors wait on him like low-level servants. It is an administrative nightmare wrapped in absolute disrespect. Below the throne, a massive lineup of carefully selected female believers parades past in an outrageous talent show pageant. Yang Fan stares in absolute, unadulterated fury at the supreme waste of divine resources. My entire worldview shattered into a million pieces right there. I always thought intelligent life in my divine kingdom would be diligent, hardworking, and serious. Then my double suddenly vanished right off his majestic throne, completely abandoning his drink and leaving a puddle of expensive monkey wine on the marble floor. He materialized right in front of me with a cheeky bow, looking exactly like me and acting like he didn't have a single stressful bone in his entire body. He casually explained that since my other clones were handling the heavy lifting of war and domestic policy, working hard was completely off the table. He started pitching local luxury resorts like a seasoned travel agent, claiming that running a massive divine empire means learning how to properly spend. Then he dropped the bombshell about high-end demigod companion services running entire buildings, and reader, my self-control practically evaporated. I tried to salvage my fading dignity by mumbling something about being a happily married man, but my double brushed it off as a vital economic contribution. I quickly dragged the conversation back to reality and demanded to know why he incinerated my entire 600 million divine points in a single night. He calmly reminded me that our hundredfold evolutionary talent prints 10 million points daily, rendering reserve funds completely obsolete. Instead of hoarding cash, he bought massive spiritual veins that would net us 600 million in monthly profit, delivered personally by a third-tier dealer. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety about spending that much raw capital in broad daylight, but my double assured me we were completely safe. We were sitting right in the heart of Primordial City, among elite human prodigies, where tossing around hundreds of millions was just standard Tuesday behavior. Just as I started wrapping my head around his grand economic strategy, a sharp doorbell chime suddenly yanked my consciousness back to waking reality. I shook off the mental link, strode across the quiet room, and threw the front door wide open to see who was waiting outside. Standing right on my doorstep was Yuan Zong himself, the powerful third-tier deity who decided to hand-deliver the massive spiritual vein order personally. He handed over the high-value assets with a warm smile, buttering me up with endless praise about my blazing potential at the Primordial Academy. He stepped back out into the grand hallway and muttered under his breath, deeply envious of a human prodigy who skips decades of grueling struggle. At the end of the day, this world has never truly been fair. Starting at the finish line beats running the whole race every single time. I closed my eyes inside the quiet room, shoving every stray thought far away. It was time to sink my entire stash of spiritual vein cards straight into my growing divine realm. A massive shockwave tore through the void the second he released them, and blinding dragon-shaped phantoms plunged deep into the soil of my kingdom. The earth groaned and buckled beneath us as geysers of raw spiritual energy blasted upward, instantly transforming the atmosphere into an ocean of dense white mist. Every believer dropped to their knees in sheer religious ecstasy, their fervent chants echoing across the land as they praised my name. Back in reality, a warm surge of power flooded my flesh, doing something far better than just making me stronger. It literally blew my physical capacity wide open. My gaze snapped to the ancient elven forest, now utterly transformed. Moonwells and sunsprings were packed shoulder to shoulder, bleeding raw life force into the air. When I questioned the ridiculous expenditure on cheap C-class buildings, Yang Da just gave me that infuriatingly smug look of his and broke down the math. He blew 600,000 divinity points on 200 million of them, completely blanketing the elf forest in accelerated life energy. Sure, my evolutionary talent made those cheap little wells profitable, but Yang Da immediately pointed out the glaring flaw in my amateurish strategy. He compared my cute little monkey wine springs to high-end ventures like dragonfish farming, proving my returns were pathetic compared to what I should be chasing. Reader, I thought I was a financial genius. Turns out I was just being lazy, cluttering my valuable divine territory with cheap junk just for a quick buck. He mapped out the brutal reality of divine warfare for me, dividing the entire realm into three distinct strategic layers based on cold, hard survival. The outer ring is a sacrificial buffer zone meant to burn away first, absorbing enemy shockwaves while buying us precious time. The middle layer handles the messy friction of active warfare, a temporary battleground where assets must be ready to liquidate at a moment's notice. And the absolute core? That's our holy lifeline. High-value assets live there, locked behind the most brutal defense systems we can build. Every single square inch of a divine kingdom is a weapon, not a piggy bank, and wasting space on low-tier investments is a great way to get yourself killed. I let out a long breath as the lesson sank in. I'd been treating godhood like a spreadsheet game instead of an apocalyptic war zone. If I wanted my kingdom to survive the coming storms, I needed to stop hoarding pennies and start thinking like a true god of war. Yang Fan stares at his advisor, wondering how they could possibly burn through the absurd mountains of wealth piling up in his divine kingdom. Yang Da replies that no matter how much money is thrown their way, efficient managers will always find a way to spend every last cent. Yang Da snaps his fingers to summon a glowing blueprint of a forbidden mechanical structure designed to shatter conventional limits. It turns out there is a cheat code hidden in the mechanical tech tree that instantly transforms ordinary mortals into high-tier powerhouses. Our genius protagonist immediately demands to know why his supposedly smart advisor kept this glorious shortcut a total secret from him. Yang Da dryly points out that the absurd resource cost and grueling 30-year recharge time make it completely impractical for normal use. Naturally, Yang Fan assumes his ridiculous sss-level talent completely bypasses those pesky little economic limitations. His AI gently reminds him that base-level mechanical servants are legally barred from accessing or comprehending sss-level secrets. Things escalate quickly when Yang Da mentions an even bigger upgrade capable of rocketing cultivators straight to the peak of their current realm. Instead of grinding away for decades like chumps, believers in this system just pop into a pod and let raw cash do the heavy lifting. Running a full mechanical empire is a bottomless money pit, requiring endless funds just to upgrade core intelligence and system backups. As it turns out, the core competition of divinity isn't about hard work or natural talent. It's entirely about who has the deepest pockets. Yang Da offers a reassuring pledge of absolute loyalty, promising to turn the divine kingdom into an unstoppable financial juggernaut. Yang Fan nods in complete peace, fully trusting the metal-hearted clone who shares his exact brainwaves. The moment the serious chat ends, our hyper-intelligent machine cheerfully announces he has important consort selection duties to attend to. Reader, you have to admire a supreme artificial intelligence whose first priority is speedrunning his annual matchmaking festival. With the heavy lifting delegated to his overworked AI, Yang Fan kicks back to enjoy the finer things in the virtual world. Chatting with pure elites like Sima Bang opens his eyes to a smarter compromise, using semi-intelligent mechanical cores just to crunch numbers. 10 grueling days have slipped by in a flash, and the war for the alien god's realm has finally dragged its battered carcass into the final stretch. Yang San's forces lock down the perimeter, keeping a safe distance while 500,000 elves rain endless death from above to choke off every escape route. The real horror isn't the arrow storm, but the zombie virus rotting the enemy ranks from the inside out as the beast tide turns on itself in cannibalistic chaos. High above the carnage, the opposing demigod screams useless decrees, realizing too late that his massive army has devolved into a mindless, shambling hazard. Reader, he really thought his endless sea of blood would carry him through, right up until our human forces raided his spawn point and dried it right up. With their reproduction engines stolen and plague spreading unchecked, the enemy horde melts away from 500 billion down to a pathetic handful. There's no desperate charge or reckless glory seeking here. Yang San simply wraps the noose tighter and lets time do the bloody work. 3 agonizing years pass within the Pocket Realm before the final barrier shatters completely, letting our unstoppable army flood straight into the enemy heartland. Yang San presents the conquered kingdom's core to the heavens, reporting a 27-year campaign with minimal losses and maximum devastation. Watching from above, Yang Fan nods in quiet satisfaction, knowing this single brutal masterclass just paid back every ounce of its initial investment. Delegating authority like a true CEO, Yang Fan hands the reins of development entirely over to Yang Da, turning our forces into an oiled machine. Yang immediately gets marching orders to strip mine the conquered alien realm down to the bare dirt, dragging every scrap of corpse and mineral back home. When Yang Da reroutes every basic recruit straight into the zombie research labs, Yang Yi steps up to question the sudden shift in population logistics. Yang Da calmly counters that these disposable zombies have an expiration date, setting a hard demand to flood the realm with 5 billion new citizens. He rolls out extreme birth incentives, dangling luxury pills and elevated social status to turn the entire divine realm into an absolute baby factory. Meanwhile, Yang San gets greenlit to hunt down fresh divine realms with total financial backing, turning every captured core into a stepping stone for power. 16 seasons of hard grinding, and these synthetic commanders finally get a taste of the loot pool with the legendary mechanical heart upgrades. Strip away their blank obedience, give them skin in the game, and watch how fast a well-rewarded army turns the entire universe into a conquest target. After receiving their latest marching orders, Yang Yi and Yang San bow together and stride out of the Grand Hall. That leaves only the supreme god Yang Fan alone with his chief creation, Yang Da. Yang Fan stares down from his seat, demanding to know why the hell they are funneling millions of ordinary believers into the Otherworld Research Institute instead of growing their core divine base. Instead of cowering, Yang Da just flashes a smug little smile and asks if his master even realizes how zombie breeding actually functions under the hood. Reader, he did not know. In fact, since acquiring his hyper-intelligent aide, Yang Fan hadn't used a single brain cell regarding the actual logistics of his divine kingdom. Yang Da drops the bomb that raising zombies doesn't demand innocent believers at all. Any random corpse bought straight from the system store provides the exact same flesh and blood energy. Yang Fan is ready to scream. He spent an absolute fortune and upended his entire kingdom's structure, all because he completely forgot to check the damn bargain bin for dead bodies. He literally wants to summon Yang San back just to smash him into dust and buy a replacement. All that elaborate, stressful scheming over an army of 100 million zombies came down to a rookie math error. Yang Da cuts through the tantrum, warning his master that his squeamish attachment to mortal lives is a glaring weakness. 10 divine points were saved, but the emotional baggage was entirely pointless. The advisor reminds him that 10 divine points equal a billion faith points, a massive sum that even proud demigods would aggressively pinch pennies to preserve. Cruelty isn't a bug in the system, it's the baseline. Every single alien race and powerful faction runs the exact same meat grinder calculus to sustain their expansion. Believers are nothing more than the basic means of production, disposable tools meant to be spent without a shred of hesitation or misplaced mercy. If a god lets mortal morality cloud his judgment, he stops being a ruler and eventually becomes food for whatever terrifying entity looks down from the higher dimensions. The hall falls dead silent for a long moment while Yang Fan digests the harsh truth. When he finally speaks again, his tone is completely stripped of useless sentiment. Sensing the shift in his master's mindset, Yang Fan presses for the real endgame. If resources aren't the issue anymore, why cull the green aptitude believers right now? Yang Da calmly explains the cold mechanics of accelerated evolution, comparing the divine kingdom to a ruthless breeding ground where only the strongest survive. By ruthlessly clearing out low-aptitude individuals, they instantly free up living space and resources for the elite purple aptitude believers to multiply unchecked. Within 5,000 years, the entire population baseline will mutate into elite material, rendering screening mechanisms obsolete and skyrocketing their military potential. With automated cloning tech and self-sufficient zombie chains on the horizon, Yang Fan finally embraces his role as an apex predator of the cosmos. No mercy, no waste, absolute supremacy. The entire hall goes deathly quiet after Yang Da's bold proclamation. Yang Fan stares in absolute disbelief at the artificial intelligence that mirrors his exact appearance. Without a shred of emotion, Yang Da steps right into his creator's personal space and drops a devastating truth bomb about divine leadership. He actually calls his master a piece of absolute trash with zero potential to ever become a truly powerful god. Reader, he did not take that well. Yang Da bluntly points out that without his sss-level evolutionary talent, Yang Fan would amount to nothing more than an ordinary failure. Every single word hits like a sledgehammer, leaving the so-called master completely speechless and unable to utter a single word in his defense. Deciding that words aren't enough, Yang Da turns around and orders Yang Fan to follow him outside for a much harsher visual lesson. They ascend 10,000 meters into the upper reaches of the Divine Kingdom, overlooking a ridiculously expensive palace complex nestled below. Yang Da casually raises his hand and snaps his fingers, completely unbothered by the sheer magnitude of what he's about to destroy. In a fraction of a second, the entire luxurious structure collapses inward with a deafening roar, reducing millions in resources to absolute rubble. Yang Fan's eyes nearly pop out of his skull as he watches his lavish temple get wiped off the map without a second thought. Yang Da explains that the Divine Kingdom is merely a foundation, while a true god's real battlefield lies out in the brutal, real world. He exposes how complacent Yang Fan has become, hiding in a greenhouse while treating his divine realm like an idle clicker game. Instead of chasing mistresses and small vacation homes, Yang Da demands he aim higher, buying out entire planets and weaponizing global profits. He reminds his creator of ancient cataclysms where entire territories fell to alien gods, proving the universe is far deadlier than he realizes. With a violent snap of consciousness, Yang Fan jolts awake back in the real world, staring blankly at his bedroom ceiling in cold sweat. Lying wide awake in bed, he finally accepts the humiliating truth that an AI just taught him more about life than a decade of school. He realizes his SSS-level talent made him lazy, while actual prodigies from elite families hustle twice as hard behind closed doors. While his peers spend their time grinding sword techniques, studying capital flows, and mastering divine formations, he was wasting away at vacation spots. I jolted awake from a heavy sleep, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. Without wasting a single second, I grabbed my gear and plunged straight back into the virtual world. The cold, mechanical welcome washed over my senses as my consciousness dove headfirst into the infinite digital expanse of the primordial city. I had finally learned my lesson. Raw power without brains just makes you a walking target for someone smarter, and I refused to be anyone's puppet. For days on end, I buried myself in heavy strategy texts and divine economy guides. The sheer volume of knowledge was staggering, but I devoured every last word. Night bled into morning without a hint of exhaustion touching me. My mind felt razor sharp, soaking up complex theories that would have melted my brain a month ago. Gone were the pointless nights of luxury clubs and hollow social scenes. I traded the high life for relentless self-improvement, and honestly, my wallet has never thanked me more. While my loyal clones crushed rival demigod territories out in the ether, my own divine kingdom expanded into a massive, sprawling empire. God Lord, Yang Fan, Divine Kingdom area, 13.5 million square kilometers. Total population, over 12 billion living souls. My automated production lines were printing money around the clock. Dragonfish farming and premium wine brewing turned my divine realm into an absolute cash cow. Instead of hoarding cash like a dragon on a gold pile, I poured 1 billion divine points straight into upgrading our infrastructure with mass production transformation pods. Hundreds of thousands of regular citizens were getting upgraded into fifth-order powerhouses every single day. We were churning out super soldiers like a galactic factory. With the scale of our conquests blowing up, cleaning up after every single war became a massive logistical headache. Enter the alien gatherers. These little mechanical workhorses take care of all the messy cleanup so my elite warriors don't have to lift a finger. They stripped conquered realms clean of every useful scrap with terrifying efficiency. Reader, never underestimate the power of automated garbage collection. My followers were finally free to focus entirely on combat and cultivation, while the Empire hummed along like a well-oiled machine. Between the fish, the wine, and the spirit stones, my net monthly income locked in at a cool 8 million pure divine points. We were swimming in resources, overflowing with rare herbs, ancient weapons, and enough divine wealth to buy out half the cosmos. 6,000 years of development packed into a few months of real time, and I was only getting started. Let the other gods come. I was ready for whatever they threw at me. While Yang Fan balks at messy land reclamation projects, his top lieutenant Yang Da is playing the long game with their expanding divine territory. Yang Da argues that picking off tiny, weak divine realms is a waste of time and urges his master to target dangerous grade domains for massive rewards. But Yang Fan flatly rejects the aggressive strategy, preferring to stick to a slow and steady expansion rather than gambling at all. He cites a golden rule from investment books he studied. The ultimate winner isn't the fastest runner, but the one who stays at the table the longest. With purple talent believers fully integrated, older experimental projects are shut down and replaced by a chillingly efficient cloning factory. Vast rows of biological carriers are mass-produced to serve as vectors for spreading divine viruses deep into enemy territory. Thanks to the heavy infusion of spiritual veins, the realm's internal environment reaches an astonishingly rich level of saturation. Believers cultivate at breakneck speeds in this paradise, pushing the population of long-lived Foundation establishment experts higher every day. After 2 grueling months studying in the ancient library, Yang Fan steps up to take direct control instead of leaving everything to automation. True to form, Yang Da immediately pitches his dangerous domain invasion plan for the 6th time in a row. Reader, he actually stopped to listen this time. Miracles do happen. Sensing an opening, Yang Da immediately pulls up a detailed holographic battle report to prove his strategy is foolproof. First, he points out that their military might and resource allocation easily clear the threshold to challenge dangerous realms. Second, he highlights their 30 million point defense grid, guaranteeing total safety even if the front lines completely collapse. Third, the sheer land acquisition jumps tenfold compared to safe zones, instantly boosting their territory by millions of square kilometers. Fourth, he argues that keeping elite believers cooped up against weaklings wastes their true potential in boring, one-sided slaughters. He concludes that playing it safe will only bottleneck their explosive growth and stifle the realm's true power. With the data laid bare, the master of the realm faces a monumental choice that could change their trajectory forever. With the coordinate purchase locked in, Yang Fan reviews the rules of Divine Kingdom warfare from a physical book. Real paper feels weirdly nostalgic when everything else is digital. Yang San commands an elite host of 100 million troops, surging through a newly stabilized spatial gateway. This isn't just an army, it's a terrifying tide of devastation. On the other side lies a thriving Zerg Divine Kingdom, complete with sustainable agriculture and familiar ancient creatures. It's almost too peaceful before the storm hits. Patrolling beetle warriors flood the skies like a living iron curtain as they spot the foreign invasion force. They form up with ruthless military precision. The local demigod projects his will across the battlefield, demanding to know what crazy faction is risking mutual destruction. Reader, he is about to find out. Yang San ignores the warning and unleashes the terrifying 10 Kings of Hell formation without hesitation. The outer Zerg forces are obliterated before they even realize what hit them. As the vanguard pushes deeper, millions of venomous beetles mount a fierce, poison-laced defense. The toxic secretions begin eating away at both flesh and spiritual energy. Emergency medical supplies flood the front lines to counter the brutal poison, keeping the human advance from grinding to a halt. A month of brutal guerrilla warfare costs the army nearly 100 million casualties. The Zerg counterattacks are relentless and exhausting. Yang Fan refuses to stall, dropping 10,000 divine points on tons of industrial insecticide. When brute force fails, heavy chemistry gets the job done. The potent bug spray carves a bloody, chemical-scorched path straight through the swarming hordes. That's one way to handle a pest problem. While his generals burn through a small fortune, Yang Fan remains completely unbothered by the astronomical bills. Being filthy rich has its distinct advantages. Meanwhile, The Zerg demigod is losing his absolute mind watching his centuries of hard work dissolve into toxic sludge. He definitely did not budget for this. The harsh chemicals aren't just killing bugs, they are utterly destroying the ecosystem of the kingdom itself. Even if he wins, there won't be anything left. The desperate Beetle Lord tries repeatedly to negotiate a ceasefire, begging his opponent to think about the financial losses. Yang San offers zero response, maintaining a stony silence that radiates pure, unadulterated disrespect. Being completely ignored by an invading madman who refuses to care about money drives the enemy god to the brink of insanity. With the enemy's defenses crumbling and their pockets burning, the human army marches inexorably toward the heart of the Divine Kingdom. Out on the cosmic war front, the Divine Kingdoms are tearing each other apart in a brutal war of attrition. Millions of soldiers die every day, but the relentless meat grinder keeps grinding forward. While his proxy general handles the slaughter, Yang Fan sits peacefully in the Taichu City Library, realizing that burning energy on petty battlefields is just a waste of time. Over 300 million fifth-tier followers have already perished on the front lines. Reader, he did not skim on the medical bills, pouring endless fortunes into healing potions to keep his army stocked. Troop numbers have swelled to 1.5 billion, with every spare coin funneled straight into buying transformation pods. If you want to survive a Zerg demigod, you need an endless supply of fresh bodies. The enemy's Beetle clan isn't playing fair, throwing traps, poisons, and filthy ambushes at every turn. But a war of 100 years inside the Divine Realm leaves no room for childish complaints. Through his general's eyes, Yang Fan watches the sheer scale of the enemy realm and feels a genuine thrill. Once he swallows that core, his own divine kingdom is going to blow up in size. Suddenly, his wristwatch buzzes with a high-priority group chat ping. Sima Bang is rounding up the inner circle for a real-world feast before the semester wraps up. These four have formed a tight clique dubbed the Qingshan District F4. Moving their hangouts out of the virtual world into actual restaurants means heavy business is about to drop. Yang Fan used to be blinded by his own SSS-grade genius, but a wake-up call changed his tune. Real wealth and massive resources don't circulate in pocket dimensions. They move in the real-world markets. Yang Fan pushes open the door to find Sima Bang and Ye Jianfeng already chilling inside. They chat casually, though one familiar face is noticeably missing from the lineup. Wen Yu Shui is usually the eager beaver who shows up first, but today she's keeping them waiting. The guys just figure she's taking her sweet time fixing her hair. The door finally clicks open, and the room goes dead silent as Wen Yu Shui steps across the threshold. She carries herself with a sharp, iron-willed poise that wasn't there before. It hits the trio instantly. She finally broke through to demigodhood. Sima Bang is the first to raise his glass, offering a sharp salute to their newly leveled-up teammate. Glasses clink and the room erupts into laughter, cementing her hard-earned spot at the table. If she stayed weak, she would have been quietly dropped from the inner circle. With the pleasantries out of the way, Sima Bang drops the real reason for the dinner, talking up some insider coordinates for a fresh batch of spirit core ore veins. Ye Jianfeng immediately points out the flaw, noting that mine yields take way too long to mature for anyone wanting quick gains. Wen Yu Shui chimes in with market intelligence, revealing that a major corporate player is already quietly hoarding those exact resources. Yang Fan calmly breaks down the play, explaining that the corporate buyout isn't about the raw ore, but locking down the entire downstream supply chain. Sometimes, knowing when to exit makes you richer than mining ever will. The private room fell dead silent as Yang Fan finished his strategic breakdown. Sima Bang and the others stared at him, suddenly realizing he wasn't just coasting anymore. Ye Jianfeng nodded along, impressed by the tactical logic before smoothly shifting the topic to business. He asked for an increased supply of monkey wine, noting that his surging believer count made the brew an absolute necessity. Yang Fan didn't hesitate for a second. With a casual snap of his fingers, 3 massive barrels brimming with spiritual energy materialized right on the table. Sima Bang's eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. He grabbed a whole barrel and chugged it right then and there before stashing it in his spatial storage. With the drinks flowing, Ye Jianfeng steered the conversation toward the real reason they were all summoned today, the upcoming Battle of the Prodigies. Sima Bang confirmed it immediately, explaining that the tournament is hosted by the 5 mega-corporation equivalents to scout raw talent. When he dropped the estimate of several million divinity points in prize money, Wen Yu Shui nearly choked on her own saliva. Naturally, Ye Jianfeng smelled corporate traps and demanded to know if the five giants locked winners into restrictive, life-binding contracts. Sima Bang waved off the concern, explaining it's more like an honorary guest advisor role, with zero freedom restrictions and entirely free resources. He chuckled, reminding them that underclassmen usually stand zero chance against veteran upperclassmen who have had years to build their divine kingdoms. Then his smile vanished entirely. Their actual target wasn't the final championship, but surviving a brutal endurance trial in the first round. Over 5,000 freshmen enter, and over 90% get violently weeded out in a custom mechanical pressure chamber built by the Sima clan. Surviving just a few hours offers astronomical payouts that could completely break a freshman's financial bottleneck. Fortunately, Sima Bang's brother let them in on a juicy exploit. They can take turns standing at the front line to share the crushing divine load. Wen Yu Shui hesitated, muttering about whether cheesing the system like that was even fair. Sima Bang scoffed at the very notion of fairness, pointing out that every noble scion exploits loopholes and his own brother is literally an examiner. Yang Fan listened closely, weighing the terrifying mental and physical toll of the divine pressure against the massive rewards waiting at the finish line. Over drinks in a private lounge, Sima Bang spills the harsh truth about his powerful family. Even wealthy heirs don't get free handouts. You have to claw your way through ruthless competition for every scrap. The four young elites brush off the pressure with a loud toast to their collected futures. They joke about becoming legendary figures known across the entire human race before graduation. Then, the mood plunges back into grim reality as Sima Bang drops the timeline for the upcoming Prodigy battle. They only have a month and a half to whip their divine kingdoms into shape. While the others worry about scraping together enough resources, Yang Fan bites back a triumphant smirk. If this test comes down to the environment of a divine realm, he's basically already won. The party breaks up, and Yang Fan heads straight back to his quarters to dive back into his 30s. With the big trial looming, he sees no reason to alter his steady development pace. Weeks later, right as he reaches for his headset, a stabbing pain shoots through his chest. That sudden, sickening drop in his gut can only mean one horrifying thing. Believers are dropping like flies by the thousands. Reader, he did not handle this discovery with calm, emotional maturity. He instantly flashes his consciousness straight into the divine kingdom to find out which idiot messed up his realm. Spoiler, someone ran a military operation without permission. His top commanders are lined up waiting for him, staring intently at the ground in absolute terror. They look like they'd rather jump into a volcano than face his wrath. Yang San steps forward and drops heavily onto both knees, hoisting up a massive captured core from a rival alien realm. He takes full responsibility for the unsanctioned slaughter. Yang Fan has to swallow a scream of pure rage before he can even process the wreckage. He commands Yang San to play back the entire battle record so he can see what happened. A massive holographic screen unfolds across the sky, projecting the final, brutal hours of the war against the Black Beetle clan. The alien swarm has been hacked down to its last few elite fighters. Though battered down from billions to a mere 3 million, the remaining Zerg warriors are absolute monsters. Thousands have reached the Foundation establishment stage, floating like a dark omen. The alien demigod's colossal avatar looms over the battlefield, screaming out threats of mutually assured destruction if the human forces don't back off right now. Yang San doesn't even blink at the frantic screaming of a dying alien god. He delivers a brutal verbal smackdown that treats the enemy warlord like an absolute insect. That single sentence completely shatters the alien god's remaining sanity. The phantom twists violently in the air as pure, unadulterated fury takes over. The 10 Kings of Hell formation instantly detonates across the battlefield, unleashing a suffocating tide of dark energy that chokes out the remaining light. Millions of frontline warriors lock their shields and hold the line with their bare flesh. Even as venom eats away their armor, they refuse to yield an inch. To counter our biological warfare, the enemy demigod bought an entire river of detoxifying liquid to bathe his Zerg troops. Corrosive venom and nerve toxins turned the front line into an absolute slaughterhouse of mutual destruction. Thanks to our tactical coordination, our forces pressed forward inch by inch and victory seemed completely guaranteed. Reader, he did not think this through. Then, an unexpected nightmare shattered our momentum when a chi-refining beetle rushed our ranks and began glowing like a bomb. It detonated with earth-shattering force. That single suicide blast instantly vaporized tens of thousands of fifth-tier troops alongside one of our believers. Before anyone could react, more beetles charged in. Chain explosions ripped through the entire Ten Kings of Hell formation, breaking every single pattern and plunging the front line into instant collapse. Outside the projection, my face went pitch black as 400 million of my followers were wiped out in a single breath. Yang San roared out the order to fall back, but retreating proved infinitely more dangerous than attacking. The bugs completely lost their minds. The insect swarm hunted down densely packed clusters of humans, with each self-destructing beetle taking dozens of our fighters down with it in a fiery grave. Fear and despair choked the battlefield as desperate cries for mercy rose from every corner. Ultimately, our surviving army was forced to retreat hundreds of kilometers. Yangsan quickly adapted by breaking the massive billion-strong army down into nimble million-man squads, backed by heavy defensive arrays to stabilize the front. After less than 20 days of brutal attrition, the insect clan was entirely wiped off the map, but the butcher's bill was staggering. 10 million chi refining fighters, 5,000 foundation establishment adepts, and 800 million foot soldiers were dead. My heart was genuinely bleeding. I marched straight up to Yang San and sent him flying with a vicious kick to the chest. All those resources gone in a flash. A shrewd strategist in civil wars, but utterly incompetent abroad, I kept kicking him as I listed the devastating losses, while he took every blow without a word. Yang Da finally stepped in to cool me down, explaining that the enemy had deployed an extreme and forbidden Zerg self-destruct technique. The enemy demigod had forced his entire core swarm to sacrifice their reproductive future and growth just to detonate their bodies and drag us down with them. It was the move of a complete madman, costing us 1,000 years of recovery time. I forced down my fury and ordered all external wars to halt immediately. Yang San got a new defensive formation to study. Yang took 2 billion gatherers to loot the enemy ruins, and Yang Yi was tasked with compensating the fallen. As the three generals take their leave, Yang Da stays behind to defend Yang San's loyalty, urging his master not to judge too harshly after the chaos of the recent divine war. The brutal clash served as a harsh wake-up call, exposing just how fragile and outdated their strictly melee-focused divine army really was when facing unexpected threats. Yang Da steps forward with a revolutionary proposal, conjuring a radiant holographic display to pitch the immediate adoption of fully automated mechanical warfare. These sleek silver combat units possess independent threat assessment and defensive shielding, capable of absorbing fatal strikes instantly without relying on a living pilot. Reader, he realized that upgrading his forces with autonomous infantry would slash battlefield casualties by 99% and fix their greatest strategic blind spot. While forged weaponry equips their vanguard, Yang Da argues that an automated mechanical grid must handle all defensive shielding to protect ordinary believers. Naturally, building a mechanical empire isn't cheap, requiring high-end research blueprints, specialized facilities, and believers modified into true intelligent life. Instead of blowing everything on robots right away, Yang Da insists their top priority remains pumping out 1 million F-class transformation pods for rapid power-ups. These incredible pods act as accelerated cultivation engines, compressing 3,000 years of monk training into a single real-world month with zero side effects. With zero risk to lifespan and full reusability up to 100 times, these chambers form the ultimate infinite growth investment for his expanding divine kingdom. Opting for a balanced approach, Yang Fan orders the immediate purchase of research blueprints and the initiation of intelligent life cultivation without further delay. He also directs Yang Da to level up his own core processing power and evolve into a second-generation intelligent life form to keep pace with the growing domain. Returning to his physical body after 3 intense days, Yang Fan receives the staggering haul brought back by Yang from the conquered Black Beetle realm. He steps back into his divine kingdom to absorb the jet-black core of the defeated alien realm, triggering a massive spatial earthquake across the borders. The divine domain trembles and expands dramatically as primal rules reweave themselves, surging past previous limits in a single explosive leap in territory. Area of the Divine Kingdom, 19.5 million square kilometers. A 6 million square kilometer expansion in one go. At this brutal pace, he'll hit the 100 million mark and claim first-order god status in under 2 years. Opting for safe, low-dimensional bullying over risky, high-tier clashes, Yang Fan recruits two more war-type intelligent units to conquer random coordinates in parallel. Yang Fan's divine kingdom has finally taken full shape, branching out into four distinct and thriving factions across its vast territory. High on Penglai Island, the Immortal Alliance reigns supreme as the primary cultivation hub, filled with countless sword-riding adepts. Down on the mainland, the Myriad Martial Arts Academy relies on pure physical might and relentless discipline to crush any obstacle. Right beside them stands Yangda's cold, hyper-efficient mechanical civilization, where flesh is routinely upgraded with steel and code. Deep in the enchanted forests, the Elf Kingdom thrives in total harmony with nature, providing unmatched support and ranged firepower. At the very heart of the domain sits the booming City of Trade, a massive neutral hub where all four factions exchange endless resources. Watching his realm expand pays off directly, sharpening his mind, strengthening his physique, and boosting his overall cognitive power. Leaving his main body behind, he straps on a VR headset to dive straight down into the simulation coordinates for a family celebration. He materializes inside a faithful one-to-one replica of his family's old home, now crammed to the ceiling with birthday presents. His parents look a century younger thanks to the constant feedback of divine energy, completely free of their past mining exhaustion. Mom immediately corners him, explaining how local politicians and clan leaders swarmed the estate for her big birthday bash all morning. Reader, she can't even get through a single sentence without bragging about the absurd business deal Dad somehow stumbled into. Xuanming Group apparently handed him two medium mines and a 10% stake, netting billions in passive faith points every single year. Dad immediately insists his own garbage-tier follower talent carried the deal, sparking an instant bickering match between the two. Chuckling at their familiar antics, Yang Fan casually cuts through the noise and pulls out a pair of special gifts for them. When he reveals the cards are rare Fountain of Life structures, Luo Ro casually drops that each one is worth billions on the open market. The room instantly goes dead silent as his parents realize they're holding hundreds of billions of points and nearly drop dead from shock. To them, it's a fortune, but in his personal kingdom, those fountains grow like weeds, so he just tells them to treat it like loose candy. Yang Fan hands over resources to his father, casually reminding him that his former tormentor has already been thoroughly dealt with. Yang Tiexin still finds it surreal that the once terrifying overlord who squeezed him dry now bows and scrapes whenever they cross paths. After a brief family catch-up, the two elders log off, leaving the young master alone with his two lovely companions. Lua Bing and Luo Ro immediately lean into his arms, glowing with pride over their elite academic rankings. Instead of lingering, Yang Fan abruptly announces he has pressing matters to attend to and bids them farewell. Reader, he did not stay for tea. He literally just dropped in to say goodbye and bounced. Luo Ro gently reminds her cousin that a true dragon like Yang Fan needs a deep family anchor to keep him tied to their clan. Realizing the sheer scale of Yang Fan's potential, Luo Bing silently accepts her family's ambitions for her future. Back in his private domain, Yang Fan shuts out all earthly distractions to cram advanced knowledge into his brain. He realizes that true satisfaction doesn't come from cheap physical thrills, but from expanding one's mind and mastering reality. As exam day approaches, Yang Fan pulls up the complete status dashboard of his booming divine kingdom. God Lord, Yang Fan. Total divine kingdom area reaches 19.5 million square kilometers with billions of diverse living beings. Believers span across multiple cultivation tiers, including thousands of foundation establishment experts and millions of chi refining adepts. Penglai Island wonders, spiritual springs and subterranean veins operate at maximum capacity across the vast territory. Total monthly revenue streams from spirit stones, dragonfish, and monkey wine consistently surpass 1 billion divine points. Despite the massive income, vast tracts of fertile land remain completely empty because standard farming doesn't fit his war strategy. His academic institutes are still entirely focused on the four major war pillars: alchemy, blacksmithing, talismans, and formations. With his economy locked in and his mind sharper than ever, Yang Fan prepares to crush the upcoming God Confirmant battle. After exploring the mysterious divine realm, Yang Fan pulls his consciousness back to reality with a clear plan to enter the upcoming battle and dig for answers. Stepping out of his quarters, he quickly connects with Sima Bang, Ye Jianfeng, and Wen Yushui to get ready for the big event. Sima Bang lays down the law before they step inside, insisting that everyone stick close and follow his lead once the trials kick off. He leads the trio straight to a colossal spatial rift floating in midair, serving as the hidden gateway to the heavenly pressure realm. Without wasting a single breath, Sima Bang plunges headfirst into the rift, dragging the rest of us into an entirely separate dimension. We emerge into a packed arena swarming with over 5,000 human prodigies, creating a wall of sound that hits us all at once. Standing in the middle of this massive crowd, Yang Fan feels a genuine jolt of shock at the sheer concentration of elite talent. Unlike back home, these prodigies openly flare their monstrous auras, giving off pressures that dwarf anything Sima Bang could output. Reader, he wisely keeps his own overwhelming stats completely hidden under a blanket of mundane aura, blending right into the background. Up on the grand stage, 5 towering figures radiate divine authority, holding the entire arena under their absolute command. Sima Bang points right at the center of the stage, bragging that the main guy running the entire show is his own older brother. The legendary brother looks completely lazy, standing in the center of the platform while looking like he would rather be taking a nap. Sima Bang boasts that his brother is an SS-level Dao child prodigy who graduated early as a first-order god, leaving everyone stunned. Wen Yushui stares up at the platform with pure adoration dripping from her eyes, proving that nothing draws a crowd quite like absolute power. When Sima Bang casually mentions his brother has zero interest in women, Ye Jianfeng physically recoils in alarm like he just dodged a bullet. Wen Yushui's romantic daydreams instantly shatter as she realizes her family background isn't nearly high enough to catch his eye. He casually rattles off the names of the other elite heirs on stage, reminding everyone just how deep his high society connections run. Surrounding prodigies flood Sima Bang with warm greetings, leaving our trio standing completely ignored like poor relatives at a high society gala. The arrival window finally slams shut as the arena fills to the brim with eager students. Everyone knows the drill, but today's stakes are on a whole different level. Gu Changkong tries to hand the microphone over to his cousin, Sima Tianxi, but the legendary prodigy would rather take a nap. Apparently, his morning divination told him to loaf around. Sporting an SS-level talent and zero work ethic, this guy sleepwalks his way to divine realms without breaking a sweat. It is honestly enough to make hard workers want to cry. Passing on the lazy cousin, Gru Changkong steps up to the edge of the high platform and kicks off the annual god-sealing battle with a single sweeping gesture. Sima Bang wastes zero time letting everyone know he wants prime real estate, rocketing straight toward the dead center of the emerging arena flare. Total bedlam breaks out immediately as scores of competitors brawl for footholds before the boundary locks down. Polite personal space goes right out the window. Yang Fan spots senior students glaring around them, but thanks to Sima Bang's local connections, our crew slides into a stable spot without taking a single punch. Then the sky splits open to reveal a massive, looming eye. Its gaze carries the heavy, crushing weight of a deity staring down at tiny insects. Sima Bang takes the vanguard position to absorb the worst of the blast, ordering his teammates to stack up tightly right behind him like a human shield. When that colossal eye snaps wide open, an indescribable wave of pure atmospheric terror slams down onto the arena floor. Bones begin to groan and crack under the sheer malice of the gravity field, while psychological dread starts drilling straight into people's minds. The terrifying force does not just crush physical bodies, it punches right through defenses to rattle the very foundations of inner spiritual realms. Barely moments in, the weaker links crack under the strain and bail out with desperate howls, tumbling off the stage in a heap of exhaustion. Sima Bang's formation trick works brilliantly, leaving his buddies relatively safe while he absorbs a brutal beating on behalf of the whole squad. Reader, our protagonist is having an absolute stroll in the park. While everyone else looks like they are carrying a mountain, Yang Fan barely feels a summer breeze. Up on the VIP terrace, the elders sip imaginary tea and critique the rookies. Apparently, watching teenagers suffer is a great way to pass the morning. Qin Lie spots a familiar face among the exhausted masses and nudges Gu Changkong with a knowing smirk. Gu Changkong just smiles back, completely unbothered by the chaos unfolding beneath their feet as the trial enters its grueling next phase. Out on the central staging area, Qin Lie points out an absurdly oversized team of 20 participants trying to game the divine trial's strict rules together. At the tail end of that massive formation stands Gu Le, directing her massive alliance like a general preparing for total war. She has meticulously mapped out a relay system where 18 members will cycle through to share the brutal burden and secure a massive 10 million payout. Up on the VIP deck, Gu Changfeng and his peer massage their temples in pure mortification over their relative's blatant exploitation. Time ticks away relentlessly until the first hour hits, and the invisible crushing pressure bearing down on the entire arena instantly doubles. Sima Bang hits his absolute limit right on cue, his face turning beet red as he stumbles backward out of the primary formation. The entire concentrated weight slams directly onto Wen Yushui, threatening to shatter her bones and instantly crush her flat against the stone floor. Every nerve in her body screams at her to quit, but her fierce pride refuses to let her become the weakest link of her circle. Just as her consciousness fades completely, Yang Fan steps into the breach, sweeping her up with effortless grace and zero hesitation. He pivots on his heel and tosses her weight to the next cultivator in line, all while maintaining his footing in the crushing gale. With over 80% of the sheer gravitational malice resting squarely on his shoulders, Yang Fan doesn't even break a sweat. Ye Jianfeng catches the falling teammate and stares at Yang Fan like he just watched a man juggle burning stars while riding a unicycle. Now forced to juggle a fainting teammate while enduring the full wrath of the divine trial, Ye Jianfeng quietly questions his life choices. Wen Yushui gasps for air, whispering her apologies as she realizes she has just become dead weight to her struggling friends. The brutal ordeal grinds onward minute by agonizing minute, testing the absolute limits of every single mortal daring to claim godhood. Despite the mounting agony and crumbling stamina, the desperate alliance claws forward through sheer spite and stubborn willpower. Reader, they probably should have just stayed home, but there is no turning back once you step into the grinder of divine ascension. The trial enters its next grueling phase as the celestial countdown ticks relentlessly toward its volatile conclusion. Under the crushing gaze of a terrifying divine eye, 3 cultivators strain every muscle just to stay standing. Yang Fan stands right at the front, acting like he is merely waiting for a bus. While everyone else fights for their very lives against the oppressive force, Yang Fan casually summons a crystal glass of fine monkey wine right out of thin air. He reaches backward behind his rigid posture, casually urging his miserable teammate to take the drink and keep a collapsing female companion hydrated. Ye Jianfeng's face twitches in silent fury as he realizes his teammate is using a brutal endurance trial as a wine delivery service. He grits his teeth and forces his arm up against the terrifying gravity field, looking like he is trying to lift a mountain just to grab a cup. The moment Yang Fan lets go, the glass hits his hand like a falling anvil, nearly sending the expensive liquor flying onto the stone floor. The parched female cultivator chugs the warm nectar, feeling its soothing, restorative energy flood her abused body and ease the suffocating pressure. Deciding that sharing is caring, Yang Fan cheerfully suggests tossing a drink to the struggling guy all the way at the back of the line. Sima Bang is currently fighting for his life and barely conscious, which makes the offer of happy hour feel like a cruel hallucination. A tiny cup simply will not cut it for an elite glutton, so Yang Fan snaps his fingers again and materializes an entire half-person-sized barrel of booze. He hoists the heavy cask above his head with one hand like it weighs about as much as a stray feather. Reader, he did not think this through. Ye Jianfeng stares at the oncoming giant barrel, knowing it will instantly crush him into paste if he touches it. Yang Fan frowns at the delay, completely oblivious to the fact that ordinary mortals cannot casually juggle heavy wooden furniture inside a gravity-crush zone. Since human helpers are apparently too fragile, Yang Fan simply summons 4 heavy-duty alloy combat robots to act as his personal waitstaff. The mechanical servants march right into the death zone, gracefully taking over the drinks and support duties without a single rusted joint complaining. Sima Bang completely gives up on dignity, abandoning all pretense of cultivation to let a gleaming murder machine spoon-feed him alcohol. Even the stoic sword cultivator caves to temptation, meekly asking for a refill alongside his formerly dying comrade. An agonizing divine assessment has somehow been transformed into an upscale rooftop lounge, proving that absolute wealth cures all problems. While everyone else on the assessment grounds is fighting for their lives and sweating bullets, our bright sparks have turned the deadly trial into a tailgate party. Up on the high viewing platform, the big shots watching the spectacle don't quite know whether to laugh or drop their jaws at this unprecedented strategy. Sima Tianxi spots his lazy younger brother down below, gulping down drinks and absolutely beams with proud brotherly affection. Meanwhile, the other judges start sweating bullets, pointing out that having upperclassmen or luxury support items dodge the rules might just break the entire academy budget. Tianxi smoothly shuts down the complaints with a chilly promise to cover any financial shortfalls out of his own pocket if anyone dares push the issue. Time ticks on, and the arena empties out fast as over 60% of the hopefuls get physically launched off the platforms by the mounting pressure. Even with 2 hours down, Yang Fan doesn't break a single sweat, standing like a solid rock wall while his crew catches a second wind behind him. Our boy, Simo Bang, realizes he could have saved himself an hour of agony if he had just let this absolute monster take point from the very beginning. Right on the 2 hour mark, the Eye of God amps up its terrifying aura tenfold, sending a shockwave that immediately vaporizes another 10% of the remaining crowd. Poor Wen Yushui nearly gets folded in half by the sudden spike, clinging to a super alloy robot just to keep from getting blasted off the stage. All around her, prodigies are cracking under the impossible weight, veins bulging and eyes bloodshot as their bodies scream in absolute agony. Yet Yang Fan remains a total cheat code, his balanced divine kingdom and triple-trained physique shrugging off pressure that reduces veterans to tears. After 2.5 brutal hours, Wen Yushui finally hits her absolute limit and confesses her divine kingdom's believers are about to give out. Yang Fan gives a quick nod, and a sturdy alloy guard steps up to carefully lift her off the scorching stage floor. That heavy metal giant crunches down each step with mechanical precision, carrying her away from the nightmare trial. The eliminated losers watching from the sidelines are practically dying of jealousy over this deluxe VIP exit service. Naturally, the surrounding onlookers can't help whispering about how impossibly smooth and considerate that mysterious frontline powerhouse is. Resting safely away from the pressure, Wen Yushui catches her breath and wonders if the guy carrying her through hell might just secretly carry a torch for her. As the brutal pressure test grinds on, most contenders are blasted off the stage by the crushing divine force. Only a handful of tough senior students and 3 stubborn freshmen manage to stay upright. Nearby, Goulet desperately tries to replicate Yang Fan's tactics by summoning extra robotic backup, but the crushing weight flattens the poor metal soldiers into pancakes before they can even touch the ground. While everyone else is gasping for air and fighting for their lives, Yang Fan stands there looking like he is taking a casual stroll in the park. He casually checks on his 2 half-dead buddies. Poor Ye Jianfeng is locked up tighter than a drum, entirely consumed by the agonizing effort just to draw a single breath. He doesn't even have the spare oxygen left to mutter a reply. Sima Bang, on the other hand, burns through his last remaining calories just to squeak out a desperate plea for help. Survival instincts make fools of us all, reader. A loyal, summoned construct steps up with a towering bowl of high-grade spiritual grain infused with dragon meat. It tries to delicately spoon-feed the frozen swordsman, to zero effect. Sima Bang abandons all human dignity and swallows whole plates of high-energy chow like an industrial grain chute. His S-level devour talent turns him into an absolute black hole for carbs. He inhales hundreds of kilograms of divine calories in seconds, begging for more fuel while offering a cut of his future prize. At this point, the man would eat a brick if it had spiritual energy. After 3 grueling hours, the threshold shatters and a fresh wave of competitors gets violently yeeted off the platform. Even Goulet's entire 20-man squad finally collapses in defeat. Ye Jianfeng struggles back to consciousness and insists on stumbling off under his own power. Sword cultivators have their pride, and taking a princess carry off the stage is a bridge too far. Seeing his meal ticket walk away, Sima Bang deploys the ultimate tactical maneuver, absolute shamelessness. He lunges across the stone and death grips Yang Fan's leg. He just sits there hugging a thigh with his mouth hanging open, while a robot keeps shoveling rice down his gullet. Truly, a touching display of brotherly bonds. Yang Fan stares up at the sky in pure denial, desperately hoping nobody thinks he is running a weird underground circus act. Reader, everyone definitely thought it was a weird circus act. Up on the VIP balcony, the powerful patriarchs of the 5 great families are having the time of their lives. This is going straight into the family group chat highlights reel tonight. With the crowd thinned down to just a few hundred hardened upperclassmen, all eyes shift to the mysterious freshman. Commendable stamina tends to draw a lot of second glances. Finally, the towering celestial eye in the clouds blinks out of existence, and the crushing gravity field snaps off. everyone collapses into sprawling heaps of sheer relief. A shimmering blue scanner beam drops from the void, washing over Yang Fan to catalog his performance and energy signature for the Academy records. The high-tier deities take one look at the diagnostic readout and their jaws practically hit the floor. A total freshman with zero backing just outlasted the entire senior academy elite. The influential lords gathered at the venue immediately start circling like sharks. They trade thinly veiled jabs, all eager to sink their claws into a breakout talent. Of course, it helps when your buddy's older brother steps in to remind everyone of certain personal connections, though the unconscious lump on the floor hardly looks like a prize. The chief examiner wisely halts the greedy posturing before a brawl breaks out. With a wave of his hand, he kicks off the real meat of the assessment. The second phase splits into three distinct testing grounds. Each route measures a specific domain of divine power, turning raw potential into hard numbers. Contenders flood toward the cultivation and martial zones in droves. Naturally, a handful of tech heads migrate toward the complex virtual arrays. Yang Fan surveys the crowded arena without a hint of panic. He bypasses the flashy tech and martial zones, setting his sights straight on the core cultivation path. Senior students tear through their trials like an efficient factory assembly line. Every strike, defense check, and calculation gets processed in a blinding instant. The powerful overseers watch from above with mild interest. They know full well that raw talent only gets you so far without a massive pile of family resources. When my turn finally arrives, I step past the boundary marker and calm my breathing. Time to show these old houses what a real foundation looks like. I channel the lethal edge of the Gengjin art straight into my right arm. It is pure, concentrated slaughter, humming with restrained violence. With a single swift motion, I bring my hand down. A pale golden arc tears across the stage, sharp enough to part the very fabric of space. An invisible dampening field snaps into place just in time, swallowing my attack whole before it can level the stadium. Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed it didn't break the toy. The final testing phase wraps up in minutes, leaving the entire arena holding its collective breath. The giant scoreboard lights up to reveal the verdict. Every eye locks onto the descending numbers, waiting for the hierarchy to settle. Reader, the top spot wasn't even close. The seasoned upperclassmen watch their hard-earned scores get completely outclassed in broad daylight. That had to sting right down to their divine roots. Even the high-ranking family elders drop their haughty facades. The silence in the VIP section is deafening. Even the legendary prodigy, Sima Tianxi, sheds his lazy smirk. He stares down at me not like a rival, but like an apex predator spotting a rare equal. When you crash the party and rewrite the leaderboard on day one, you don't need to say a single word. The numbers speak for themselves. History just broke itself in half. A freshman somehow snagged the absolute number one spot in the conquest of the gods, completely humiliating every senior genius in sight. Reader, he did not think this through. Yang Fan wanted a nice, quiet top 10 finish to grab an investment contract, not to become the main boss of the starting village. That terrifying blast of power came from just a tiny fraction of his followers using a basic 5-element technique. If his entire divine kingdom went all out, it would be catastrophic. Instead of being happy, our boy is having an existential crisis. What are these senior students even doing with their lives if they fold this easily? Up on the high platform, the judges stopped breathing. A dark horse this monstrous isn't just a winner. He's a once-in-a-generation peerless prodigy worth fighting over. Information packets flew across the interstellar network faster than gossip at a royal wedding. Every major aristocratic family just put this kid at the top of their target list. Before the chief examiner could even blink, Sima Tianxi stepped forward and seized control of the floor with an unbothered smirk. He stretched lazily, but his eyes locked onto Yang Fan with predatory intent. A direct telepathic message sliced straight through the noisy arena. Don't hold back, crush everyone, and meet us at Yueshang Tower later. Sima Tianxi dropped an invitation that blurred the lines between rival noble houses. Yang Fan caught the drift and offered a tiny nod of acknowledgement. He turned his attention to the miserable bastard sharing the stage with him. No single matches, no polite formalities. Sima Tianxi announced a merciless free-for-all inside the heavenly pressure realm, where immortal rules let them cut loose. The senior judges frowned at the sudden rule change, but let it slide. Everyone knew the Sima heir was just rolling out the red carpet for his new favorite toy. Gods in this universe aren't just lazy couch potatoes hiding behind glowing screens. A deity's physical might represents the combined terror of every single believer they command. Out on the brutal war fronts against alien races, human gods fights tooth and nail on the front lines. Believers are the core, but the gods' own fists do the talking. The other 9 finalists stared at Yang Fan like he owed them money. Some looked terrified, others looked ready to die trying, but all of them knew they were outmatched. Yang Fan sighed softly to himself, officially kissing his peaceful, low-profile lifestyle goodbye. There is no hiding when you accidentally break the ceiling. If you're going to fly too close to the sun, you might as well use the heat to cook dinner. More exposure means more resources, and more resources mean god-tier acceleration. Managing a divine kingdom brings in billions, but true generational wealth comes from controlling the federal government. The most profitable business in the universe is taxing the public. 10 top-tier seniors are left on the platform, eyeing each other warily. Nobody wants to make the first move and expose their hidden cards just yet. Deng Yi and Han Chao finally snap under the pressure and target Yang Fan simultaneously. They cannot stomach a fresh-faced rookie holding the #1 spot. Deng Yi flashes behind Yang Fan like a ghost, unleashing a vicious punch packed with enough kinetic force to shatter a demigod's neck bones. Reader, he did not see that coming. Yang Fan casually tilts his head to dodge the strike without even bothering to turn around. The surrounding seniors stare in utter shock at his impossible reaction speed, especially since no spiritual energy fluctuated at all. Even the high-ranking elders on the observation deck are baffled, noting that his advanced mechanics and computing power far exceed normal limits. Yang Fan suddenly spins around and clamps onto Deng Yi's wrist with absolute precision, stopping the senior dead in his tracks. With a gentle squeeze, a sickening crunch echoes across the arena as the attacker's entire arm is twisted into a grotesque shape. Before the scream can even leave his throat, Yang Fan plants a devastating kick into his chest and sends him flying entirely off the stage. Yang Fan instantly teleports right beside the remaining attacker, calmly noting that his reaction time is pitifully slow. With a casual swat like he is brushing away an annoying fly, he knocks Han Chao sideways into the pavement, instantly putting him out cold. Realizing the terrifying gulf in power, the rest of the seniors finally abandon their pride and decide to gang up on him together. Fireballs, lightning, gales, and high-explosive heavy artillery rain down from all directions, entirely blocking every possible escape route. Yang Fan summons the thick earth-suppressing mountain scripture, effortlessly turning an overwhelming storm of magic into harmless dust. He instantly counters by conjuring a massive 100-meter fireball, searing the air and sending the terrified opponents scrambling back. Water condenses into a lethal sword rain while thorny vines burst from the ground, effortlessly dismantling the enemy formation. In less than 15 minutes, every single opponent has been brutally swept off the stage in a terrifying, one-sided dimensional reduction. The Academy Elders can only stare in stunned silence, completely baffled by how a freshman manages to master every single elemental path at once. As the elite youths gather to debate optimal cultivation strategies, the sheer complexity of divine warfare becomes painfully apparent. They casually weigh the pros and cons of specialized builds versus all-rounded paths, completely unaware of the flex incoming. Then Sima Tianxi casually chimes in to announce that his entire roster of followers possesses rare elemental and spatial Dao bodies. The entire conversation grinds to a screeching halt as everyone processes the sheer absurdity of his ridiculously stacked roster. With the small talk out of the way, all eyes shift to the center stage where Qin Yang grips his blade with absolute lethal intent. He knows he is hopelessly outmatched by the reigning prodigy, but he refuses to back down without throwing everything he has at him. Sensing a spark of real danger, Yang Fan welcomes the challenge, eager to see how his overwhelming strength measures up in a real fight. Qin Yang explodes into motion, unleashing a devastating 100-meter blade of pure concentrated energy that splits the atmosphere. Unfortunately for the swordsman, his masterpiece attack looks remarkably leisurely to a guy whose brain processes combat like a slow-motion replay. With a casual lean to the left, Yang Fan dodges the catastrophic strike without breaking a single sweat. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Qin Yang brings his weapon down in a blinding vertical arc right beside his target. Instead of dodging or parrying with magic, Yang Fan simply raises his naked hand and curls his fingers into a fist. He slams his fist squarely into the absolute most vulnerable structural node of the oncoming sword with terrifying precision. A deafening metallic shriek echoes across the arena as the pristine weapon shatters instantly under pure, unadulterated physical force. Silence falls over the entire venue as the gathered onlookers stare in disbelief at the fragments of the broken sword. Far away from the roaring crowds, the ancient masters of the Primordial Academy convene in a secretive, high-security boardroom. They pore over the boy's impossible growth metrics, questioning how any mortal could possibly evolve at such a terrifyingly accelerated pace. They ultimately conclude that true potential can only break its limits when thrust into the fires of absolute resource scarcity and survival. High above the academy, a council of powerful elders clashes with the federal government's ultimate artificial intelligence over invading a student's sacred divine kingdom. The sentient machine boldly reminds the corrupt elite that sacred laws exist specifically to keep powerful tyrants from trampling the vulnerable masses. Its razor-sharp words strike a nerve across the room, leaving the influential aristocrats entirely speechless and suddenly very eager to drop the subject. With the opposition silenced, the Federal Intelligence instantly issues a top-tier rating upgrade for the tournament's most dominant newcomer. Down in the arena, Qin Yang stands stunned as he stares at his shattered weapon, realizing he isn't even playing the same game as our boy. Up on the balcony, Sima Tianxi stretches his arms and decides he's finally done babysitting this ridiculous tournament. He casually hoists the defeated Sima Bong over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and teleports right out of the arena. The moment the barrier drops, a tidal wave of eager upperclassmen swarms Yang Fan, desperate to lock down an alliance before anyone else. Even prominent family lords step down from the VIP seats to sweet-talk our hero, proving that talent really does talk in this city. Remembering his secret instructions, Yang Fan politely deflects every single bribe and slips away before the sharks can sink their teeth in. He bypasses his dorm entirely and heads straight for the most exclusive luxury dining tower in the entire metropolitan district. A senior venue manager practically breaks his back bowing at the door, treating a college freshman like visiting royalty. The top-floor private hall looks less like a restaurant and more like an emperor's sky palace floating above the clouds. An entire army of attendants greets him in unison, proving that having powerful friends definitely comes with some pretty sweet perks. He looks out across the sprawling metropolis from the clouds, finally tasting the kind of influence that comes with true, absolute power. Looking back, turning down those earlier amateur scouting offers was definitely the smartest gamble of his entire life. With the Sima family openly backing his rise, the path ahead is wide open and dripping with golden opportunities. Reader, he took the meeting, and life was never going to be simple for his rivals ever again. Walking down this velvet-lined hallway makes it painfully obvious just how massive Sima Tianxi's influence really is. I shove the door open to find Tianxi lounging quietly, while the fat man is living his absolute best life, surrounded by personal attendants. The second the heavy tub of lard spots me, he ditches his servants and rockets across the floor like a heat-seeking missile of joy. He dives straight for my ankles, wraps his meaty arms around my leg, and starts bawling about how he missed my legendary performance. Reader, he did not think about personal space. I'm literally hopping on one foot just to keep my pants from hitting the floor. Tianxi pinches the bridge of his nose, looking entirely ready to disown his little brother right on the spot. The fat man pops right back up, flashing a completely shameless grin and claiming he has enough loyalty to share between multiple bosses. With a subtle wave of a hand, the room empties out in seconds, leaving just the three of us to talk business. Sima Bang transforms into a professional lackey on the spot, dusting off the best seat in the house like a nervous bellhop. Tianxi pours a drink and casually tosses out an offer to become sworn brothers, dangling connections most kids only dream of. I'm not dumb enough to turn down a golden ticket connection to the future head of the Sima household. He gives me a stark warning straight out of the gate. Ignore the endless stream of desperate offers and pin all my hopes on the top 5 giants. I used to think dodging contracts was the ultimate form of freedom, refusing to get tied down by corporate leashes. Tianxi bluntly shatters that illusion, pointing out that true freedom only exists at the very top, bought and paid for with raw strength. He drops the pretense of pure altruism, openly admitting that bagging a top-tier prodigy nets him and his brother a massive family payout. That leaves me wondering how the Gu family suddenly factored into his little pitch. The fat man proudly explains that their mother shares a bloodline with the Gu clan, meaning they double dip on resources from 2 massive dynasties. It's a staggeringly profitable setup, but I'm going to need to see some serious numbers before I sell my future to anyone. Plates piled high with the glowing meat of spirit beasts and ancient fruits hit the table, turning the fancy room into an absolute feeding frenzy. Zhang Pang immediately starts whining that his Divine Kingdom's chef needs to be fired because the food isn't half as good as what Yang Fan eats back home. His brother rubs his temples in pure agony, reminding him that risking his life for 100 million divinity points just to fund his gluttonous followers is pathetic. Sima Tianxi brushes off the bickering and tells Yang Fan that regardless of the family's official contracts, he's already secured him an S-class building and a hefty advance. Back in his room, Yang Fan straps on his virtual headset, only to find his inbox absolutely buried under an avalanche of flashing messages and corporate offers. At the very top sits the official prize notification from the Academy, handing out an absurd 5 billion divinity points and a massive planetary resource. Reader, he did not think this through, by which I mean he stared at the screen for a solid minute wondering how he got so absurdly rich overnight. A parade of heavy-hitting conglomerates slide into his inbox next, but Yang Fan scrolls past them without a second glance, since the real sharks haven't bitten yet. The Liu family steps up first, dangling a 50% corporate stake and steady billions, provided he acts as their loyal lapdog in the federal council. The Sima clan counters with legions, high-tier deity mentors, and multiple resource stars, locking him into their specific frontline military faction. The Han family offers a mountain of defensive buildings, alongside a polite request to bleed for them on the front lines for the next millennium. Then comes the Gu clan, throwing down an utterly ridiculous pile of 30 different resource stars and top-tier spiritual realms. Qin's Technology Alliance tries to buy his entire future manufacturing empire with cutting-edge labs and infinite mechanical development resources. Even Yang Fan has to pause and catch his breath, because these aren't just investments. They're the GDP of entire star systems handed over on a silver platter. The Gu family's offer comes with one very specific, unavoidable condition: a mandatory political marriage into their younger generation. Yang Fan doesn't hesitate for a second, signing on the dotted line because when a sugar daddy offers you 30 resource stars, you simply stop asking questions. Deep in the capital city, Gu Yuan watches the virtual ink dry on the contract and breaks into a knowing, amused grin. He chuckles to himself, realizing the clever kid was just holding out for the highest bidder all along. As the ink dries on the contract, a massive influx of data violently surges straight into my head, unlocking elite permissions and star coordinates. Even with my mental preparations, my breathing hitches as I read the sheer scale of the rewards pouring into my personal account. I materialize the card for my newly issued S-rank reward, only to stare in absolute disbelief at the familiar treasure resting in my hand. Another official notice pops up directly from the Gu family, explaining that they tailor-made this specific building based on my Divine Kingdom's traits. They clearly assume my Divine Kingdom operates on 100-fold time distortion, which turns a single milk nest into an absolute money printer. People love playing 4D chess with my potential, and honestly, I am more than happy to let them keep miscalculating my true limits. I tap my wrist to pull up the market database and check the actual retail value of this so-called out-of-stock strategic luxury asset. Without wasting a single second, I drop all 11 S-rank milk nests straight into the absolute core sector of my divine realm. The entire realm shudders with apocalyptic force as the buildings hit the ground, triggering an insane tidal wave of pure ambient energy. Penglai Island transforms into a literal immortal wonderland as the air gets so thick with power that the spiritual energy literally starts to liquefy. My foundation establishment believers pour out of their caves, weeping with absolute religious fervor as they witness the miraculous divine display. My top administrative construct materializes right beside me, bowing low to offer congratulations on my massive tournament victory. Unlike an amateur who loses his mind over sudden wealth, I take a deep breath and immediately pivot straight back to business. I grill my loyal subordinate on the security setup for the newly acquired resource stars, demanding a complete rundown of our military assets. He rattles off an insane inventory including dozens of garrison teams, thousands of fighter jets, and heavy automated defense cities. To keep production running smoothly without burning out our mortal followers, he even bought 100 million automated extraterrestrial gatherers. I have to hand it to my AI lackey. While its assumptions are weird, its logistics execution is genuinely, terrifyingly efficient. Securing planets this rich at the demigod tier proves that choice completely dwarfs raw effort when you are backed by true heavyweight patrons. Yang Da reassures me that the Divine Kingdom's strict laws shield our newly acquired resource stars from prying eyes. Between our powerful defensive arrays and a massive fleet of combat jets, we have plenty of time to crush any trespassers. I give the order without hesitation, and portals tear open across my entire divine realm. Thousands of eager believers march straight through into our brand new territories. Through my followers' eyes, I witness the spirit vein star for the first time. The air itself is so thick with concentrated spiritual energy that it practically floats like milk. The moment my cultivators step onto the planet, their bodies react to the insane density of the air. Some immediately drop to the ground and start breaking through their bottlenecks right where they stand. Meanwhile, the spirit plant star offers a totally different kind of madness. Boundless fields of rare herbs and magical flora stretch out as far as the eye can see, overflowing with raw life force. The sheer scale of the harvest is enough to make my head spin. Selling just the raw plants would net hundreds of millions of divine points a month, but that would be a complete waste. Instead of dumping raw ingredients, I order Yang Da to double our funding for the Academy and heavily boost alchemist incentives. We need to turn every single weed into refined pills to maximize our profits. With my armies fighting a three-pronged war on the front lines, the demand for battle pills is practically bottomless. Turning these raw herbs into refined elixirs is the ultimate power move. God Lord, Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area, 19.5 million square kilometers. Divinity Points, 7.11 billion. Buildings, Moonwell times 100 million. Sunspring times 100 million. Earth Spirit Milk Nest times 11. Spirit Vein times 70,000. Pill Tower times 1,000. Assets, 11 Spirit Vein stars, 10 Spirit Plant stars, 4.1 billion alien collectors. With the massive subsidies from the Sima and Gu families finally hitting my account, my liquid funds have skyrocketed to heights I never imagined possible. My 11 Earth Spirit Milk Nests alone pump out over 1 billion points a month, completely turbocharged by my hundredfold evolution talent. Add in the 11 newly acquired Spirit Vein stars, generating billions in Spirit Stones, plus fat monthly subsidies, and my empire's financial engine is roaring. My monthly income has officially blasted past 15 billion divine points. Honestly, at this rate of wealth accumulation, even the gods above are going to start asking me for spare change. With endless resources pouring in and my industrial chain fully integrated, the true golden age of my divine kingdom has finally begun. With the Gu family's backing, Yang Fan's divine kingdom transforms into a high-tech powerhouse. He orders 60% of all divine revenue funneled straight into mass-producing advanced transformation pods. He wants every single newborn follower upgraded to a fifth-order being right out of the gate. Meanwhile, his conquering fleets accelerate their assault on alien god kingdoms to harvest more cores. Returning his consciousness to the real world, Yang Fan straps on his virtual reality helmet to check out the latest updates. Reader, he was entirely unprepared for the sheer bureaucratic flex coming his way. Your privilege level has been upgraded to Peerless Prodigy. Your identity and security parameters are now undergoing total structural restructuring across all federal networks. Dozens of familiar forums and simulation war zones vanish from his interface in a heartbeat. Only the core districts, the mall, and the primordial city remain accessible to him now. The federal government deploys a personal security detail of elite third-tier divine guards to shadow his every move until he achieves true godhood. All expenses covered by the state, obviously. His hometown safety rating gets instantly maxed out, complete with a garrison of high-tier deities stationed locally to babysit his parents and secure their divine realms. His wives get fast-tracked straight into the elite Starry Sky Academy, a ridiculously exclusive institution reserved for the absolute top crust of federal royalty. Even his old acquaintance, Zhang Pang, gets quietly relocated and protected so his sloppy divine covenant can never leak Yang Fan's secret coordinates. Yang Fan sits there completely stunned as the system reads off a laundry list of life-changing perks. The Federation didn't just reward him, they proactively erased every single worry he ever had. Suddenly, the surrounding data streams converge into a towering humanoid figure composed entirely of high-speed light. It has no physical body, only pure, calculating presence. A cold, emotionless voice echoes through the space. identifying itself as an avatar of the Federation's highest intelligent life form, here to serve his every digital need. This entity maintains the laws, network security, and war coordination for all of human civilization. It answers to no family and operates with terrifying, unyielding logic. Swallowing hard, Yang Fan collects his thoughts and asks the burning question on his mind. He wants to know exactly what this upgrade means for his expanding divine empire. The entity whisks his consciousness straight into the heart of Primordial City, granting him permanent residency status that lasts long after graduation. You have been granted an annual quota of 10 billion divinity points, dedicated strictly to purchasing S-class strategic buildings, with unused funds rolling over indefinitely. 10 billion divinity points every single year to buy top-tier infrastructure. The sheer financial backing of a top family combined with federal authority is just downright unfair. With rare resources no longer bottlenecking his growth, Yang Fan is fully primed to shatter expectations and claim absolute supremacy across the cosmos. I zero in on the staggering 10 billion divine points quota, wondering just how much buying power that actually gives me in this vast cosmic marketplace. Standard buildings roll off high-level mechanical assembly lines by the thousands, carrying a hefty price tag despite their mass-produced nature. Meanwhile, the true top-tier wonders of architecture are born naturally from the slow, magnificent evolution of the divine realm itself over ages. The absolute pinnacle structures command trillions of divine points, forcing cultivators to trade precious frontline military merits just to acquire one. When the Federation's hyper-intelligent guide casually roasts my biological brain capacity, I can't even argue because the math checks out. Three distinct S-class architectural marvels materialize before me, each tailored specifically to exploit my divine kingdom's absurd potential. First on the list is a primordial milk source nest, designed to pump out rich spiritual essence and stabilize a rapidly expanding divine territory. Then there's the monstrous Void Warship, a mobile fortress packing enough firepower to wage brutal cross-regional campaigns inside alien realms. Finally, the Temple of Myriad Paths evolution waits as a supreme hub of civilization, boosting believer comprehension across every known discipline. Reader, he decided not to impulse buy a multi-billion point cosmic fortress on his first try, proving he actually learned some self-control. Withdrawing from the initial menu, my consciousness plunges headfirst into the heavily guarded territory of the ancient Gu family. A breathtaking expanse of floating continents, war fortresses, and bustling void ports opens up beneath me as I cross the threshold. Dozens of dense administrative menus cascade into view, revealing a resource network so vast it completely dwarfs ordinary merchant guilds. Rare divine ores, war-type puppet cores, and volatile spatial materials are stockpiled here in quantities that would make emperors weep. 72 specialized frontline legions wait in the wings, and Academy graduates are legally obligated to pick one of these meat grinder units. A comprehensive monster protection agreement flashes into effect, promising absolute shroud protocols and emergency evacuation privileges. My vision instantly shatters past the cozy confines of local Academy rivalries, plunging me straight into the brutal reality of galactic war. The five great families, alien front lines, and high-ranking gods are no longer abstract concepts. They are the playground I have to conquer. The Federation's digital briefing comes to a close, and my consciousness snaps right back to the physical world. My AI assistant Yang Da immediately briefs me on the available S-class architectural assets tucked away in Taichu City. He advises holding off on buying luxury buildings right now, suggesting we prioritize heavy orbital warships down the line. Those massive combat vessels will seriously speed up our conquest of rival divine territories once we actually need them. Yang Da smoothly takes over all purchasing channels, chewing through mountains of data that would take a normal person months to parse. I spend the rest of the night grinding through military manuals instead of sleeping, because power demands relentless preparation. By morning, a crisp notification pops up on my screen with an unexpected invitation from the ultra-powerful Gu family. I step out into the bustling streets of Primordial City to face whatever matchmaking nonsense these elites cooked up. Their family restaurant is an absolute beast of a building, wrapped in heavy protective arrays and swirling spiritual mist. The restaurant manager is already waiting outside, bowing so low he practically kisses the pavement for my arrival. He immediately heaps on massive discounts and obsequious flattery, treating me like a visiting emperor instead of a student. I ask why he keeps throwing around lofty titles, prompting a quick history lesson on why prodigies get special treatment. Apparently, a peerless genius is dubbed a young lord because he's expected to crush entire regions and rule territories. Fancy titles are nice for the ego, but I care a lot more about practical gains and stacking up raw, divine strength. Gu Yuan Shan guides me up to the ultra-exclusive top floor, where the atmosphere is dead silent and heavily warded. A single heavy wooden door sits at the end of the hall, cracked open just enough to let soft light spill through. Through the gap, I spot a woman in a flowing azure dress sitting by the window, her back turned to the entrance. Even from behind, her silhouette radiates an undeniable presence that stops me dead in my tracks. When the Gu family elder politely bowed and offered to swap out my blind date for someone else if I wasn't pleased, my brain completely short-circuited. They were practically rolling out the red carpet for me, treating me like royalty just because of my potential. I honestly caught myself wondering if I could just collect a few wives at once. I stepped around the round table, ready to meet whatever noble scion they had lined up, only to freeze dead in my tracks when I recognized the face waiting for me. Of all people, it was Goulet, the tactical mastermind who had bossed around an entire team of elites during yesterday's God-confirmant battle. I had to awkwardly admit that while I definitely remembered her barking orders from the backline, I hadn't actually bothered to learn her name at the time. She didn't waste any time beating around the bush, bluntly telling me she watched my whole match and knew I was currently the hottest commodity in town. Reader, I signed that family contract just last night, and the Sharks were already circling for blind date spots before the ink had even dried. Goulet laid out her family connections point blank, noting her father controls the clan's entire medicinal supply chain, meaning massive profit margins for my future brewing operations. She dropped her mother's resume too, a major shareholder holding top-tier spots across massive energy and biopharmaceutical conglomerates. As for her own stats, she boasts an S-level spiritual essence talent that supercharges the cultivation of rare herbs and spiritual beasts. She even casually tossed in ownership stakes across multiple listed companies worth hundreds of billions in divine points. This wasn't a romantic date in the slightest. It was a ruthless corporate merger disguised as an arranged marriage. Honestly, I didn't see a single reason to complain since the Gu family was already investing heavily in my future anyway. That reaction actually caught her off guard, as she blinked and asked if I was really agreeing to this just like that. When I told her a capable partner beats a pretty face any day, her severe business facade melted into a bright, genuine laugh. She stood up, extended her hand across the table, and wished us a very profitable collaboration. Before sealing the deal, I dropped a minor detail about already having two wives back home, but she didn't even blink an eye. With the paperwork reviewed and signed in glowing gold text, Goulet immediately summoned a pair of virtual reality headsets to introduce me to her family. Stepping into a secluded courtyard inside the virtual realm, I find myself facing two absolute powerhouses. Even without trying, their divine presence feels like standing too close to a pair of blazing suns. Goulet casually introduces them as her parents, Gu Xuanting and Lu Qinglan, high-ranking deities whose mere gaze could probably level a mountain range. My survival instincts are screaming at me to stand at strict attention. Knowing I'm treading on legendary ground, I drop into a respectful bow and address them as seniors. They instantly share an amused smile, clearly used to young cultivators nearly fainting in their presence. The patriarch waves away my formality with a casual laugh, telling me there's no need for rigid titles now that we're married. Smooth as butter, I immediately upgrade my greeting to my new parents-in-law. Mother-in-law gives me a thorough once-over, her eyes gleaming with deep satisfaction. Honestly, surviving her appraisal feels tougher than clearing a dungeon floor. The next hour turns into a surprisingly warm chat about my hometown life and how I'm handling the grand capital. No politics, no heavy resource demands, just family checking in on the new kid. Before long, Lu Qinglan excuses herself and her husband, telling us to go out and enjoy the real world together. They're giving us space, but they're making it abundantly clear I'm locked into the family now. Gu Xuanting turns to me with utter gravity, saying he only had one daughter and now considers me his own son. Reader, he actually meant it, which is terrifyingly wholesome for a god. With a sudden rush of white light, our consciousness pulls back from the virtual realm and snaps back into reality. Back in the material world, the heavy divine pressure vanishes into thin air. Back in the empty virtual space, Gu Xuanting and his wife review my performance. They break down my foundational strength, and note that my multipath cultivation is going to cost an absolute fortune. Naturally, the patriarch just laughs off the financial burden, boasting that his clan has endless resources and connections to burn. Must be nice to casually fund a one-man army out of pocket. Back on the city streets, Goulet stretches and cheerfully invites me out to explore the local sites together. I politely decline, because my bro Seema Bang has been blowing up my comms all morning. She stands there frozen on the pavement, blinking as I walk away without a second thought. Honestly, the girl doesn't know whether to laugh or cry at my absolute dedication to ignoring romance. Back in her room, Goulet glares daggers at her reflection in a stunning red dress, wondering why her charms failed entirely. She looks like $1,000,000, and I just ghosted her for a boys' night out. She mutters darkly to herself about turning me around eventually, vowing to conquer her new abstinent husband. Good luck with that, because my brain is currently 90% spreadsheets and 10% bro code. I'm not playing hard to get. I genuinely have somewhere to be. Ever since my divine brother gave me a reality check, my social calendar revolves around grinding and strategy meetings, not low-level dopamine hits. I head straight up to our usual spot in Yueshanglo to meet up with the old Qingshan district crew. Sima Bang has been spamming my inbox like a desperate ex, and honestly, I actually need their advice on some heavy Divine Kingdom issues. The moment I walk in, Sima Bang wails about starving to death while Ye Jianfeng bows low to thank me for the 10 million divine points. Even Wen Yushui is dressed up and blushing, reminding me that while I was busy ascending to godhood, my circle has officially leveled up around me. The dinner party kicks off without a hitch as Yang Fan casually claims his seat at the table. He isn't sweating any grand expectations, treating the high-stakes gathering like an ordinary Tuesday night out. Sima Bang leaps to his feet with an obsequious grin, practically tripping over himself to pour Yang Fan a drink. He raises his glass high, ready to shower our boy with effusive praise for his massive life upgrades. Dropping into his seat, the cheerful merchant boasts about how his mother practically drowned him in giant red envelopes just because Yang Fan tied the knot with the Gu family. Ye Jianfeng and Wen Yushui stare in stunned silence as the reality sinks in. Realizing Yang Fan just locked down a partnership with one of humanity's top 5 megapowers gives them serious whiplash. Realizing the massive gulf in their future prospects, the pair quickly rally to offer their nervous congratulations. Yang Fan just flashes an easy grin and meets their glasses in a casual toast. Never one to let a good rumor lie dormant, Sima Bang instantly pivots the conversation straight to juicy dating gossip. He eagerly demands the hot scoop on Yang Fan's arranged marriage. Dropping a bombshell with zero hesitation, Yang Fan casually tosses out the bride's name like he's ordering takeout. Reader, he delivers the news with the emotional weight of a weather report. Sima Bang nearly spits out his drink, eyes bulging as he realizes it is none other than Goulet. He fires off an enthusiastic thumbs up, loudly celebrating our guy's incredible stroke of romantic luck. Wen Yushui quietly lowers her glass and retreats entirely into silence, keeping her gaze locked on the table. Deep in her eyes, a sharp, unreadable resentment burns hot enough to melt glass. The banquet rolls on with plenty of loud bragging, easy chuckles, and casual chatter filling the private room. Everyone plays their part to keep the festive mood afloat while ignoring the underlying tension. Midway through the evening, Yang Fan abruptly steers the talk toward massive agricultural investments. He wants a bulletproof cash crop that yields insane profits without needing a dedicated farming class. Sima Bang wrinkles his chubby face in frustration, scratching his head as he tries to brainstorm a plant that fits the impossible criteria. High profit always demands high rarity, after all. Stepping into the silence, Ye Jianfeng slowly pitches a sneaky candidate that fits the bill. It's only a mid-tier plant, but the long-term compounding returns are practically legendary among divine entities. Yang Fan perks up instantly when he hears the name. It's an old acquaintance from his early days of building his divine kingdom, long since forgotten in the rush of bigger profits. Ye Jianfeng rightly points out the catch. The plant draws massive divine energy, takes ages to mature, and leaks an aura that acts like a glowing neon sign for enemy demigods. Stepping out into the cool evening breeze, Yang Fan drains the last drop of his wine and nods his thanks. Other gods avoid the crop like the plague because of the death trap growth cycle and coordinate leaks. Back inside the private quarters, the heavy silence rushes in the second the door clicks shut. Wen Yushui mumbles an excuse and flees into the night, nursing a bruised ego that won't heal anytime soon. Watching her retreat, Ye Jianfeng doesn't pull any punches, calling out her sky-high ambitions and paper-thin fate. She played a dangerous game of misplaced pride, and the house cleared her out completely. Sima Bang sits alone in a quiet lounge, lamenting how their elite quartet has effectively shrunk to a duo. With Yang Fan soaring into the stratosphere of power, their old friend group is nothing more than a memory. He admits that ordinary folks barely register on Yang Fan's radar anymore, and poor Wen Yushui is completely out of her depth. The gap between them is widening faster than actual kingdoms drifting apart in the cosmos. Meanwhile, Yang Fan returns to his courtyard, only to find two heavyweights waiting at his gate. His loyal protector Tang Yue stands beside a tall, sharp-eyed stranger, radiating an immense divine pressure. Tang Yue steps forward and respectfully introduces Ye Wen, a fellow third-tier deity assigned to share bodyguard duties. From now on, keeping Yangfan safe on his travels is a two-man job for these powerhouses. Faced with the unwavering obedience of two third-tier deities, Yangfan can't help but feel a quiet thrill. Proof that when you reach the absolute pinnacle of potential, the entire world bends the knee. Tang Yue explains that the Academy has upgraded his living arrangements to match his elite status. They weed him deep into the core sector of Primordial City, far away from the noisy commercial zones. They arrive at a sprawling silver-white villa 4 times the size of his old quarters, complete with massive front and back gardens. Reader, they really rolled out the red carpet for our boy. Handing over the silver access key, the two bodyguards bow and take their leave without overstaying their welcome. Yang Fan immediately steps inside, bypassing any sightseeing to get straight to work. He settles into a brightly lit room, pulling out books to read while his mind operates at overclocked speeds. Thanks to his expanding intelligent lifeforms, multitasking is now a walk in the park. Deep in his subconscious, he confers with Yang Da about the massive cultivation of soul-nourishing wood. Yang Da confirms the evolutionary talent makes large-scale planting entirely viable. A mature crop takes roughly 100 days and floods his divine kingdom with beneficial spiritual aura. But Yang Fan isn't blinded by dollar signs, knowing every massive payout carries an equally massive catch. The nagging risk of exposing his divine kingdom's coordinates hangs heavily over his calculations. Yang Da reassures him that the existing Penglai Islands will easily mask the wood's unique aura. Yang Da even suggests that any foolish demigods trying to invade would basically save them the trouble of hunting down enemy coordinates. Talk about aggressive customer service. A sharp glint flashes in Yang Fan's eyes as he gives the green light to proceed with the massive agricultural project. If danger is coming, he plans to meet it head-on with an absolute mountain of cash. Yang Da runs the numbers and recommends seeding a staggering 5 trillion soul-nourishing wood plants across safe interior zones. The projected yield is an insane 50 billion divine points in just over 3 months. Recognizing that such absurd profits must come with terrifying hidden dangers, he refuses to leave his back exposed. Before a single seed goes into the ground, his entire defense network gets a total overhaul. He orders the purchase of an A-level defensive megastructure, the Zhenjie Xuantian Great Wall, to ring the entire outer perimeter. Heavy siege-destroying cannons are immediately mounted all along the ramparts. Cultivators, martial experts, and elven troops are deployed in massive waves to permanently garrison the frontier. Yang Fan turns his sanctuary into an armed fortress, ready to shred anyone foolish enough to test him. With a quick command from my loyal automata, the massive purchase went straight through. The legendary A-level defensive marvel was finally loaded into my expanding divine kingdom. The earth violently shook as a monstrous, pitch-black wall rose thousands of feet into the air. Covered in ancient runes and heavy metal plating, this fortress meant absolute war. Heavy city-destroying cannons bristled along the ramparts, their dark muzzles slowly pivoting toward the outer perimeter. The entire border instantly transformed into a zone of pure murder. Instead of turtling in the center like a coward, I set the entire divine realm into hyperspeed development. Why abandon outer territories to invaders when every inch of land generates sweet, glorious revenue? 5 days later, my proxies successfully breached the target territories, though they ran into a nasty little surprise. Turns out alien demigods actually team up and share coordinates like a big, ugly family. Even with 2 alien forces pooling their resources, they stood zero chance against my sheer numerical and technological superiority. My troops just rolled right over them without breaking a sweat. With the enemy shattered, my forces plundered their core coordinates like kids in a candy store. Why pay full price for new targets when defeated enemies hand over their neighbor's address for free? I directed my automated networks to target weak, hyperbreeding ratmen and lizard spawn next. Since my lab was already overflowing with zombies, letting a plague do the heavy lifting saved me a ton of casualties. Honestly, I barely had to lift a finger while my automated systems ran the entire war machine. With a hundredfold evolution talent backing me up, playing smart completely beats playing reckless. After a few days of cleanup, the time finally came to absorb 3 captured Divine Kingdom cores at once. The moment the integration began, the entire realm shook like an earthquake. The ground expanded wildly in every direction, stretching mountains and surging rivers outward. In a single bound, my Divine Kingdom's total territory ballooned by another 6 million square kilometers. Even my massive A-level defensive wall smoothly adjusted its size, sliding outward to re-anchor itself along the new perimeter like a living war machine. A rush of indescribable comfort washed over my soul, feeling like sinking into a hot spring of pure energy. Every single cell in my body was practically singing with ecstasy. I didn't let myself get carried away by the intoxicating high of sudden power. Keeping a cool head is rule number 1 when you're speedrunning godhood. 20 days flew by in total peace while I buried myself in research, studying high-level Divine Kingdom warfare, alien racial traits, and advanced tactical theories. Right when things were settling into a nice, quiet rhythm, my parents suddenly pinged me with an urgent message. They told me to drop everything and log straight into the virtual world. Naturally, I wasn't about to keep my old folks waiting, so I immediately strapped in for the dive. Reader, little did I know what kind of family surprise was waiting for me. With a bright flash of light, my consciousness materialized inside the bustling virtual space. It was time to find out what news my parents had tracked down. Plugging into the virtual reality network, I dived straight back into the digital replica of my hometown. Yang County has transformed completely since my departure, now bustling with new wealth, widened avenues, and heavy aerial security. Even the private villa district is locked down tight, bristling with federal agents and sentries guarding every single gate. My parents sit at the center of the hall, putting on a brave face to hide how fiercely proud they actually are. High school principals, regional magistrates, and elite family heads fill the room, sitting so stiffly you could cut the air with a knife. The moment I cross the threshold, the entire room jumps up at once, desperately trying to look casual. Local leaders trip over themselves to tell me how much federal funding and educational reform my success has brought to the whole region. Even the head of the Luo family trembles with gratitude as government quotas for rare strategic resources suddenly roll right into their lap. My old buddy Zhang Pong looks like he is about to pass out from sheer intimidation just sitting in the same room as me. Luckily, a quick joke shatters the awkwardness, reminding everyone that I am still the same guy they used to know. Friends and family are now shielded by the highest tiers of federal protection, all thanks to my towering influence. Slipping out of the virtual world, I immediately return to reality and pick up my studies right where I left off. 5 days pass in the physical world while my divine kingdom expands exponentially inside the nurturing wood. God Lord, Yang Fan, area of divine kingdom, 25.5 million square kilometers. Believers, over 11 billion fifth-order beings and countless mortals. Occupations, millions of alchemists, blacksmiths, talisman masters, and array masters operating at peak efficiency across the realm. Divinity points, 5.8 billion accumulated, with a steady daily generation rate of 12.6 points in reality. Defensive structures, boundary-suppressing giant walls, city annihilation cannons, and hundreds of thousands of advanced fighter jets standing at full readiness. With automated divine assets generating unbelievable passive income, the sheer scale of my resources has long since broken the economic curve. My divine kingdom is now flooded with over 1 million advanced transformation pods, churning out fifth-tier fighters like an assembly line. These machines drastically slash cultivation times, letting mortals skip decades of brutal grinding and jump straight to true power. My administrative AI calculates that our explosive population growth means we will need billions more pods in the coming decades. Even with my absurd monthly income, outfitting every single citizen right now would utterly bankrupt my treasury. Down on Spirit Plant Star, our alchemical manufacturing is finally hitting its stride and covering our frontline needs. We are even exporting surplus pills to external noble families, raking in a steady 200 million divinity points a month. To keep us safe, I have armed patrol aircraft sweeping our borders around the clock for any stray scouts or snooping outsiders. Reader, he is not taking any chances. The sheer psychic noise of our massive soul trees makes us a glowing beacon in the dark. Without hesitation, I dump 50 billion hard-earned divinity points straight into the store to purchase our ultimate heavy weapon. The entire fabric of our divine kingdom groans and buckles as a colossal rift tears open across the heavens. Out crawls an absolute monolith of a warship, radiating an oppressive gravity that makes the air feel heavy. Meanwhile, down on the front lines, my ground forces under Yang San are locked in a brutal slog against a dug-in goblin army. These heavily armed brutes are using the rough mountain bottlenecks to hold the line and stubbornly stall our advance. My field commander has the overall advantage, but the tough terrain has turned this final defense line into a bloody stalemate. Then the sky goes pitch black as the colossal spatial rift rips open right over the screaming armies. The massive war fortress descends from the void, and Yang San falls to one knee, thanking me for this overwhelming power. Legions of my believers immediately flood into the gargantuan hull to man the internal battle stations. Rows of void cannons power up, and heavy floating turrets lock their sights onto the goblin army below. Dinner is served. Panic grips the enemy lines as thousands of goblin archers let loose a desperate storm of arrows. The volley shatters harmlessly against our vessel's hull, not even leaving a scratch on its pristine metal. A blinding flash of spiritual energy erupts from the main bow cannon, tearing straight through the heavens with apocalyptic fury. The goblin's heavily fortified barrier simply ceases to exist, blown completely apart into a massive breach spanning hundreds of miles in an instant. Total collapse follows as terrified survivors scatter like ants, screaming in horror while others drop to their knees to beg for mercy. Aerial bombardment rains down relentlessly, flattening mountains and reducing every remaining defensive line to smoking rubble in a one-sided slaughter. Even I have to swallow hard watching this absolute carnage unfold. Reader, that 5 billion divinity price tag finally makes complete sense. My top commander helpfully reminds me that this high-level mechanical marvel features void cannons, defensive barriers, and instant space jumps. Instead of pushing our luck on high-risk targets, I immediately order them to downgrade our operations to dangerous levels instead. Safety first, glory a distant second. My commander looks quietly exasperated by my obsession with dimensional reduction attacks. If we outnumber or outgun them, we never fight fair. My communicator buzzes to life with a message from Sima Bang, asking if I want to team up to conquer a fresh divine kingdom together. I tap out a polite refusal immediately, because the power gap between us is just too wide now. Group projects are a fast track to resource disputes. Over in a private lounge, the duo reads my rejection without any surprise at all. They know I've already left their weight class far behind. Sima Bang wisely notes that forcing unequal partnerships only kills old friendships, so they decide to pool resources with a couple of other peers. Time slips away quietly, and before you know it, a full year vanishes while I settle comfortably into my second year at the academy. Far across the stars, Ma Yu sits atop his steel skyscraper, swirling red wine with a smug grin that stretches from ear to ear. He has been counting down the days for an entire month, fully convinced he is a genius investor about to rope a human prodigy into his debt trap. An automated voice chimes in to confirm that the long-awaited deadline for our contract has finally arrived. Cue the villainous laughter. He lazily submits a formal federal request to review my records over the past year, completely unaware of the rude awakening waiting for him. Billionaire Ma Yu sat back in his luxury suite, eagerly waiting for the background check on his star protege to clear. Instead, a glaring crimson alert flooded his private display, cutting his celebratory mood entirely short. Target information has been classified under special federal security clearance. Insufficient permissions. Further attempts are strictly prohibited, and this action has been logged. Ma Yu dropped his expensive red wine in pure disbelief, leaping out of his seat. He was a billionaire CEO with a legally binding contract, yet the government was shielding his own mentor from him? Before he could process the insult, his personal AI companion began emitting a horrific shriek of static interference, violently hijacked by an outside force. The assistant announced that the Federation's highest intelligent life form had forcibly seized control of the local network and demanded an immediate virtual audience. Ma Yu's brain nearly short-circuited right then and there. That supreme AI coordinated entire star systems and governed humanity's vast data core. Why on earth would it want to talk to a run-of-the-mill lender? He desperately tried to ping his contacts, only to find every single social and communication channel instantly frozen solid. A fifth-order god was forcibly grounded from the internet in half a second. Terrified of what authority might crush him next, he scrambled to his bed and jammed a virtual reality headset onto his skull. Reader, he did not think this through. His consciousness plunged out of reality and landed hard in a freezing, infinite white void, standing face to face with a towering specter woven purely from humming data streams. The Supreme AI's cold, mechanical voice echoed through the empty expanse, formally warning him for attempting to illegally breach a top-tier classified file. Ma Yu nearly threw his shoulder out, waving his hands to plead his case, stammering that it was all an innocent misunderstanding with his regular business partner. The Supreme Intelligence coldly shot him down, explaining that a commercial training contract granted zero rights to divine kingdoms, war records, or highest-tier federal secrets. Realizing the sheer magnitude of the bullet he just dodged, Ma Yu tore the headset off and collapsed, his back entirely soaked in freezing cold sweat. Pacing wildly around his suite, a creeping dread took hold. If the federal government locked down information this tightly, what kind of ungodly mess had Yang Fan gotten himself into? Deciding he couldn't just let it go, Ma Yu bypassed the network ban through sheer loophole exploitation. The Supreme AI forbade him from querying the boy directly, but it didn't stop him from asking around. He immediately dispatched a generous double bounty to Lin Yi, one of his premier sea-level investments, studying right inside the heavily guarded Taichu city. Hours later, the encrypted reply finally pinged back from the front lines, carrying news that completely upended everything the billionaire expected. Lin Yi reported that Yang Fan had apparently swept the Battle of the Prodigies, claimed top honors, and was now rumored to be directly backed by the untouchable Gu family. Talk about an overachiever. Ma Yu sits in absolute silence, staring at the air where the Federation's highest intelligent life form just delivered a terrifying warning. After a sharp intake of breath, he realizes he has to track down the legendary prodigy immediately before it's too late. High above, in the city of the beginning, Yang Fan pauses over a sudden meeting request flashing on his virtual interface. He instantly recalls the old loan shark who funded his early days, and the 3 million divine points he still owes. Slipping on the virtual reality headset, Yang Fan dives straight into the digital network to face his past creditor. Ma Yu freezes the second he sees him, shocked by how drastically the naive student has transformed into a towering presence. Fishing for confirmation about the wild rumors linking Yang Fan to the almighty Gu family, Ma Yu treads very carefully. Yang Fan ignores the bait entirely, casually offering to clear his 3 million point debt with full interest right then and there. Panic-stricken, Ma Yu waves his hands frantically and rips the old debt contract to shreds right in front of him. Realizing his old fantasy of bossing around human prodigies was a complete joke, Ma Yu spots the greatest opportunity of his life. He takes a deep breath and offers to hand over 51% of Elephant Loan's entire corporate shares on a silver platter. Even Yang Fan is stunned by the sudden gift of controlling stake in a publicly traded corporate behemoth worth hundreds of billions. Staying ice cold on the surface, he asks the one question that matters. What does the loan shark actually want in return? Ma Yu confesses he wants protection from the Gu family and desperately begs to follow Yang Fan as his loyal subordinate. Reader, a fifth-tier god was literally begging to carry his bags. And honestly, who turns down free muscle? Ma Yu sweetens the deal by promising at least 50 billion divine points straight into Yang Fan's divine kingdom every single year. Keeping his emotions completely locked down, Yang Fan calmly finalizes the transfer and officially becomes the master of the company. When Ma Yu casually lists off the staggering 250 billion in total assets he just handed over, even Yang Fan is left speechless. Ma Yu casually hands over the keys to his entire corporate empire, offering up 80 billion divine points without a single drop of sweat. When Yang Fan asks if he's worried about getting cleaned out, the seasoned business owner practically offers to sell the whole company off. Running a massive terrestrial loan firm was just a side hustle for a fifth-order god whose real wealth sits locked inside his own divine realm. Sensing a golden ladder to the upper echelons, Ma Yu decides to chain his wagon to a certified prodigy backed by the terrifying Gu family. Yang Fan takes every last credit and casually offers the ecstatic billionaire a spot running his future corporate empire when he ascends. Returning to his physical body, his mind instantly dives back into the swirling depths of his developing divine territory. His primary mechanical overseer reports that the astronomical sum has landed safely in the treasury, ready to be weaponized. Instead of squandering it on petty border skirmishes, Yang Fan orders a colossal void warship alongside a massive ramp-up in automation. The injection of capital turns his mechanical civilization into a relentless forge, promising the birth of advanced second-tier intelligence very soon. When the Overlord commands the new warship to stay put as a glorified home defense turret, the loyal robot has to bite its synthetic tongue. 5 days tick by in the real world before the mechanical network finally reaches critical mass and shatters a mental barrier. The birth of high-tier mechanical life feeds back straight into his brain, supercharging his intellect to terrifying new extremes. Thick textbooks are devoured in a fraction of an hour as his memory, logic, and processing power rival a supercomputer. With the mechanical path catching up, tactical gear morphs directly onto his body as an organic extension of his own nervous system. Locked away in his elite quarters, the addicting rush of relentless self-improvement consumes every waking second of his days. That peaceful solitude shatters instantly when an uninvited heiress kicks the front door open and treats the residence like her personal lounge. Goulet drops right into a patio seat without a greeting, looking entirely too comfortable as she makes herself right at home. Yang Fan calmly drops his reading material, wondering what kind of trouble has just waltzed onto his doorstep. Having just sealed our marriage contract, my new wife, Gula, is already losing her patience with my absolute radio silence over the past few days. I have been entirely consumed by the mechanical learning path, letting my soaring intellect absorb vast oceans of knowledge without a break. She sighs and suggests we take a stroll to get some fresh air, claiming a divine kingdom needs time to evolve naturally instead of locking myself away. I politely decline her offer, explaining that I have far too many vital responsibilities to waste time wandering around city streets. She gasps and warns me not to become an ascetic, even offering to use advanced genetic technology to artificially cultivate an heir so my cultivation stays safe. After a brief, heavy silence, my male pride finally kicks in, and I casually suggest we test my capabilities right there tonight. My enhanced divine physiology gives me stamina that makes ordinary demigods look like children, and I let her know I can easily keep going for days. Recovering her composure, she invites me to tag along to an exclusive evening banquet where the absolute elite of Taichu City will be mingling. She closes the distance between us with predatory grace, stroking my face while her dark eyes flash with a mischievous, alluring challenge. I abruptly grab her waist and yank her straight into my arms, asking if we should skip the party and start our evening right now instead. Reader, she did not think this through. Her previous bravado completely shatters as she realizes the tiger she was teasing has just bitten back. She breaks free in a frantic panic, bolts across the room, and slams her bedroom door shut, leaving me standing alone with a smug victory smile. By evening, we arrive at a colossal, ultra-modern entertainment complex built by the five major families right in the heart of the capital. Gula explains that this massive private playground was constructed specifically because immortal gods get profoundly bored waiting out their cultivation cycles. Suddenly, Sima Bong and Sima Tianxi spot us approaching through the crowd, calling out cheerfully as they hurry over to join our group. Sima Bang looks remarkably steady tonight in his custom tailoring, admitting he thought I was going to completely flake on the exclusive invitation. After a brief greeting, I thank Sima Tianxi for his help last time, earning a dismissive wave of his hand in return. Tianxi smirks and remarks on the absurdly high standards of the Gu family's backing, noting that a senior elder personally pushed it through for my hidden talent. Sima Tianxi narrows his eyes as he appraises me with a much sharper gaze than before, because among the five giants, sponsorship contracts are never kept private. Wordplay over investment scales is just their way of measuring superiority, but a passing mention of a veteran senior suddenly sparks a memory of Gu Yuan from the battlefield. We step into a sprawling banquet hall, gleaming with holographic projections and mechanical waiters zipping around among arrogant demigods in formal attire. The moment Sima Tianxi walks in, a swarm of social climbers surrounds him to beg for frontline assignments and grill him about the brutal war zones. He handles the mob with effortless grace, reminding them that earning military merits requires slaughtering alien gods and handing out vague promises about his legion. Then a bunch of familiar faces from the God Conferment battle spot me, led by Qin Yang and Sima Ling, grinning like they've been lifelong best friends. They gush over the Gu family's massive backing and beg me to pull strings for them on the front lines, which is hilarious since I barely know these clowns. I dish out some picture perfect political garbage about defending the Federation together, mostly because shouting, "Leave me alone," doesn't fit the vibe tonight. Before I can escape the small talk, a man in a pitch black military uniform strides into the room with the terrifying aura of a frontline apex predator. My spine instantly locks up and my internal alarms start blaring, because this guy feels infinitely more dangerous than Luo Hai ever did. Gule pops up out of nowhere and loops her arm through mine, waving happily at the approaching officer and calling him her cousin. The senior officer flashes a cool smirk and admits he came to inspect what kind of monster his new brother-in-law actually is. Without warning, a suffocating wave of mental pressure slams straight into my skull like a falling boulder, testing every ounce of my willpower. The oppressive aura snaps away just as fast as it appeared, and he gives an approving nod like a strict judge handing out a passing grade. Gula puffs out her chest with absolute pride, declaring that she has the best taste in the entire family. Gu Juheng introduces himself as a Taichu Academy graduate from 30 years ago and immediately tries to draft me straight into his frontline brigade. Sima Tianxi immediately jumps in to warn me that Gu's Legion is basically a suicide cult with mandatory quotas, sparking a petty bickering match between the two veterans. I just nod along and accept the protection, letting the high society banquet drown out the noise as the floating orchestra kicks off the evening's festivities. Step into the inner sanctum of the five major powers, where elite scions mingle in lavish circles of pure hypocrisy. Everyone is playing the networking game, trading fake smiles and desperate favors to climb higher. Yang Fan stands completely detached in the corner, nursing his drink while observing the social circus. Most people here are direct heirs to mega dynasties, making outsiders like him a rare breed. He watches the ambitious chosen ones groveling for legion positions, and a profound wave of boredom hits him hard. Turns out climbing to the top just trades one cage for a much bigger, flashier prison. Goulet breaks his philosophical trance, gliding over with a bottle to top off his glass with expensive red wine. She checks on him with genuine warmth, noticing his obvious disinterest in the party. He thinks back to his modest roots in Yang County, where survival meant grueling resource farming and isolation. This wild, extravagant upper crust gala is a completely alien universe to him. Gula points out that even gods need downtime from their divine kingdoms, explaining that these high society mixers were engineered by ancient high-ranking deities. She quotes her mother, questioning whether shedding all human emotion to achieve ultimate divine rationality actually leaves you as anybody at all. Yang Fan stares at the floor, chewing on that heavy thought without coming to any neat conclusion. Reader, he did not sign up for a philosophy seminar tonight. Pushing the heavy thoughts aside, Gula nudges him toward the upcoming entertainment of the evening. She pitches a high-stakes gambling match between elite geniuses just to spice things up. Naturally, Yang Fan passes on the offer, having zero desire to show off for a crowd of arrogant trust fund kids. His only goal tonight is surviving this party and dragging Gula home. An announcement cuts through the chatter as a staff member steps up to declare the virtual arenas officially open. The high-tech headsets are finally ready for action. The entire room instantly transforms into a rowdy tavern as young elites start aggressively challenging each other. Rivalries ignite over stolen wonders and petty bets worth entire spiritual veins. Goulet drops a headset right into his hands, flashing a playful wink before sliding her own visor over her eyes. She tees up an after-party ultimatum that sounds way better than any virtual fight. With a brief sensory disjunction, Yang Fan's consciousness plunges straight into a sprawling, hyper-realistic digital dimension. He materializes in a staggering combat realm where reality and illusion blur into absolute perfection. The tactile feedback of the ground beneath his boots feels scarily authentic. All around them, rival gods are already going to war in close-quarters combat and mental battle arts. The air hums with the violent kinetic aftershocks of pure power. High above the ground arenas, sprawling divine kingdom simulations rage across suspended celestial platforms. Millions of summoned believers clash in grand tactical warfare. It is a risk-free playground where absolute destruction carries zero real-world consequences for the participants. Yang Fan takes it all in, entirely content to watch the digital carnage from the cheap seats. Stepping inside the venue feels like wandering through a divine fortress. The sprawling architecture and luxury scream old money, costing a small fortune just to breathe the air in here. Before I can even finish admiring the interior decor, Sima Bang pops out of nowhere with a massive grin, immediately asking when we are heading back out for drinks. My wife, Gula, instantly seizes the opportunity to ambush him, demanding to know why he showed up empty-handed instead of bringing a generous wedding gift for us. Poor Sima Bang looks like he wants to swallow his own tongue out of pure regret. Reader, he did not think this through before opening his big mouth. The playful mood shatters instantly as a heavy, suffocating pressure rolls through the hall. A massive bruiser pushes through the crowd, making everyone else look like twigs. Sima Bang's face twists into an ugly scowl as he identifies the walking wall of muscle as Ma Huainan, an elite outsider from his own clan sporting a terrifying martial physique. I try to figure out why the guy is glaring at us, especially since Sima Bang insists they share an ongoing family feud over resource allocation. Sima Bang smugly assumes the giant is too proud to challenge him, right up until the penny drops and he realizes the target of this intimidation is actually me. The brute ignores Sima Bang completely, stepping right up to my face with zero hesitation. His eyes burn with aggressive intent, treating me like his next big trophy. I let out a heavy sigh because the last thing I want right now is a public pissing match with some overzealous gym rat looking to prove a point. Naturally, half the room stops what they are doing to gawk. Whenever two top-tier freaks of nature cross paths, the vultures always gather to watch the bloodbath. I offer a polite nod and try to diffuse the tension, but the giant cuts straight to the chase and demands a public duel right then and there. Before I can even answer, Sima Tianzi saunters over with a glass of wine, casually pointing out that picking on someone with less time in the system is pretty lame. Ma Huainan smoothly deflects the jab with a practiced smile, arguing that high-stakes wagers are just harmless fun for everyone watching. He deliberately plays to the gallery, knowing full well that backing down now will brand me as a coward in front of all these wealthy spectators. While pretending to chat idly about divine architecture, Sima Bang secretly slips me his smartwatch with a frantic warning glowing on the display. The screen spells it out clearly. Do not fall for the brute's cunning trap, and keep the stakes as low as humanly possible. I pocket the advice without missing a beat, keeping my expression entirely neutral. Face is mice and all, but substance keeps you alive in this game. I leaned back in the virtual space with a casual grin and casually suggested we raise the stakes to an entire S-class building. The entire digital auditorium plunged into a stunned, dead silence, everyone wondering if their audio receptors had suddenly fried. Sima Tianzi stepped in with a lethal glare, warning me that this wasn't a casino and urging me to stop acting like a reckless fool. Ma Huainan practically drooped with suppressed excitement, realizing this reckless gamble was slipping right into his greedy hands. I pulled up the exact specs of the War God's manual on a floating display, and honestly, my breath caught in my throat. It was an S-rank strategic marvel worth 100 billion divinity points, packed with martial essences and physical enhancement arrays. Sima Tianxi unleashed a terrifying blast of divine mental pressure that slammed into Ma Huainan for trying to rig this trap. Teeth gritted and sweat stinging his eyes, Ma Huainan stubbornly argued he had no other S-class assets to put on the table. I stared right into his sweating face, realizing these pampered elites really thought they had me cornered in a velvet trap. Desperate to lock me in before I changed my mind, he eagerly offered to take a single Spirit Vein star to cover the rest. Without wasting a single second, we both drafted up the binding system agreement and slapped our digital signatures right on it. He insisted on using full Divine Kingdom simulation warfare to keep things fair, terrified that any other method might let me slip away. I nodded along to every single one of his nervous restrictions without blinking an eye, letting the poor guy dig his own grave. We both stepped out above the glowing expanse of the simulated battlefield, the air practically crackling with impending slaughter. Down below in our respective digital territories, billions of believers began mobilizing into disciplined war arrays. The massive gates of the Divine Kingdoms flung wide open, unleashing legions of battle-hardened troops ready for total annihilation. Energy banners snapped in the simulated gale as the two divine realms locked horns for a war with everything on the line. Reader, he genuinely thought he had rigged the game, completely unaware he just handed me the keys to the kingdom. The entire arena erupts into chaos as onlookers scramble to film the absurdly high-stakes duel between Ma Huainan and Yang Fan. While everyone else loses their minds over the borrowed spirit vein star on the line, Goulet remains completely unbothered. Her cousin points out that she seems awfully calm for someone whose new partner is about to gamble away a small empire. She coldly replies that a divine kingdom belongs to the individual, and if he falls to such cheap tricks, her investment was a waste. Instead of intervening, her cousin just smiles and admits he let it happen because he actually expects the madman to win. Down on the simulated battlefield, Ma Huainan summons his elite forces, boasting 5,000 peak martial masters and 100 million zealous followers. Convinced his special talent grants his troops an insurmountable martial god physique, he looks forward to an easy payday. He cheerfully invites Yang Fan to make his move, practically tasting the billions of divine points he is about to rob from him. Reader, he did not think this through. Well, actually, Ma Huainan didn't. Yang Fan just snaps his fingers and shatters his worldview. The sky tears open as a terrifying horde of 50,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 10,000 martial masters floods the arena. Backing them up are massive waves of advanced intelligent life forms and over 100 million armed troops, forming an airtight war machine. Yang Da even recalled Yang Wu straight from the front lines to command this absolute juggernaut of a combined arms military. A suffocating aura slams into the arena, instantly crushing the momentum of Ma Huainan's proud troops and forcing them back in sheer terror. The smug grin vanishes from Ma Huainan's face, replaced by the cold sweat of a man who just realized he walked into a meat grinder. The surrounding crowd loses their minds, staring in disbelief at the sheer volume of high-level followers Yang Fan casually pulls out. Up on the viewing deck, Goulet watches the terrifying display of multipath supremacy with absolute fascination. She realizes her cold calculus has paid off beyond her wildest dreams, landing her a monster of unfathomable wealth and power. With her heart completely captured by the sheer flex, she decides on the spot that this absolute robbery is what true love looks like. Goulet doesn't care about romance or sweet gestures. She only has eyes for absolute power, and Yang Fan standing at the summit is the only man worth looking at. Down in the stands, Sima Bang is practically chewing his own fingers off trying not to cheer out loud. Watching his rival get crushed is the best thing he has ever seen. Up in the sky, Ma Huainan isn't looking so smug anymore. Beads of sweat are dripping down his back as he realizes he might actually lose this fight. And the stakes are completely insane. That floating manual is the core building of his divine kingdom, and losing it would instantly cripple his entire empire's growth. Yang Fan isn't about to back down just because of a sad sob story. He needs that treasure too, and he is fully prepared to make a mortal enemy to get it. With a cold laugh, Ma Huainan taps straight into his secret weapon. He is about to show everyone why SS-level combat talents are the most feared monsters in the academies. Both armies move as one, turning the sky into an absolute blender of elemental fury and heavy artillery. Reader, things escalated very quickly. A frontline warrior bursts right through a spell that should have vaporized him. His blood aura is burning so hot it literally punches a hole through the flames. A spear runs right through a soldier's chest, and the guy doesn't even flinch. He just grabs the glowing blade with his bare hands and snaps it in half like a twig. Outside the arena, the spectators look like they just watched a ghost walk through a wall. That raw physical body is already matching a full-blown master. Even Yang Fan is taken aback. His usual tactics always steamroller alien demigods without breaking a sweat, but this frontline is refusing to budge. Time to shift gears. Commander Yang Wu steps up, roaring out a new formation order that instantly reorganizes 100 million soldiers into a single hive mind. A massive cyan shield flares to life, catching the enemy's suicidal blood charge dead in its tracks and holding the line against impossible odds. The Ten Kings formation kicks into overdrive, marking enemy weak points while artillery cannons lock on and rain pure, unadulterated devastation from above. Even with half their bones shattered, these absolute maniacs keep fighting through sheer bloody-minded willpower, dragging Yang Fan's soldiers down into the dirt with them. If Yang Fan didn't have top-tier defensive arrays and endless automated firepower backing him up, his entire army would have been wiped out by now. Brutal stuff. The upper-year students watching from the gallery are losing their minds. They are seniors, and they wouldn't last 5 seconds in that meat grinder. The mechanical route wins out through sheer, overwhelming resource dominance, leaving Ma Huainan's empire in ruins and his family status completely torched. As the clash drags on, My war system's infinite supply begins grinding Ma Huainan's brute force god legion down to dust. Every wave of his heavy infantry shatters against my mechanized front lines. Sima Bang loses his mind with glee, nearly blowing our cover right in front of his suspicious family members. He bites his lips so hard it turns white just to keep from cheering out loud. The simulation zone is a complete slaughterhouse, littered with burning scrap metal and vanished life forces. My frontline losses are astronomical, bleeding over half my elite forces just to secure this win. The virtual announcer chimes in to declare our definitive victory, sending shockwaves through the entire spectator gallery. The observation stands, instantly erupt into sheer pandemonium. These snobby elites are losing their minds watching a triple cultivator clean house without a dedicated combat class godseed. I drop back down to solid ground only to get swarmed by desperate opportunists waving money bags and trying to trade family heirlooms for my tech blueprints. One smooth-talking aristocrat even tries trading his 80-year-old sister like a trading card for an alliance. Reader, he did not think the family dynamics through on that one. Off to the side, Goulet's face turns frostier than a frozen tundra listening to these clowns pitch their female relatives. Her glare could probably cut glass. I politely brush off the endless parade of sycophants and turn my full attention toward our sore loser. Time to collect on the wager. Ma Huainan freezes up like a deer in headlights, utterly refusing to make eye contact. You can practically hear the gears grinding in his head as buyer's remorse sets in. The surrounding gallery goes dead silent before turning into a chorus of gloating whispers. Everybody knows an S-class core building, like the War God's Manual, isn't just expensive, it's priceless. Before things get entirely awkward, Gu Juheng steps forward and drops the crushing aura of a third-order god right onto Ma Huainan's chest. The absolute weight of a real combat veteran pins him to the spot, freezing his very soul in place. Reader, when an elder gets involved, you pay up or you break. He shoots a desperate lifeline glance towards Sima Tianxi, only to find the lazy bastard picking his ear and pretending the ceiling is deeply fascinating. Realizing he has zero backup left, Ma Huainan fishes out the transfer card with a shaking hand. This single loss is going to set his divine kingdom's growth back a century. I slide the asset card into my inventory with a warm smile while he glares at the dirt like he wants to chew glass. Sucks to suck, buddy. Frontline brigade commanders start swarming over to offer direct military commissions, treating me like a long-lost brother in arms. Goulet marches right through the officers, hooks her arm securely through mine, and rests her head against my shoulder. Message received loud and clear. He's already spoken for. After our simulated battle inside the Divine Realm, Goulet looked at me like I hung the Gary stars in the sky. She was completely captivated and ready to give me everything. We headed straight back to the villa as the night deepened around us. The moment we stepped inside, she reached out and killed the living room lights. Spring breezes blew through our night, and let's just say even a demigod would think twice before messing with a young hero in that mood. The next morning, I wasted no time settling down on the floor to dive straight back into my divine realm. It was time to load our newest prize. The War God record manifested not as a grand structure, but as an ancient, imposing banner etched with endless scenes of ancient warfare. As soon as it landed in the heart of my divine kingdom, a tidal wave of raw fighting spirit swept outward and shook the entire realm. Believers who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for ages suddenly roared as their breakthroughs triggered all across the land. From hardened warriors to ordinary mortals, everyone felt their power surge instantly. Their reverence for the new artifact bordered on fanaticism. My martial arts followers suddenly doubled and tripled their training efficiency. Reader, the passive stat gains alone made me feel like a walking cheat code. That massive feedback poured straight into my own body, reinforcing my physical form at a frighteningly visible speed. My AI assistant suddenly chimed in with a notification that an important VIP was requesting an urgent virtual meeting. When I heard it was Gu Xuanting, my nominal father-in-law and third elder of the Gu family, I knew I couldn't leave him hanging. I popped into the virtual world and materialized right inside the Gu family territory. He got straight to the point without wasting any breath. He looked at me with undisguised satisfaction, praising how my earth-shattering battle had already sent shockwaves through all 5 major families. I told him those fools brought it on themselves by trying to exploit me, so I simply gave them the chance they asked for. With a snap of his fingers, he transferred the coordinates of 10 spirit vein stars straight into my mind as a personal investment. 10 entire spirit vein stars. That's 10 billion divinity points rolling in every single month. A trillion credit fortune dropped right in my lap. He warned me to stay sharp once I hit the front lines before casually reminding me to hurry up and give him a grandchild. Smooth transition, old man. Right after logging out, I pinged Angda to dispatch followers and claim the 10 prize spirit vein stars sitting out in the cosmos. That was when Goulet shuffled down the steps, looking like a walking corpse, glaring at me like I owed her my soul. With a casual snap, I summoned an entire luxury banquet straight out of my divine kingdom to shut down her complaints. She blinked at the absurd mountain of food before diving right in, asking how her father had checked in on us just moments prior. When I casually dropped that her family wants us to breed an army of heirs, she nearly drowned in her expensive fruit wine. She tried stalling with every excuse in the book, shrinking back in her seat like a turtle pulling in its head. Then she suddenly dropped the act, staring dead into my eyes and declaring she had fallen head over heels in love. When I threw her exact cheesy line right back at her, she called my bluff and stormed off upstairs in a blushing panic. Reader, she locked the door and sentenced me to the living room sofa, completely abandoning diplomacy for the evening. Honestly, the hustle of living off a rich spouse wasn't half bad once you embrace the sheer absurdity of it. Weeks blurred past in a flash while my divine realm's soul-nourishing wood inched closer to its 8,000-year harvest mark. Lately, though, every time I descended into my divine kingdom, I kept getting this phantom itch that someone was sharing my space. Determined to squash my paranoia, I had Yang Da blanket the entire divine realm with every high-end surveillance gadget money could buy. That dense net of sensors paid off immediately when Yang Da chimed in to report an invisible interloper lurking in our backyard. A quick dive into the virtual database revealed our uninvited guest to be a sneaky bastard from the legendary Void Spirit clan. These creeps can melt into a semi-ethereal state, slipping right through physical barriers and warping reality just to steal loot. Their combat stats are absolute garbage, meaning the second you spot them, their entire operation is completely dead in the water. They survive entirely as Divine Kingdom pickpockets, but with my new grid running hot, this thief's luck had officially run out. Meet the ultimate freeloaders, an alien race that doesn't fight their own wars, but survives entirely by stealing from other people's divine kingdoms. Yang Fan's eyes narrow as he uncovers their parasitism, realizing there's a bigger fish pulling the strings. He immediately barks orders to purge every last shadow creature from his realm and lock onto the coordinates of their hidden home base. No loose ends are going to be left unattended on his watch. These void spirits move at terrifying speeds, slipping through solid obstacles like ghosts despite their low-tier chi-refining aura. But sealing the entire divine realm has turned their playground into a cage. With the whole region locked down and spatial sensors sweeping every inch, the entire band of intruders is cornered within a single day. Yang Fan doesn't bother taking prisoners. The second the final shadow creature falls, a subtle spatial glitch betrays the enemy's location. Reader, they really thought they could hide behind dimensional walls. Instead of blindly walking into a trap with his main forces, Yang Fan sends an advance party of 10 million believers through the rift to test the waters. It's time to see what kind of dump these thieves live in. Stepping through the portal reveals a total nightmare landscape, resembling an absolute death trap. The entire world is completely dead, gray, and devoid of any natural energy. Even the native voidlings here look like starving skeletons, trembling in terror and offering zero resistance to the vanguard. Honestly, at this point, you almost feel bad for them, almost. Before Yang Fan can ponder their tragic living conditions, the sky tears open in 6 different spots. Reinforcements have arrived, and they brought company. 6 separate beast race demigods step up to back the voidlings, confirming that no true gods are hiding behind this operation. That's a massive load off Yang Fan's shoulders. Sure, their unique scouting skills are annoying, but their actual combat power is utterly laughable. We are talking about basic orc forces where barely 100 troops even reach the Foundation establishment stage. Yang Fan asks his AI assistant if they can swipe the coordinates of all 6 enemy demigods while they're at it. The system replies with a deeply unhelpful, maybe if we roll the dice. Ah yes, nothing builds confidence quite like a probability mechanic in a life-or-death strategic war. Who doesn't love gambling with the safety of their entire divine realm? Since the Void Demigod already witnessed the sheer terror of Yang Fan's defenses, a direct counterattack is basically off the table. They're far too terrified to step into his yard again. If they won't come to him, he'll just have to force their hand. Yang Fan orders an immediate tactical retreat, leaving them to sweat in their ruined wasteland. Meanwhile, back in the miserable core of the Void Realm, their pathetic demigod is literally shaking in terror on the floor. Meet Ling Xuzi, a masterclass in how to completely fail as a regional overlord. Six massive beast race demigod projections stare down in pure disgust as Ling Xuzi begs for their protection. They want to know just how screwed they actually are against this mystery human. Stuttering through her absolute terror, Ling Xuzi warns the alien bosses about the human's terrifying spatial detection technology. The trap is set, and the chess pieces are finally moving. Ling Xuzi prostrates himself before his brutal master, spilling every detail about a ridiculously wealthy human rival just to save his own skin. The gluttonous orc demigods lean in close as they hear about thousand-year-old soulwood and top-tier spiritual veins ripe for the plundering. Greed completely blinds the six wanderers, convincing them that robbing this supposed weakling is the easiest payday of their miserable lives. The lead warlord fixes his glowing red stare straight down at Ling Xuzi, demanding to know if every single word of this intel is the absolute truth. With his life on the line, the terrified spy swears on everything he holds dear that he is telling nothing but the unadulterated truth. Convinced that any sane god would turtle up inside their home base when attacked, the warlords agree to launch a joint raid. The lead warlord finally hands over the coordinates, promising Ling Xuzi his long-awaited freedom the moment the raid succeeds. The second those projections vanish, the cringing servant drops the act and breaks out into a chilling, vindictive grin. After a century of brutal slavery, he is finally cashing in his revenge by sending these greedy bastards straight into a meat grinder. Back in his realm, Yang Fan snaps his eyes open as violent spatial tears rip apart the peaceful fabric of his outer defenses. Reader, he did not run in fear. He poured a cup of tea because walking right into his trap is the best kind of holiday present. Swarms of fierce orc troops pour out of the dimensional tears, absolutely certain they are about to sack a vulnerable domain. The six demigods project their consciousnesses onto the battlefield, only to have the collective breath sucked right out of their lungs. Instead of a weak, fat sheep, they find themselves staring up at a titanic, pitch-black fortress wall that blots out the heavens. Realization hits the lead warlord like a freight train, and he instantly understands that Ling Xuzi sold them out to a monster. Before panic can even set in, thousands of city-destroying cannons lock their sights directly onto the invading legions. A single synchronized volley turns the landscape into a sea of white-hot plasma, completely erasing 300 million troops in a blink. With a casual wave of his hand, Yang Fan dismisses the pathetic raid as a minor nuisance and dispatches his troops to pillage their remnants. Demigod orcs that weak didn't even warrant sending out the elite commanders. Yang Fan left the entire cleanup operation to his regular divine legions. Back in the real world, Goulet sauntered down the villa stairs in a minimalist outfit, holding her favorite morning juice with a cheerful grin. She rushed over to share some incredible news. A medical scan had just confirmed she was carrying his child, and it was a boy. Curious about the galaxy, Yang Fan asked her about the notorious Void Spirit clan. Turns out, major gods don't ally with them. They keep them as captive slaves. These pathetic weaklings are hunted down, farmed for intelligence, and forced to wander the void endlessly until they die of exhaustion. Realizing their incredible tracking utility in divine wars, Yang Fan decided to hunt down a void spirit demigod and fold them into his empire. For the next few days, Yang Fan played the perfect domestic partner, introducing Gule to his family and the Luo sisters through virtual space. In a display of sheer wealth, Gulu immediately handed out rare spiritual veins to the Luo sisters upon meeting them, winning them over instantly. Despite entering the household last, Goulet comfortably claimed the closest seat to Yang Fan, while the others amicably made room for her. Meanwhile, the war across the six Beastman demigod territories wrapped up swiftly as their impoverished domains were completely conquered. With nothing worth preserving, Yang Fan ordered the cores of their pathetic little divine kingdoms harvested and brought back to his realm. As those captured cores were integrated one by one, Yang Fan's divine kingdom surged outward, expanding its borders by millions of square kilometers. The sheer scale of the territory expansion pushed his divine kingdom's total landmass to nearly 30 million square kilometers. God Lord Yang Fan, total divine kingdom area, 29.5 million square kilometers. Total believers, over 620 million sentient practitioners, billions of mortals, and millions of advanced intelligent life forms. Active buildings, 100 million moon wells, S-rank war gods record, S-rank void warships, and thousands of high-grade spiritual veins. Total assets, 21 spirit vein stars, 10 spirit plant stars, trillions in soul-nourishing wood, and millions of rare creature seedlings. Divinity points, 14 billion, with a steady daily generation rate of 12.6 points in the real world.